Dr. Manmohan Singh, ex-Prime Minister of India. His contributions were incredible, and it is a feeling of deep sorrow that he is no more with us. We will observe 2 minutes of silence before beginning with the inaugural function. So I request all of you to please stand up for the condolence. Om Shanti 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 Om. May the departed soul rest in peace. I request to kindly sit down. But as we know, the show must go on. So again, a very warm good morning to all present. On behalf of the organizing committee, I, Dr. Deepika Rani, welcome all our distinguished guests, speakers, directors, registrar, deans, faculty, and participants to the 77th annual session of Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, CHEMCON 2024. This conference is being organized by IICHE Doaba Regional Center at the Department of Chemical Engineering, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar. So this time ChemCon 2024 has a theme of role of chemical engineering towards sustainable development and Atmanirbhar Bharat. This conference brings together stakeholders of chemical engineering profession, researchers and industrialists to discuss the current trends and future developments in the field of chemical engineering. ChemCon 2024 will witness various memorial lectures, distinguished speaker awards, Indo-US Joint Symposium, Indo-Canadian Joint Symposium, and various technical sessions. Also, on the birth anniversary of the founder chairman of Reliance Industries, Shri Dhirubhai Ambani Commemoration Day will also be celebrated tomorrow as a tribute to the great visionary. So now I would request all the participants to please join with me with a huge round of applause in welcoming our esteemed dignitaries on the dais. So big round of applause. And I also request Dr. Tarun Chaudhary and Dr. Vandita to kindly escort Honorable Director NIT Jalandhar, Professor B.K. Kanojia, President IICHE Shri Sunil Indulal Thakkar, Secretary IICHE Dr. Suril Baran Koila, Chairman National Organizing Committee ChemCon 2024 Shri Vishwanath Chattopadhyay, Registrar NIT Jalandhar Professor Ajay Bansal, Chairman Local Organizing Committee ChemCon 2024 Professor M.K. Jha, Organizing Secretary ChemCon 2024 Professor Shailendra Vajpayee, and Head of the Department of Chemical Engineering Dr. Poonam Gera to their seats on the dais, please. Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Tarun and Dr. Vandita. It is indeed a great privilege to have our guest of honor and other dignitaries on the dais. So, sir, your presence makes us feel inspired, and we look forward to benefiting from your insights and expertise. Thank you, everyone. So now may I invite Dr. Renu Gupta to kindly present a bouquet to the Honorable Director, NIT Jalandhar, Professor Binod Kumar Kanojia. A big round of applause, please. आगे से चाहिए May I take this moment to invite Dr. Sangeeta Garg to kindly welcome President IICHE, Mr. Sunil Indulal Thakkar, with the bouquet. A big round of applause. I invite Dr. N.K. Shrivastava to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Sunil Baran Koila, Secretary IICHE, with the bouquet. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Neetu Divya. Please welcome Chairman, National Organizing Committee, CHEMCON-2024, Shri Vishwanath Chattopadhyay, with the bouquet. Thank you, ma'am. I request Dr. J.K. Ratan to please greet Registrar NIT Jalandhar, Professor Ajay Bansal, with the bouquet. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Anurag Tiwari to welcome Chairman, Local Organizing Committee, CHEMCON 2024, Professor M.K. Jha. I invite Dr. Shashikant to please present a bouquet to the Organizing Secretary, Professor Shailendra Vajpayee. A big round of applause, please. Dr. Amit Saran, kindly welcome Head of the Department of Chemical Engineering, Dr. Poonam Ghera, with the bouquet. A big round of applause. Thank you, sir. So once again, please join your hands together in welcoming our esteemed guests here. So I thank all the dignitaries for gracing the occasion. Thank you, everyone. माँ शारदा के वंदन से आगाज करते हैं, माँ शारदा के वंदन से आगाज करते हैं, आइए उस वीणा वादिनी के चरणों में प्रणाम करते हैं. With these lines, let us invoke the blessings of Goddess Saraswati, the deity of knowledge and wisdom. So may I request all the dignitaries on the dais for the lamp lighting ceremony, please.
Ah शिशु है अज्ञानी माता, किन चरणों का प्यार दे। तेरा पानी तार दे, तार दे, तार दे, माँ सरस्वती शारदे, माँ सरस्वती शारदे। मूरख हम नहीं जाने जननी, पूजन वंदन ध्यान को। मूरख हम नहीं जाने जननी, पूजन वंदन ध्यान को। आदि शक्ति कर क्षमा हमें, आदि शक्ति।
Thank you all for the floral tribute to Dr. H.L. Roy as well, the father of chemical engineering in India and the founder president of IICHE. Thank you everyone.
Okay, thank you once again, and thank you, Dr. Deepika. So, I request everyone to kindly take their seats. Thank you, thank you. So, dear all, we have with us today Dr. Mithilesh Kumar Jha. He's a professor HAG in the Department of Chemical Engineering and Joint Faculty Center for Energy and Environment, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar. Sir has been a recipient of Raja Ram Bapu Patil National Award for Promising Engineering Teacher, and he has also received Indian Institute of Chemical Engineering DRC Lifetime Achievement Award, Shiksha Bharati Pushkar Award, and many more. And he has made a significant contribution towards professional society of IICHE by serving as a national president 2021. So with these words, I take this opportunity to call the chairman of local organizing committee, CHEMCON, Professor M.K. Jha, Mithilesh Kumar Jha sir, from the Department of Chemical Engineering, to kindly welcome the gathering. Sir, please.
Honorable Chief Guest of today's inaugural session, Union State Minister for Jal Shakti, Dr. Rajbhushan Chaudhary जी, जिन्होंने हमारा जो इनविटेशन था फ्रॉम द डायरेक्टर NIT जलंधर उन्होंने एक्सेप्ट किया, और उनके बारे में मैं दो शब्द बोलना चाहूँगा कि नॉर्मली क्या होता है कि एक पॉलिटिकल बैकग्राउंड होता है किसी का, या तब वो जाके MP बनते हैं, मंत्री बनते हैं। ये एक ऐसा व्यक्ति थे जो कि MBBS डॉक्टर किया, MD डॉक्टर किया, कभी राजनीति के बारे में सोचा भी नहीं, और बहुत अच्छे डॉक्टर थे, बहुत अच्छे प्रैक्टिसिंग डॉक्टर। इन रोसड़ा एक जगह है वहाँ पे समस्तीपुर के पास, और मतलब बहुत ही अच्छा एडवांस जगह भी नहीं है, और गरीबों की बहुत मदद करते थे, जहाँ पैसा नहीं है उनको फ्री में इलाज करते थे। उस तरह का इनका कैरियर है। एंड देन लोगों के डिमांड पे कि नहीं इस तरह के आदमी को राजनीति में आना चाहिए, धीरे धीरे इनको आना पड़ा, और ये फर्स्ट टाइम ये MP बने, और फर्स्ट टाइम ही इनको यूनियन मिनिस्टर का मतलब मौका मिला। अभी हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे और यहाँ पे आ नहीं पाएंगे ऑनलाइन। तो इस तरह के जो है आप जो कहते हैं ना कि जो मंत्री का बैकग्राउंड ये सब कम होता है कई बार, वो उस तरह के व्यक्तित्व के व्यक्ति हैं। प्रेसिडेंट अमेरिकन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ केमिकल इंजीनियर्स 2025 प्रोफेसर जोसेफ D. स्मिथ, जो भी हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे एज ए गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर। हमारे डायरेक्टर कम चेयरमैन BOG NIT जलंधर एंड पैट्रन ऑफ द कांग्रेस डॉक्टर BK कनौजिया जी, जिनके बारे में मैं दो शब्द बोलना चाहूँगा कि पीछे कुछ साल से हम लोगों को उनके साथ काम करने का मौका मिल रहा है। तो नॉर्मली क्या होता है कि जो मैं यहाँ पे 1991 से काम कर रहा हूँ, और बहुत से डायरेक्टर के साथ काम करने का मौका मिला, प्रिंसिपल के साथ इन वेरियस कैपेसिटीज। सबसे कुछ ना कुछ सीखने का मौका मिलता है, क्योंकि सबके पास अपनी एक अलग तरह की स्ट्रेंथ होती है, एक क्वालिटीज होती है। तो सर में जो था, जो चीज़ें मुझे अच्छा लगा, एक तो ये था कि जब वो आए तो उन्होंने ये कहा कि जो भी चीज़ यहाँ पे हो रही है, मैं हर चीज़ में चाहे जो मर्जी हो, आइटा भी हो, लेकिन हम सबको इम्प्रूव करना चाहते हैं इन ऑल द स्फीयर्स ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूट एक्टिविटी। कोई ऐसा नहीं, पहले कभी यार क्या होता था कि जैसे कहीं पर कोई बहुत कंफर्टेबल चीज़ें हो रही है तो ठीक है, अगर लगता है कि कंफर्टेबल नहीं है तो आदमी उसमें हाथ नहीं डालता है, सोचता टाइम पास हो जाएगा, निकल जाएंगे, कोई नया आ जाएगा वो देख लेगा। बट ऐसे अनकंफर्टेबल चीज हो चाहे कंफर्टेबल हो, इक्वली उस दोनों में सर का इंटरेस्ट रख के हर चीज में उन्होंने अपना एक छाप छोड़ रहे हैं कि कैसे हम इंस्टीट्यूट को आगे लेके जाएं। प्रेसिडेंट IICHE श्री सुनील इंदुलाल ठक्कर जी, जो आज हमारे बीच में हैं और कई साल से हम लोग काउंसिल में, IICHE में और कई कमिटीज में साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं। चेयरमैन नेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी एंड चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑफिसर धनसरी पेट्रोकेम इंडस्ट्रीज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कलकत्ता श्री विश्वनाथ चट्टोपाध्याय जी, इनके बारे में मेरा कहना है कि पहली बार हम लोग 12 में भी किए, 18 में भी और 24 में कर रहे हैं। बट जिस तरह से इन्होंने हमारे साथ कंधे पे कंधा हम मिला के, मतलब कभी लगा ही नहीं कि ये चेयरमैन NOC है, मतलब सम टाइम तो कोई भी ऐसा काम नहीं है जो कि इन्होंने नहीं किया होगा इस पर। और जहाँ भी कहीं जाना था, चाहे दिल्ली का हमारा विजिट रहा हो, चाहे बॉम्बे का विजिट रहा हो, चाहे कलकत्ता में कितनी मीटिंग्स वहाँ भी हुई हेडक्वार्टर में, यहाँ भी सर आए, हर जगह जो है इन्होंने बहुत ज़्यादा हमें सहयोग दिया, कंट्रीब्यूशन किया। तो आपका सर बहुत बहुत आभारी रहेगा सर ये संस्थान, और आप अपना जो है ये आगे भी हम लोग के ऊपर में रखिएगा। ये जो है ये रजिस्ट्रार NIT जालंधर एंड वाइस चेयरमैन LOC डॉक्टर अजय बंसल, जो हमारे साथ 94 से ही हम लोग डिपार्टमेंट में मिलके जो है जब आज इस स्टेज तक पहुँचे हैं, उनमें उनका भी जो है बहुत ज़्यादा योगदान रहा है। और अभी वो इंस्टीट्यूट का ज़्यादा काम संभाल रहे हैं, डिपार्टमेंट का कम, लेकिन तब भी हमें पूरा उनका जो है सपोर्ट मिलता है। डिपार्टमेंट का जहाँ भी जब बात होती है वो वहाँ से परमिशन लेके डायरेक्टर से हम लोग के पास रहते हैं और पूरा काम करते हैं। हमारे हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट केमिकल इंजीनियरिंग डॉक्टर पूनम गेरा, जो डे 1 से जब से केमकॉन का ये हुआ, हर जगह जहाँ उनकी ज़रूरत थी हम हमेशा खड़े रही, और जो कुछ भी हमें चाहिए था एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सपोर्ट सब कुछ उन्होंने दिया। सेक्रेटरी IICHE श्री सुरबरन कोयला जी, उन्होंने भी पूरा सहयोग किया इसमें हम लोगों को इस केमकॉन कराने में डे 1 से। एंड ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी ऑफ द कांग्रेस डॉक्टर S वाजपेयी, जो कि हम कह सकते हैं कि ही इज द स्टार ऑफ दिस केमकॉन, क्योंकि सारा का सारा दामोदार हमने इन पे ऊपर छोड़ दिया था। हम भी कहीं और चले गए थे, बट इन्होंने बखूबी अपना सारा का सारा जो काम था बड़ी अच्छे से निभाया। तो इसके लिए इनको बहुत बहुत मतलब हम ये करेंगे ऐसे। So I, on my personal behalf, as well as on behalf of Organizing Committee CHEMCON 2024, extend a heartiest welcome to our chief guest, guest of honor, and all the dignitaries on and off the dais, delegates and foreign delegates from different parts of the world. It is my proud privilege to be associated with 77th annual session of the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers being organized at our institute. The theme of the conference is role of chemical engineering towards sustainable development and Atmanirbhar Bharat. About more than 855 delegates from many countries such as South Africa, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, USA, Bangladesh, and from 16 IITs, 10 NIT, 8 centrally funded technical institute and state government institute, 5 research institute, 18 private institute, 12 industries are participating in this conference. During the conference, 3 memorial lecture, 18 CHEMCON Distinguished Speaker Award, 10 invited lectures, along with 110 oral and poster parallel sessions are planned. Apart from this, a panel discussion on role of chemical engineers towards Atmanirbhar Bharat is also planned. This time, while deciding on memorial serious lecture, the perfect balance of academia, industry and R&D organization has been kept in mind. Being the founder chairman of Doaba Regional Center in its inception year 2003, the center is very vibrant right from its beginning. It was a proud moment for me at that time when this regional center was inaugurated by my teacher at Punjab University Chandigarh, and the then President of Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, Professor S.K. Sharma. I have the proud privilege of organizing CHEMCON 2008 as Chairman Organizing Committee, CHEMCON 2012 as Organizing Secretary, and CHEMCON 2018 as Chairman Local Organizing Committee in the past. The CHEMCON 2008 is still in the memory of IICHE, being participated by young professionals from UK, Malaysia and Australia under an agreement of cooperation and recognition with the Institute of Chemical Engineers. UK first time in the history. CHEMCON 2012 is also being remembered for the second Indo-US conference supported by the National Science Foundation US, where 9 faculty from the US participated in that program, along with many other dignitaries from Canada, Australia, Malaysia, South Africa, New Zealand. I am glad to share with you that Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar, which is my parent institute and is one of the founder faculty member of the department, is the only NIT in the country that got the privilege to organize this mega event not only once, twice, but third time, creating a history of only NIT in the country. I would like to inform you that keeping in mind the past tradition started in the year 2012, this time also, all the past presidents of IICHE were invited to grace the conference. I congratulate all the award winners and convey my sincere thanks to CDS and invited speakers who, in spite of their tight schedule and pressing engagement, accepted our invitation at very short notice. I personally and on behalf of the local organizing committee convey my sincere thanks to the National Executive Council, especially the President Sri Sunil Indulal Thakkar ji, Chairman of National Organizing Committee Sri Vishwanath Chattopadhyay ji, Director of the Host Institute Professor B.K. Kanojia ji, for their guidance and support in organizing this mega event of chemical engineers fraternity. एक चीज़ और मैं आप लोगों को बताना भूल गया था कि पीछे क्या हुआ था कि हम लोग 75th ईयर जब हुआ था इसका IICHE का, तो बहुत ही धूमधाम से कलकत्ता में एक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया गया था, प्लेटिनम जुबली सेलिब्रेशन, जिसमें भी माननीय मंत्री पेट्रोलियम मिनिस्टर आए थे उस समय, और उसमें NIT जलंधर जो था दैट वाज ए पार्टनर इन दैट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ऑफ वन ACMS ऑल्सो था, इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस। तो उस समय हमारे डायरेक्टर साहब जस्ट नए नए आए थे, तो इनको भी जाना था, बट ड्यू टू हिज टाइट शेड्यूल वो नहीं जा पाए, तो उन्होंने फिर उस समय एक अपना वीडियो जो है अपना रिकॉर्डेड लेक्चर उस समय भेजा था, और उस रिकॉर्डेड लेक्चर में उन्होंने ये कहा था कि अगर CHEMCON फिर से मिलेगा NIT जलंधर को तो हम पूरा सपोर्ट करेंगे, आपको देंगे। तो वो लेक्चर जो है वहाँ पे हम लोगों ने ये किए थे, और उसके बाद काउंसिल का डिसीजन हुआ था। तो वो जो रिकॉर्डेड लेक्चर था वो हमें बड़ा हेल्प किया उस समय कि भाई सर नहीं आ पाए, लेकिन उन्होंने वर्ड दिया है कि आई विल फुल सपोर्ट इस इवेंट अगर वो हमें मिलता है तो, और सर वो हमें मिल भी गया और आज हम करके दिखा भी रहे हैं आपको। आई एम ऑल्सो थैंकफुल टू द नेशनल एंड लोकल ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमिटी, especially Registrar and Vice Chairman LOC Professor Ajay Bansal, Organizing Secretary Professor Bajpayee, Head of the Department Dr. Poonam Gera, all the faculty, staff, research scholar, PG and UG students of the department for their immense support for this mega event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So we have with us today Dr. Poonam Gera, and currently she is working as the head of the Department of Chemical Engineering at NIT Jalandhar. Ma'am has obtained her B and ME degree from in Chemical Engineering from Punjab University, Chandigarh, and her PhD degree from NIT Jalandhar. And she has nearly more than 30 years of experience. So with these words, I would like to welcome Dr. Poonam Gera, head of the Department of Chemical Engineering, to share her few words with us. Ma'am, please.
Honorable Chief Guest of today's inaugural session, Union State Minister for Jal Shakti, Dr. Raj Bhushan Chaudhary ji, President, American Institute of Chemical Engineers 2025, Professor Joseph T. Smith, Director cum Chairman BOG NIT Jalandhar and Patron of the Congress, Professor Binod Kumar Kanojia ji, President IICHE, Shri Sunil Indulal Thakkar ji, Chairman NOC and CEO, Dhansari Petrochem Industries Private Limited, Kolkata, Shri Biswanath Chattopadhyay ji, Chairman LOC, Dr. M.K. Jha, Registrar NIT Jalandhar and Vice Chairman LOC, Dr. Ajay Bansal, Secretary IICHE, Shri Sunil Baran Koila ji, Organizing Secretary of the Congress, Dr. S. Bajpai. A very good morning to you all and welcome to CHEMCON-2024, the annual technical event of the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, IICHE. CHEMCON-2024, which is a prestigious event, brings together a dynamic mix of stakeholders from the chemical engineering profession, academicians, researchers, industrialists, and students. It provides a platform to explore current trends, share groundbreaking research, and discuss future developments in chemical engineering. The theme for this year is Role of Chemical Engineering Towards Sustainable Development and Atmanirbhar Bharat is both timely and inspiring. It aligns with the global and national priorities, emphasizing the critical contributions of chemical engineering to sustainability and self-reliance. I feel proud to share about the Department of Chemical Engineering at NIT Jalandhar, which was established in the year 1990. Presently, the department has well-qualified 17 faculty members and 8 technical and supporting staff. The department has a distinction of producing around 12,215 undergraduate, 155 postgraduate, and 38 doctorate who are presently serving in various capacities around the globe. The department faculty has handled many research projects and has been granted many patents and has several research papers to their credit. Our department is delighted to host an array of stimulating activities during the conference, including technical sessions, speakers from academia, industry, exhibitions, and innovations in chemical engineering. These activities aim to promote academic excellence. I wish CHEMCON 2024 a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So dear all, we are honored to have with us the Chairman of the National Organizing Committee, CHEMCON 2024, Shri Biswanath Chattopadhyay ji. He is the CEO IVL Dhansari Petrochem Industries Private Limited, Kolkata, a chemical engineer from HBTU Kanpur class of 1980, more than 44 years in polyester industry and worked for JK Synthetics, Reliance Industries and many other. His forte is building large-scale petrochem plants from conception to commissioning. So with these words, I would request sir to please address the gathering. Please give him a huge round of applause, everyone, please.
Thank you. Honorable Director, NIT Jalandhar, Professor Kanojia, a guest of honor, Professor Joseph Smith, President of American Institute of Chemical Engineers 2025, who is watching us online, Registrar of NIT Jalandhar, Professor Bansal, President of IICHE, Sri Sunil Thakkar, Honorary Secretary, IICHE, Professor Sunil Baran Koila, Head, Chemical Engineering Department, Dr. Poonam Gera, Chairman, Local Organizing Committee, Professor Mithilesh Jha, Organizing Secretary, Professor Shailendra Bajpai. Namaskar. A very good morning to all delegates, council members, professors, research scholars, industry experts, senior students, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As Chairman, National Organizing Committee, I wholeheartedly welcome all to this vibrant Chemical Engineering Congress. I am hopeful that this conference will be of considerable importance to research scholars, senior students, educators, industries, and above all, new startups. Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers facilitates structured collaboration between the academia and industry through a sustained dialogue, interactions, seminars, technical conferences, and above all, through its flagship annual international conference, Chemical Engineering Congress, that is CHEMCON. This year, the theme is Role of Chemical Engineering towards Sustainable Development and Atmanirbhar Bharat. For the benefit of the foreign delegates, Atmanirbhar Bharat means self-reliant India. Over the years, chemical engineering has evolved as the principal genesis, meeting the needs of the mankind. The study of chemical engineering science, too, has changed in tandem with modern developments, global climate change, energy conservation, and sustainability requirements. Although molecular engineering and nanotechnology still play a big role in chemical engineering with greater application of artificial intelligence, major advances in computational capabilities will transform the application of chemical engineering. Today's world demands that facet of engineering science has become more sustainable, which shall ensure the human growth. Many reputed international scientists and speakers participating in this conference shall deliberate on the role of chemical engineering on sustainable future development. Global warming is a humongous challenge, and many researchers are engaged in developing an alternative fuel like green hydrogen, which will not emit carbon dioxide. Hence, chemical engineers have to continuously innovate and develop products for a safer world. With a bold vision grounded in Indian realities, Atmanirbhar Bharat argues compellingly that India is at an inflection point that cannot be ignored. India can grow at 8% annually by reforming the economy jealously, doubling down on the sound politics implemented since last one decade. Since 2006, when its GDP per capita was equal to India's current level, China exploited its demographic dividend to grow at about 8% for about 2 decades. Similar growth for the next 2 decades will make India a $55 trillion economy by 2047, 100 years of our independence. Through meticulous research and insightful analysis, it has been established that India's growth to Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is self-reliant India, shall rest on 4 key pillars: macroeconomic emphasis on growth, microeconomic focus on social and economic inclusion, a vision of ethical health creation, a strategy of virtuous cycle triggered by investment. The India chemical industry, a significant contributor to the nation's manufacturing sector, is undergoing a crucial transformation driven by Atmanirbhar initiative. The Indian chemical industry is a powerhouse valued at around $200 billion and projected to reach $300 billion by 2026. It boasts a growth rate of 10% annually, encompassing over 80,000 products and contributing 18% of the country's manufacturing output. The Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative recognizes these challenges and aims to create more self-reliant, challenging sectors. Emphasis shall be given to focus on specialty chemicals, boosting domestic manufacturing, innovation, research and development, infrastructure development. Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers has dedicated itself for achieving a self-reliant India by the time India turns 100. IICHE's collaboration with Society of Chemical Engineers Japan, which started with the Kanpur ChemCon, is taking shape now. For the first time, Indo-Japan Joint Symposium will be held during the 90th annual session of Society of Chemical Engineers Japan in Tokyo University of Science and Technology in Tokyo from 12th to 14th March 2025. I am hopeful that in future, IICHE will have greater collaboration with AICHE, CSCHE, SCEJ, and European Institute. The Society of Chemical Engineers Japan will start accepting applications for the SCEJ Award for Outstanding Asian Researchers and Engineer for the year 2025. Applicants must be under the age of 45 as of 15th of February 2025. I have contributed to research and technological developments in the field of chemical engineering. Applications will be accepted by 15th February 2025. I just received a communication from the president of SCEJ just yesterday evening, so I'm just reading it out. Anybody, any research scholars who are doing a great job, he can contact me, I can recommend probably. So these 4 days, we shall listen to many talks on the various progresses in research, new products in the chemical engineering. Let us all encourage our speakers by turning out in large numbers in their respective sessions. I take this opportunity to thank all our esteemed sponsors for their generous help to make this event a grand success. I salute each member of the organizing committee, subcommittees, and all student volunteers who have toiled their day and night making this CHEMCON a great success. Special thanks to the management of NIT Jalandhar and Doaba Regional Center of Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers for organizing this CHEMCON 2024. Thank you all for giving me a pleasant hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary, IICHE, Dr. Sunil Baran Koila, is also present with us today. He is having an industry experience of more than 13 years, and he is a professor at Haldia Institute of Technology and presently the head of Chemical Engineering Department. So now I invite Dr. Koila to please address the gathering. Sir, please.
Respected dignitaries on dais and of the dais. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege and pleasure to welcome all the esteemed dignitaries to this very special morning at the inauguration of CHEMCON 2024, the 77th Annual Chemical Engineering Congress. Also, I convey my sincere thankfulness to the organizers of this edition of CHEMCON, the Doaba Regional Center of IICHE, and of course the authorities of Babasaheb Ambedkar National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar. In today's turbulent world, where survival of human civilization is at a serious threat due to the phenomena of global warming and consequently the climate change, the importance of humanity's search for sustainability has become critical. Chemical engineering and chemical engineers play a very important role in this search for this sustainability. Against this background, the central theme of this year's CHEMCON, that is the role of chemical engineering in sustainable development and Atmanirbhar Bharat, is very appropriate, and it will set in motion very important discussions and deliberation by experts and authorities over the next 4 days. So ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all again for joining us here and wish you a very productive and enriching at CHEMCON 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So we also have with us the President IICHE, Shri Sunil Undulal Thakkarji. Shri Thakurji has more than 40 years of experience in industry and has also been associated with Gujarat Narmada Fertilizer Corporation. So with these words, may I request Shri Sunil Indulal Thakurji to kindly address the gathering, please. A huge round of applause for him as well.
Good morning, everybody. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and online platform. Galaxy of our chemical engineering fraternity, including the speakers, fellow council members, and delegates, invited guests, esteemed members from industries and business. It is my great privilege and pleasure this morning to stand on the dais and welcome you all on behalf of Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, IICHE, to the 77th Chemical Engineering Congress, CHEMCON as it is widely known. Friends, chemical engineering, as we all know, is intrinsically linked with every details of human life, starting from the toothpaste we use every morning to the making of the comfortable mattresses for our good night's sleep. The field is continuously evolving as we look at it from human, social, economic, and environmental perspectives. As a rule, growth has been bringing its own challenges, jeopardizing sustainability, which is directly or indirectly has close links with all aspects of human civilization. The United Nations has defined sustainable development as development that meets the need of the present without compromising resources for future generations. It involves balancing economic growth, environmental care, and social well-being. The central theme for this year's CHEMCON, that is the role of chemical engineering in sustainable development and Atmanirbhar Bharat, sets the tune for CHEMCON 2024 to proceed over the next 4 days. I believe you will agree that the theme is most pertinent in the context of the recent time. Let me touch upon a few important points to set the ball rolling. Let us see environment and sustainability. Adaptability was a precondition for Darwin's survival of the fittest. But now, survival has additional challenges created by our relentless run for worldly comfort and material development. Over the ages, relentless burning of fossil fuels as primary source of energy has led to GHG's emission, resulting in global warming and consequently the climate change, devastating floods, tornadoes, and cyclones, droughts, adverse consequences on biodiversity and agriculture, etc., that are taking place across all the continents with increasing regularity and intensity are testimony to the magnitude of the deepening crisis. According to a global study published in Lancet, various human health threats emanating from climate change have reached unparalleled proportion in many countries, including India. Simultaneously, indiscriminate exploitation of natural resources has resulted in their irretrievable depletion, threatening the dire energy crisis by the year 2060 at the prevailing consumption rate. The growing population, increasingly hostile climate, and dwindling natural resources are going to be a lethal combination. Thus, the humanity must act now and promote viable alternatives. I would term it as delayed foresight. As we have woken up after a long pause, but still we have time and we need to rush. Herein comes the concept of sustainability, which has emerged as one of the most important catchphrases of our time. Chemical engineering is perhaps the most versatile discipline that is integrally linked with all the major facets of sustainable and holistic world: climate change, green energy, food and health, water, air, and so on. The main challenges to the path of sustainability and prospective solutions are from energy and environment. Consistent and affordable energy sources are a basic need for industrial growth. Fossil fuels generate huge amount of CO2, the major contributor of GHG's release, accounting for 60% of the total heat trapped in the atmosphere. The present level is crossing almost 420, alarming 420 ppm now. Combating measures like carbon capture, renewable energy source, etc., have to be evolved. Globally, carbon capture and storage technologies are a potential solution to remove part of the CO2 emissions and make the atmosphere clear. But the energy efficiency, capex, environmental risks, and applicable scale need to be improved. IEEFA study says that 10 out of 13 major flagship projects have failed or underperformed of carbon capture against design capacity. Also, it is difficult to control and trap 23% of the global CO2 emission generating source, that is transportation. For that, electronic vehicles or electrical vehicles are gaining increased popularity. However, there are still scopes of improvement regarding battery capacity, charging period, weight, disposal, etc. Another avenue, that is hydrogen operated vehicles, are being considered with all seriousness, and India's first hydrogen train is about to make its trial journey. To resolve GHG's emissions and depleting resources, renewable energy sources such as wind, solar, hydro, geothermal, etc., and nuclear power are getting developed as sustainable alternatives. Hydropower, where India stands fifth largest globally with 46,000 megawatt installed capacity in 22-23, or 11.3% of total power generation. Ocean energy energies that can be derived from ocean waves can also not be neglected. But the limitation in renewable sources, like their dependence on the ambient or seasonal, locational footprint requirements, distribution requirements, storage requirements, on-demand availability, affordable technology, geological issues, etc., are still subjects of the research and further investigation. Nuclear power, despite misgivings and fear of accidents like Chernobyl or Fukushima Daiichi, is again gaining acceptance as a non-polluting energy source. The call is to properly design and operate safely. France is developing a recycling technology to overcome the limitations in disposal of atomic waste tailings. Plastic pollution is another threat. It is getting menacing proportion across the world. Waste plastic used in making roads, building construction, recycling, etc., needs to be further implemented. Scientists in Germany have already discovered a fungi which can eat plastic, but the side products are that it generates CO2 and take only certain type of plastics. Water is again an important resource for sustainability, and specifically in certain part of the world. 70% of the world water of the earth is water, and more than that, 96% is in the ocean, which is salty and saline. So apart from water conservation, wastewater purification and recycling in domestic and industrial sectors, conversion of saline water to usable water by desalination plant is acceptable mechanism to address the water scarcity. The challenges are reducing energy consumption, which is almost 30 to 50% of desalinated water, production cost and waste treatment, which is almost 1.5 liter brine for every liter of desalinated water produced. Apart from above area, chemical engineers on the path of sustainability, they have to think on green energies, and many things are also being implemented on industrial scale also, that is green energy. Another important field is AI and IoT. ML, machine language, automation, that is very important to hasten the things and speed up the things and be very, means evaluation very specifically and as per focus. Nanotechnology and nanomaterials, biotechnology, etc. are also evolving field. Circular economy, apart from three traditional concepts like reduce, recycle and reuse, the focus is shifting to more R's, that is refuse, redesign, repair, refurbish, renovate, recover, return, remanufacture and rethink for sustainable future. Let us see India's roadmap to sustainable self-reliance, that is Atmanirbhar and beyond. The self-reliance or Atmanirbhar Bharat movement has been major step for achieving sustainability as it addresses vital financial empowerment. Atmanirbhar Bharat concept started very late. In 2024, it took its renewed flight, and then in 2020, the Abhiyan achieved results in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, when the whole world was suddenly found itself struggling for the very survival based on the major pillars, that is economy, infrastructure, systems, demography and demand. This campaign for Atmanirbharta is focused on achieving inclusive economic growth with ecological balance while emphasizing promotion of circular economy. The takeoff to self-reliance is fully supported by the state policies focused on motivation of investment, ease of business, infrastructure development, etc. from the perspective of chemical engineering and allied fields, PCPIR and whatnot, the dedicated parks, etc. are the government or statutory or policy favorism for the Atmanirbharta. India is poised to take leading role in the global mission to a sustainable industrial growth. The enthusiasm is evident in recent surges of global patent filing applications from India. In 2023, it shows 15.7%. World average is 2.7%, my friends, out of which is sixth highest as per World Intellectual Property Organization, China being the leader. Fast-growing Indian economy is poised to be globally third largest within 3 years, as said by many of the SNPG, IMF, Finance Ministry and so on. India is the second largest exporter of chemical dyes and dyestuff as well as agrochemicals in the world. It is ahead in export of vaccines. It is the world's sixth largest producer of the chemicals and third largest in Asia, contributing to 7% of India's GDP. India's chemicals and petrochemicals market, valued at $220 billion USD in 2023, is projected to grow by USD 3 billion USD by 2030 with 8.1 CAGR. In biotechnology, India ranks among the top 12 destinations. In the biopharma sector, India has emerged as the top suppliers of low-cost drugs and vaccines. India also has a strong biosimilar ecosystem with Indian pharmaceutical companies leading the market in this segment. Talking about bio, IT and services, India is major player in contract manufacturing, research and clinical trials. For that matter, outside the US, India boasts the most US FDA approval plants globally. Sustainability from the Indian perspective must refer to sustainable agriculture in view of the food security of a large population. To promote sustainable agriculture practices and innovations in agro-technologies, Department of Biotechnology has funded 51 Biotech Kisan, that is Biotech Krishi Innovation Science Application Networks hubs, connecting Indian farmers with scientists and institutes for information on soil health, irrigation and new agro-technologies. From the Indian perspective, one of the most formidable challenge is to control population rise, which again is projected to be world highest by 2039. Air pollution is another matter of grave concern, along with the level of toxicity in Indian rivers. Though authorities have designed some specific programs, India needs result-oriented drives, more stringent enforcements of the relevant laws, and sincere public awareness to mitigate the issues. India's chemical industry is poised to take flight with the growing closure of plants in EU and China due to environment concerns, and growing demand and China plus one strategy leading to favorism shift by end user for India and positive outlook for India. Another important aspect in chemical industries is that of the safety, which is again a societal aspect of sustainability, I would say that, as it is linked with the issues of property and life. Thereby, it pains when we hear about the accidents happening in our chemical industries or anywhere for that matter. Of course, there are multiple reasons and many are beyond and reach of, or domain of chemical engineers. But it always important that we do our best and strive hard to achieve the absolute zero goal of accidents. What is IICHE's vision now? In tune with the prevailing milieu, IICHE has developed an ecosystem of its own, closely involving academia and industry as well as other important stakeholders. In the fast-changing global landscape of today, IICHE has been resetting its priorities and functions to advocate for a sustainable habitat, and one important part of that is to develop an updated regimen of training and mentoring in the chemical engineering sector. IICHE's proximity to industries, academia, several research bodies and policy influencers positively helps the institute to play the this facilitating role constructively. Lastly, I want to say that challenges are many in the path towards attaining sustainability and self-reliance of our Atmanirbharta. The job and responsibilities of the chemical engineers in India are multidimensional. During the next 4 days, I will be keenly listening to the experts, researchers and technocrats who will dwell in depth on various aspects of this spectrum. You will surely have takeaways which can be applied at your place. As I conclude my address, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all and wishing you all a very happy, rewarding and prosperous New Year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you once again for sharing your valuable insights with all of us today. So, dear all, we are honored to have with us Professor Ajay Bansal, sir, who is currently serving as the Registrar of the Institute, and he is a professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering and is the Vice Chairman, LOC. He is also a Fellow of Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, Institute of Engineers, and Indian Chemical Society. He is also a council member presently and has served IICHE in various capacities, including its vice president for 2 terms. Sir has an overall experience of more than 31 years. So with these words, I take this opportunity to call upon Professor Ajay Bansal, Registrar NIT Jalandhar, to kindly share his words of wisdom with us on this occasion. Everyone, a big round of applause for him.
Thank you, Dr. Tarun. Honorable Chief Guest of today's inaugural session, Dr. Raj Bhushanji Chaudhary, Minister of State for Jal Shakti Mantralaya, Bharat Sarkar. Guest of Honor, Professor Joseph D. Smith, President, AICHE. Professor B.K. Kanojia, Director and Chairman, BOG, NIT Jalandhar. Shri Sunil Indulalji Thakkar, President, IICHE. Chairman, National Organizing Committee, Shri Vishwanath Chattopadhyay ji, Chairman LOC, Dr. M.K. Jha, Secretary IICHE, Professor S.B. Kuila, my fellow colleagues, Dr. Poonam Gera, Dr. Shailendra Vajpayee, dignitaries of the dais, delegates, invited guests, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. It's indeed absolute pleasure and honor for me to welcome you all in the 3rd consecutive CHEMCON at NIT Jalandhar after a gap of every 6 years, 12, 18 and now 24. delegates and guests, I welcome you all at the very beginning to the land of 5 rivers, Punjab, or better we know it as Punjab. Punjab is land of gurus, and we know that all these gurus helped us save this part of India and the rest part of India from the invaders that came from the west. Not only that, but they gave their teachings from time to time, and very good verses in the name of spirituality written in the verses of Guru Granth Sahib Ji. I would take only 7 words from the Guru Granth Sahib, one of its verse that says, Pavan Guru Pani Pita Mata Dharat Mehet. The words are very similar to Hindi, and most of you must be understanding. Pavan Guru means the status of air is as good as Guru, because it is a pran shakti for us. We inhale it and only then we can survive it. Pani, or the water, has the status equal to father, or in other words, it is, I call in Hindi, it is palak. There is no life without water. There is no life without father. We cannot survive. He helps us at all the moments. And the nature or the entire earth has been equated with the nomenclature as its mother. We also call mother nature. So, and the last word is mehet. Mehet is mahatavta or importance. Means these three words, air, water and earth, they are the supreme. Without that, our living cannot be feasible. And if we look at today's theme of this CHEMCON, sustainability, aren't we talking about these 3 words only? Pavan, Pani, and Earth, or the Dharti. So whatever is written in our scriptures, that is what we are reinventing or refolding to find out that what we need to do today. It is also said that earth or the nature has enough for humans' need, but it cannot fulfill its greed. So whatever is required for our necessity, we have to take it from the nature, but we cannot always keep it spoiling, and that's why now we are talking about sustainability, and we have come to the expectations of the time to curb the menace to the nature that we have created in last, especially 1 century. Ladies and gentlemen, our President, Professor Shri Sunil Indulalji Thakur, has given a very elaborate lecture, covered all the length and breadth. I won't take much time, but I would like to quote Professor G.D. Yadavji, those who are regular visitors of CHEMCON, they know his tagline that God is a chemical engineer. All of us know that. And he has also put a caution to that, but chemical engineers should not always think that they are God. They cannot be God. Today morning, an incident happened that, since all we know that the weather is very inclement, and it started raining almost at 4 o'clock, and Dr. Vajpayee called me, sir, it's raining, what will happen? I thought that G.D. Yadavji had said that God is a chemical engineer. So we all know that when there is a CHEMCON, every chemical engineer wants to attend the CHEMCON, and how God will come. So he sent his showers as blessing to this occasion to be with us. So we should take it that way, that God has blessed us with these showerings or tiny drops that he has put on us. So with these words, I hope that the warmth of our hospitality and the heat and the energy that is enthused or generated during the discussions of various sessions at the technical and other parallel interactions, that will not let you feel the winter that is very, very bad in this time. Weather till yesterday was very good. It has just changed its mode today only. And with these words, I would again welcome you all to this beautiful campus of NIT Jalandhar. And another thing I would say that the volunteers, the organizing committee, the administration has done its best to make you all comfortable. And I hope that your stay will be really comfortable. But being human, there are lapses, and if there are any lapses, please let me know personally at my address registrar@nitj.ac.in. And if there is, if you find anything good about ChemCon or NIT Jalandhar, please let the world know that what we are best at. Thank you all for being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And indeed, ChemCon and NITJ has been blessed by God today. So moving on, now we are privileged to have with us a worthy director, Professor Binod Kumar Kanojia, who has always been instrumental in the upliftment of teaching, learning, and research standards in the institution. During his tenure so far at NIT Jalandhar, he has initiated numerous schemes aimed at benefiting students, faculty, and staff. Under his able guidance and leadership, NIT Jalandhar has achieved remarkable rankings. His achievements and dedications to the academic domain serve as an inspiration to one and all. Sir, we are truly honored by your gracious presence in this inaugural ceremony. Please join me in welcoming Sir for sharing his words of wisdom with us all. Sir, please.
Thank you. So, honored dignitaries and guests, President American Institute of Chemical Engineers 2025, Professor Joseph D. Smith, President Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers 2024, Sri Sunil Indulal Thakur, Chairman, National Organizing Committee and CEO, Dhunsari Petrochemical Industry Private Limited, Kolkata, Sri Vishwanath Chattopadhyay ji, Chairman, Local Organizing Committee and Principal, Muzaffarnagar Institute of Technology, Muzaffarpur, Professor Mithilesh Kumar Jha, Vice Chairman, Local Organizing Committee and Registrar of the Institute, Professor Ajay Bansal, Professor K.K. Pant, Director IIT, Roorkee, Professor Shishir Sinha, DG, CPET, Professor Sunil Baran Koela, and Head of Department, Dr. Poonam Gera. Organizing Secretary of the Congress, Professor Shailendra Bajpayee, members of a National Executive Council, IICHE, past President, IICHE, Press and Media. It is with a great pleasure and privilege that I welcome you all to the 77th annual session of the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers being organized at our institute. Our country has launched a Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, an initiative to make India self-reliant by strengthening its economic foundation and give new direction to its development journey. This mission is built on key pillars such as economy, demography, systems, demand in infrastructure. The organizer have very rightly kept the theme for this year international conference, the role of chemical engineering towards sustainable development and Atmanirbhar Bharat. Chemical engineers have always played a vital role in addressing a global challenges such as climate crisis, rising carbon footprints, and clean energy transition. They are at a forefront of developing cleaner fuels, conserving resources, reducing waste, and mitigating environmental pollution. Through these efforts, chemical engineers are instrumental in driving sustainability and innovations, which align perfectly with the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. We are gathered here to explore the latest advancement in a chemical and allied discipline and to highlight their crucial role in shaping a sustainable and self-reliant India. I commend the efforts of the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, Doba Regional Center, and the Department of Chemical Engineering for organizing this mega event. Let me take this opportunity to share some information about our institute. The institute is spread in a 154 acre. The institute has a home to around 6,000 students and has a consistently demonstrated excellence in academics, research and innovations. Ranked 58th in the NIRF ranking, the institute is also well positioned in QS and the international ranking, highlighting its global reputation. I feel proud to share that our faculty has excelled in research, publishing 1,155 articles in prestigious international journals in 2024. The introduction of a new IPR policy has resulted in a publication of over 100 IPR in the last 4 years, and faculty members have also secured 87 external funded projects worth of 40 crore and generated 3.71 crore through consultancy project last year alone. The institute has also been sanctioned 3 FIST projects worth of 5.5 crores and 2 Center of Excellence 5G and beyond, and cyber security is around of more than 22 crore. The institute has an impressive 90% placement record, with the highest package offered this year being 52 lakhs. To nurture creativity, innovation and entrepreneurial skills, institute has established a technology business incubation TBI and space technology incubation center STIC, funded by ISRO to support the budding engineers and aspiring entrepreneurs. Over the past year, the institute has hosted 7 international conferences and over the 65 academic events. We have been awarded 9 Gyan courses by the Ministry of Education, and our collaborative efforts have resulted in a 50 plus international research collaboration and numerous MOUs with the national and international organizations. Strengthening our academic and research ecosystem, recently the institute signed a MOU with IIM Visakhapatnam for a dual degree program allowing students to pursue a MBA degree online from IIM Visakhapatnam while completing their degree program in NIT Jalandhar. As a part of infrastructure development, a grant of rupees 240 crore has been sanctioned under a HEPA for a construction of 2 state-of-the-art academic blocks, hostels and residential facility. I hope that discussions and insight shared during this conference will promote innovation in chemical engineering and contribute to achieving the goal of a sustainable development in Atmanirbhar Bharat. As discussed by Professor Ajay Bansal, and some of the problem we have seen that in our country, one of air pollution in Delhi or some of a city we have seen that, and president of this IICHE, he has discussed that there is a challenge of a chemical engineers. Even that he has discussed the problem solved by the electrical engineers. And Professor Ajay Bansal has discussed that the God is a chemical engineers. If you are not able to solve the problem of our air pollution and plastic, then God should be a electrical engineer. So I think that this conference should take a challenge to solve our problem. So I sincerely thank the foreign delegates, industry leaders and academic stalwarts from India and abroad for their active participation in this event. I extended my heartfelt wishes for the grand success of the conference. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for such inspiring words. Now, the guest of honor for today's event is Professor Joseph D. Smith, the President of American Institute of Chemical Engineering. I'll take a moment to introduce him to you all. Professor Joseph D. Smith has a PhD in chemical engineering with over 30 years of experience in chemical and petrochemical industry. Dr. Smith has worked for Dow Chemical Company, Cabot Corporation, Koch Industries and Idaho National Laboratory. He has served as faculty at Tennessee Technological University, University of Michigan, University of Illinois, Urbana, and University of Tulsa. Currently, Dr. Smith holds Wayne and Gale Laufer Endowed Energy Chair at Missouri University of Science and Technology, where he also serves as the director of the Energy Research and Development Center. He has published over 40 papers, holds 8 patents, and authored many books. He is the professor of Linda and Bipin Doshi Department of Chemical and Biochemical Engineering at Missouri University of Science and Technology. And thanks to technology, we have him here with us online. So please.
AICHE's president for 2025. I'm also a professor of chemical engineering at the Missouri University of Science and Technology and the chief technology officer at Elevated Analytics, LLC. It's my privilege and honor to be with you virtually today, who represent many global sectors in the chemical industry. Today we live in an amazing time where space travel has become routine. Fusion reactors are much more than just a dream, and cures for cancer are improving life quality. It's truly a great time to be a chemical engineer, and I'm excited to lead AICHE as president in 2025. At this conference, you will recognize and hear many outstanding chemical engineers and about their contribution to our profession. It's my honor to be invited to share a few minutes with you during this inaugural session of this meeting. At this year's annual AICHE Gala, held earlier this month in New York City, our theme was Inspiring the Power of Good. We know that the only way to accomplish this theme is by cultivating and engaging a fully inclusive workforce built from diverse and talented professionals who can play key roles in addressing global challenges. In keeping with our theme, I'd like to reflect on how we, as individuals, as organizations, and as a chemical engineering community, can inspire the power of good through our endeavors to address the world's global challenges. By cultivating and engaging a fully inclusive workforce built to attract and motivate diverse and talented professionals, chemical engineers are uniquely trained to solve society's great challenges. To do this, we must attract and retain the best and brightest to pursue careers in chemical engineering and to keep them fully engaged. I'm proud of the great work AICHE has done in this area, guided by our ideal principles of inclusion, diversity, equity, anti-racism, and learning. Nearly a decade ago, the AICHE Foundation started its Doing a World of Good campaign, which aims to expand chemical engineering's global impact through 5 transformative priorities. Our first priority is focused on safety and ethical practice. Traditionally, students working in the University Unit Operations Laboratory did not receive the needed training in safe work practices. AICHE has made a significant impact through our undergraduate process safety learning initiative, which has helped prepare and train over 83,000 students to enter the workforce, equipped with a better understanding and foundation in safe engineering work practices. Our next priority is education and career development, consistent with AICHE's century-long mission to provide continuing education in an ever-evolving chemical engineering profession. In 1990, a research director at the Dow Chemical Company taught me that I needed to reinvent myself every 3 years to remain relevant in the chemical industry. Today, this time has grown shorter, so lifelong learning is even more important today. One of AICHE's hallmark initiatives has been developing and implementing the Institute for Learning and Innovation, or ILI. As AICHE president and university professor, I aim to continue expanding and evolving ILI to meet the growing need we have to reinvent ourselves to remain relevant in today's increasingly technical world. AICHE's next priority is advancing research and innovation. through providing world-class fellowships and awards such as the Langer Prize for Innovation and Entrepreneurial Excellence. This award, named for Bob Langer, the most cited engineer in history, recognizes and encourages next world innovation and contribution to society. To date, 6 Langer Fellows have been awarded and are continuing to push the engineering boundaries to develop technical and commercial innovations, including finding new cures for debilitating diseases, building new organs, and applying biosciences to provide sustainable energy to the world. Another AICHE priority is to collaborate with other chemical engineering institutes, such as the Indian Institute for Chemical Engineers, to help change perceptions about what chemical engineers do in society. Our efforts to include a recently launched public awareness campaign, Be a ChemE, as well as expanding our collaborations with iChemE through the H2CERC project, and to document and recognize the contributions of process engineering at the Science History Institute. As president in 2025, I will focus on expanding our global collaborations. AICHE's 5th priority is to attract and retain the best and brightest for our profession, integrating the ideal principles in all our endeavors. We must attract and leverage the broadest possible array of top talent and perspectives for the chemical engineering profession. Throughout this conference, I know you'll be inspired by the progress being made to shape our global chemical engineering profession. I look forward to working together with the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers as we inspire the power of good in our society. Thank you for your invitation to speak today, and have a great conference.
Thank you, sir. And I hope in future we'll see many outcomes of the collaboration between AICHE and IICHE. So now moving on, Dr. Raj Bhushan Chaudhary, the Honorable Union Minister of State for Jal Shakti, Government of India, is the chief guest of the inaugural ceremony of CHEMCON 2024. But because of an urgent meeting, the Honorable Minister could not join us personally today. However, he has sent his best wishes for the success of this conference and has sent us a video message we'll just play shortly.
First of all, I am extremely sorry that I could not be able to attend CHEMCON 2024 since Honorable CM of Bihar has decided to visit my constituency. I am thankful to Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers for inviting me as a chief guest. Mr. M.K. Jha, Principal MIT Muzaffarpur, will read my message. Thank you.
So I request Professor Jha to kindly read his message.
I am glad to know that Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, Doaba Regional Center, is organizing 77th annual session of the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar, from December 27 to 30, 2024. The theme of the conference is Role of Chemical Engineering towards Sustainable Development and Atmanirbhar Bharat. It is pertinent to mention here that the foundation of this organization was closely connected with the nationalistic dream of a few stalwarts, making the occasion very solemn and special. The founding father of IICHE wanted to sow the seeds to raise a contingent of skilled and competent chemical engineering professionals who would be hands-on as the newly independent nation began its journey to be self-reliant. I am happy that IICHE has been steadfast in its objective and fulfilling the dream. I am extremely happy to know that National Institute of Technology Jalandhar stands in the ranking band of 661 to 680 in the prestigious QS World Ranking among Asian universities, and it is at the 202nd position among Southern Asia University. The institute ranks 58th in the NIRF ranking released for the year 2024. I wish the organizers of CHEMCON 2024 grand success.
Thank you, sir. So now we'll start with the conferred honorary fellow felicitation. For this, I would like to invite Shri Sunil Indulal Thakkarji, President IICHE, to enlighten us about this. So please. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Yes, and friends, an institute is made up of different strata. To associate with dignitaries who are brand by themselves is in fact a big fortune for the institute. We at IICHE are always look forward to associate with stalwarts of the profession. IICHE gratefully honors them as honorary fellows. They are outstanding personalities in industry, academia, research or bureaucrat, etc. And they are supportive to the institute activities. This year, we are honoring 3 such noteworthy persons of repute. Big applause for them, please. Big applause for them, please. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So as sir mentioned, this year we are honoring 3 fellows and Devi और सज्जनों, as I announce their names, आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि तालियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए. So the first fellow is Professor Binod Kumar Kanojia, and I request President IICHE, Shri Sunil Indunal Thakkarji, to honor Professor Binod Kumar Kanojia. Thank you, everyone. The next fellow to be honored today is Mr. Pradeep Kumar Agarwal, CEO, Heritage Group of Institutions, Kolkata. Please give him a huge round of applause, everybody. Congratulations. Congratulations, sir. And last but not the least, the third fellow to be honored today is Mr. Yashwant Gharpure, former Managing Director of Hindustan Antibiotics Limited. So do we have Mr. Yashwant Gharpure? Yes, please, sir, please. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Our claps should match his let us match his passion with the noise of our claps, please, everybody.
प्रदीप जी का फ्रेमिंग
आ रहे हैं सर. Many congratulations to the 3 honorary fellows. Yeah. So this inauguration session will be incomplete without the release of the souvenirs. So I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please release the souvenir. Thank you, everyone. So as already mentioned by Professor M.K. Jha, we have another felicitation for today. Our Honorable Director, NIT Jalandhar, was the guest of honor in the Platinum Jubilee program hosted at Heritage Institute of Technology, Kolkata. But due to his urgent work, he delivered his talk online. So on behalf of Heritage Institute of Technology, Mr. Prateep Agarwal, CEO, Heritage Group of Institution, would like to felicitate worthy Director Sir in this occasion. So may I request Shri Pradeep Agarwal ji to please come on the dais for the felicitation. I also request President IICHE, Shri Sunil Indulal ji Thakkar, to join him. Thank you, sir. I also request Chairman, National Organizing Committee, Shri Vishwanath Chattopadhyay ji, and Local Organizing Committee, Shri Professor M.K. Jha, to present a token of regard to Honorable Director, sir. Thank you, everyone. So now I would request the Organizing Secretary, CHEMCON 2024, Professor Shailendra Bajpai, to present the vote of thanks. So please.
Respected dignitaries sitting on the dais and off the dais, invited speakers, CHEMCON distinguished speakers, awardees, delegates, industry participants, sponsors, members of the media, faculty, staff, and my dear students. Good morning to all of you. As I was coming in the morning, I had a blank vote of thanks because I didn't have the time to prepare the one, so I'll be doing the impromptu. So let us see, how it goes. It's a difficult task to thank everyone because organizing such a grand event requires a lot of efforts. So it is not possible by one or two people, but a lot of people helps, and we want to thank all of them. First of all, I am thankful to the Almighties and all my gurus for giving us the opportunity to organize CHEMCON at NIT Jalandhar. We have already done it in 2012, 2018, and thanks God for giving us the strength and courage to do it in 2024 also. I still remember I visited HBTI Kanpur in December 2022, and CHEMCON-24 was already given. It was 26th of December in the night. I was there. Trivedi ji was also there. So it was given to IIT Guwahati. So I was, because we have already bidded as being a regional secretary DRC, so I was quite shocked and not happy with the decision, and I expressed my anguish also. But it was given to IIT Guwahati, so we acceded to that. But somehow, with the grace of God, again it came back, something happened, I don't know what happened, but it came to the NIT Jalandhar. So I'm thankful to all of you, to all the President, IICHE committee for giving us the opportunity. I'm thankful to the Honorable Minister Shri Raj Bhushan Chaudhary ji for accepting to be the chief guest for the CHEMCON 2024. I'm thankful, sir. I'm thankful to the Shri Shashi Thakkar ji, President IICHE, and his team for all round support, for giving us the CHEMCON to be the host here. I am thankful to Professor Vinod Kumar Kanodia, Director of the Institute, for granting all-round support. This event would not have been possible without his support. So a big round of applause, because we are all working under his leadership only. So whatever we are doing, we are inspired by you, sir, and we try to keep the things good. Thank you, sir. Thanks for inspiring us. I'm also thankful to Professor Smith, Professor Dalai, Professor Veera Boddu for organizing Indo-US and Indo-Canadian sessions. Sir, your support has been phenomenal to improve the quality of ChemCon this year. A special thanks to Professor K.K. Pant, Director IIT Roorkee, Professor Shishir Sinha, DG CPET, Professor G.D. Yadav, and other distinguished guests who are present here to grace the occasion at the time of inaugural ceremony. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. CPET is also our academic partner. Many thanks to you, sir. I am grateful to the chairman NOC Shri Vishwanath Chattopadhyay ji. इनके लिए शब्द कम पड़ जाते हैं, इनको जब भी हम देखते हैं तो हमें मोटिवेशन होता है. So a big round of applause for Chattopadhyay sir. He was chairman NOC for HBTU, and he is one of the most important pillar for ChemCon 2024. So we have been bugging you, sir, every morning from last 1 month. I've been calling you every morning 8 o'clock or maybe at the 10 o'clock. So thank you, sir. I'll be failing in my duty if I forget to thank Avijit Ghosh. A big round of applause for him also. Because from last 3 months I have been calling him day and night, and he has been very kind to answer all my calls. I'm thankful to Professor M.K. Jha, Chairman LOC, for guiding us with his thoughtful, and obviously he is in Muzaffarpur, but he was along with us. He went to Mumbai for the sponsorship, he went to Delhi, and he was all through with us in the journey of ChemCon-24. Thank you, sir. I'm also thankful to Professor Ajay Bansal, who is also a Registrar and Vice Chairman and LOC, and whatever we have comprehend and we have made the policy, it was his imagination, his support. So many thanks to Bansal sir. I'm also thankful to Dr. Poonam Gera, Head Chemical Engineering, and Dr. Renu Gupta, Head Center for Energy and Environment, and his team and their team, because without the support of Chemical Engineering faculty, staff, student, and Center of Energy and Environment, it is impossible to organize such a mega event. A big round of applause to Chemical Engineering and Center of Energy and Environment, all the students. I'm also thankful to Professor Subhash Chandra, the Dean Planning and Development, and all the staff associated with Dean Planning, sir. Thank you so much for making the ambience of our campus clean, green, beautiful. So his efforts are phenomenal. I'm thankful to you, sir. I'll be failing in my duty if I fail to express my deepest gratitude to Professor Anis Asdeva, who is Dean of Student Welfare, and because of him only we can get the help from the hostels, and hostels have been a phenomenal support. So a big round of applause for Professor Sasdeva also. Thank you, sir. I'm also thankful to all the CDS awardees, the delegates, the participants, the members of the media for gracing the occasion, as I said. A big thanks to the student organizing committee. You would have seen that all the guys, all the students, whether be accommodation committee, transport committee, cultural committee, printing committee, publication committee, this show is being managed by the students. So a big round of applause for all the students who have been working day and night from last 6 months. A special mention to Mohit Sehgal and his team. A great job done by all the guys. And I'm also thankful to all those names who I have unintentionally forgot to take, because they were also the pillars for arranging all this. So Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. And also I am thankful to all the sponsors, because of without their financial support it would not have been possible to manage the show. So I thank one and all for gracing the occasion here. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. So now I would request everyone to please stand up for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. All are requested to please be seated. And this concludes the inaugural session. And I hand over the stage to Dr. Sunil Barankuila, Secretary IICHE, for the award ceremony. Thank you, everyone.
So just I request all the council member to come up on the stage for a group photo. Start with the award function. So all the council members, past presidents, former council members also, Professor M.B. Raoji, please come. Yeah, all the participants are requested, please stay here. We'll complete the award function, which is most important part of CHEMCON. So please stay here. So all the council members, please come on the stage. So all the dignitaries like Sinhaji, Professor C.C. Sinhaji, P.K. Agarwal sir, please come on the dais for a group photo. Pansab, sir, come on the dais for a group photo. Yes, yes. Dr. S.K. Mishra. Sadaram ji, please. Parthiban sir, come on dash. Dalai sir. So Professor Ajay Dalai sir. बीच में उधर आप उस साइड पे चला जाइए बिठा दो ना सर हाँ सीनियर लोग हैं आ जाइए सब ठीक है नो प्रॉब्लम अरे सब सीनियर लोग हैं ना since 2000 हमने that we organize. Madam. अजय सर नहीं अरे कैसे नहीं आपके पीछे है नहीं आपके पीछे है ठीक है
All the foreign delegates, please come on the stage. And all the faculty members, staff of department.
Family of faculty members of chemical, please, on the stage, please. All chemical engineering faculty with their spouses, please come to the stage. All foreign delegates, all dignitaries, please come on the stage. All CDS invitees, distinguished guests.
কেউ আসছে? তাই তো ঠিক আছে,
এইটা
হ্যাঁ দুটো করে থাকবে। একটা প্রেসিডেন্টের কাছে দেন, আর একটা আমি বলে দিচ্ছি, আপনি ওখানে বসে যাবেন। প্রেসিডেন্ট একটা করবে, একটা ও করবে, আর তারপরে এক্সচেঞ্জ হয়ে যাবে। আমরা উইটনেসে সার্টিফিকেট। So all the staff member of Chemical Engineering Department, NIT Jalandhar, are requested to come on dais, please. स्टैम्प लेके आया आपने? मैं ले आऊँ। अच्छा ठीक है, पहला पेज वो लगा देंगे, बाकी अपना चलता रहेगा। ठीक है, मैं दूँ आपको? हाँ हाँ दीजिए। वो वाला दीजिए, स्टैम्प लगा देंगे। स्टैम्प लगा बैर की। अच्छा स्टैम्प पेज, ठीक है स्टैम्प पेज ठीक है, उसके ऊपर रखिए।
Hello. All the faculty of Department of Chemical Engineering and along with the staff members are invited on the stage, please.
कंटिन्यू
Staff members also, please. And after that, student volunteers remain ready for the next picture.
नीचे साइन पीछे नहीं হবে, এটা হচ্ছে বিটুইন দুটো লোগো।
सब पे साइन करा देंगे नीचे।
नीचे
सारे पेज पे साइन करा
सारे
देंगे,
पेज नीचे
हर पेज पे नीचे।
हाँ हाँ
हर पेज पे नीचे और लास्ट पेज पे जहाँ नाम लिखा है।
जहाँ नाम लिखा है, इसमें सारे पेज में इनिशियल होगा दोनों का। लास्ट पेज में जाके हम लोग
विटनेस का हम लोग
लास्ट पेज में
केवल हम लोग को सब पेज पे नहीं करना है, विटनेस केवल लास्ट पेज पे।
तो जब जो है
सर का सब पेज पे होगा,
ठक्कर और डीजी साहब का।
और कोई कॉपी
हाँ
आईआईसी
प्रेसिडेंट का
सिपेट।
हाँ ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट वो करेगा, झा साहब करेगा, हम लोग विटनेस में रहेंगे। सब है हम लोग, हाँ है, धवल भी है।
कौन गए? झा से?
So all the students of organizing committee are requested to come on dais, please. All the students, please come first.
All CHEMCON student organizing committee members, please, volunteers, everybody on stage, fast.
Hello. This is a makeshift arrangement, otherwise we wanted to have a big group photograph outside this auditorium.
So just we are about to start our MOU signing, so we are making ready. In between we will have a group photo. So
गोलू भी आई है? गोलू का हस्बैंड भी है क्या?
हाँ हस्बैंड
अच्छा गोलू तो दिख रही है, हस्बैंड वो टोपी पहने हैं क्या?
वही टोपी वाले ही है।
फेस नहीं याद। नाम क्या है?
विनय।
हमारा चेयर खाली है।
छोटी हाइट वाले आगे आ जाओ, लंबे वाले पीछे हो जाओ.
So now, so on behalf of the IICH Training Institute, we are going to sign 2 MOU today. So thanks to CPET and Director General Professor C.C. Sinhaji for accepting our request and agreed upon signing an MOU. And I request that DG sir along with his team, Bisal Barmaji, Director, to come on the dais. And also I request ProSim, SIM Infosys for come on the dais for signing an MOU with the IICG Training Institute. So first I request all the dignitary please sit on, be seated.
हेलो हेलो अच्छा अच्छा
So from same Infosys, Raman sir and Raghu Raman sir came here to sign MOU with IICG Training Institute. I request our President, Secretary, Registrar, Director General to sign MOU in presence of the Raman sir and Raghu Raman sir. Thank you.
नीचे जाऊँ ना मैं वाइस प्रेसिडेंट जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी के टेजे टेके ना वाइस प्रेसिडेंट जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी के टेजे टेके ना और अवार्ड फंक्शन
वाइस प्रेसिडेंट एंड
जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी
प्रेसिडेंट तो आछि
प्रेसिडेंट আছে
Hello. So now it is my honor to introduce the esteemed awardees for this year's CHEMCON. So due to lack of time, I am presenting a brief summary of their critical contributions. It is indeed a privilege for IICHE to acknowledge their important work and immensely valuable work by conferring these awards. So before to go for the award giving ceremony, I would like to invite the Vice President of IICHE, two Vice Presidents of IICHE, Registrar of IICHE, and the Joint Secretary of IICHE to come in the stage, please. Pokale sir, Sheila madam, Thakur Sahib, where is Thakur Sahib?
बेसिकली टाइम नहीं मिलता एक्चुअली वी शुड हैव
Hi. When you reach? In the night? Hey, Somen Babu.
it is on.
Sheila Madam, please. Starting the program of award giving ceremony with the award of Lala Sriram National Award for Leadership in Chemical Industry. So in this year it goes to Mr. Deepak C. Mehta, CMD Deepak Group. I would request Bhagji to come. Our President Sir, Thakur Sir is requested to keep the award. So Mr. Ashwin V. J. Desai, Mr. Deepak C. Mehta and Mr. Ashwin J. Desai. থাক না কোনো ব্যাপার না। Desai ji. Mr. Ashwin V. J. Desai.
वही सिंह विजय देसाई ना क्या आपने दीपक मेहता बोला
दीपक
सिंह
मेहता।
विजय देसाई नहीं था नहीं नेक्स्ट चले जाओ नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट ये नहीं
Okay, moving to the next award. Hordelia Award for Excellence in Basic Research in Chemical Engineering. It goes to Dr. Kingshuk Dasgupta, HBNI, Mumbai.
এই সাত পর্যন্ত করে ওইটা নিয়ে নেবে
Thank you. Dr. Kingshuk Dasgupta, please. Next award, Amod Daikem Award for Excellence in Research and Development for Chemical Engineering below the age of 35 years. And the award goes to Mr. Amit Kaushal, BARC, Trombay. So I would request Mr. Amit Kaushal to receive the award from the dais.
অ্যাওয়ার্ড মানি দেওয়া হবে ওটা
Okay, next is Dr. K. Anji Reddy, Innovator of the Year in Chemical Engineering and Technology in India by publishing in the reputed journal, International Journal and Chemical Engineering and Biotechnology a Patents of Merit. And this year it goes to Dr. M. Rajasimhan, Annamalai University. Give a big round of applause.
ওকে 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 আপনি একটু চলে আসুন হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ চলে আসুন এখানে
So one announcement is there because with the award some prize money is also there. So I would request all awardees to send their bank details so that directly we can send their account the money, the award money. Next is Padma Shri Professor G.D. Yadav and Dr. Mrs. Basanti G. Yadav Award for the most versatile chemical engineering. So Yadav sir was there. I think I would invite Yadav sir here to present this award. Okay. Okay, okay. We will take this award later. Heritage Institute of Technology Award for Innovative Research and Sustainable Process Development. This is, so I would request, I would invite Pradeep Agarwal ji. And this award goes to Mr. Pankaj Managing Director of GNFC Limited. Pankaj Joshi ji. Okay, on behalf of Pankaj Joshi, representative is collecting the award. Next is Professor A. Surya Narayana and Mrs. Bhanaja Kasi Award for the best author of chemical engineering book and book chapter. And the award goes to Dr. Himanshu Pradeep Kohli, SBNIT. Next award is Professor Venkataswara Rao and Srimati Anjani Devi Malapati Endowment Lecture Award on Green Energy and Environment of Sustainable Development. So Professor M.B. Rao is there here. Sir, Professor Rao, I would invite you on the stage. And this award goes to Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, Pro VC, Jadavpur University, and sir, please come on the rise. A big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Next is Shah Suleiman Award for the best PhD thesis in the area of colloid and interface science for 2023. And the prizes goes to Dr. Harini Gunda, IIT Gandhinagar, and guide is Dr. Kabir Jasuja, IIT Gandhinagar, jointly with Dr. Aniket Srikant Ambekar, IIT Delhi, guide Professor Vivek V. Bowa. So both of them, I would invite both of them to come on the stage. Thank you. Dr. Harini Gunda and Dr. Aniket Srikant Ambedkar. Please mail us your bank details so that award money you can send. Thank you. Thank you. Next is Dr. A.V. Ramarao Foundation Best PhD Thesis and Research Award. And the award goes to Dr. Vinayak Namdev Kelekar, IITB. Guide is Professor Prakash D. Vaidya, ICT Mumbai. So I would invite Dr. Vinayak Damodar Kelkar. And guide Professor Prakash D. Vaidya. Prakash sir, are you there? Thank you. The Chemical Weekly Prize for Best Research Paper published in a high impact factor international journal by an undergraduate chemical engineering student. First and second prize, two prizes are there. So first prize goes to Mr. Harshit Mittal, KLETU, Karnataka. So Mr. Nitin Mittal, I think he is present, the father of Harshit. So he will receive the award. Please, please, please. Mr. Nitin Mittal is receiving the award on behalf of his son. And second prize goes to Mr. Lakshay Vasistha, BVCE. Mr. Lakshay Vasistha, are you there? I think he, Lakshay Vasistha. Yes, yes, yes. Please, please. Next is Chemical Weekly Award for the best paper published in the Institute's journal, ICE. And the four winners are there for receiving this particular award. So I would invite all of them. Dr. P. Tamila Jaghan, AU Chennai. Dr. S. Anandakumar, AU Chennai. Dr. N. Sundar, AU Chennai. Dr. K. S. Radha, RMDC, Kavarai Pettai. Are you there? Dr. P. Tamila Jaghan, Dr. S. Anand Kumar, Dr. N. Sundar, Dr. K. S. Radha. Okay, I think they are absent. We will send the award to them. Next is IICHE NRC Award Best Paper in Indian Chemical Engineer 2023. And the award goes to Dr. Minimal M, NIT Karnataka, Dr. K. Vaidya Sethi, NIT Karnataka, and Dr. M.B. Saidatta, NIT Karnataka. Dr. Minimal M, Dr. K. Vaidya Sethi, Dr. M.B. Saidatta. She is receiving on behalf of all three. Okay. Next one is the Kullur Memorial Award to the best technical paper published in the Journal of the Institute in the issue of the preceding year. Only certificate is awarded. Dr. Shivani S. Bedula and Professor G.D. Jadhav, ICT Mumbai. Dr. Shivani S. Bedula, are you there? Okay, Jadhav sir is there. So when Jadhav sir will come, we will send it to them. Next is Shishir Kumar Mitra Memorial Award to the second best technical paper published in the Journal of the Institute in the issue of the preceding year. This is also a certificate only. Dr. Abhiti Katare, IIT Guwahati. Abhiti Katare. Dr. Sapnil Sharma, IIT Guwahati. And Professor Vishnupada Mandal, the guide of them, I think. Abhiti Katare or Sapnil Sharma. Abhiti. Okay, thank you. IICT NRC Award, third best paper in Indian chemical engineer. It goes to Dr. Pritesh S. Patil, ICT Mumbai, Dr. Nitin V. Thombre, VAT Pune, and Dr. Yagna Prasad K, VAT Chennai. Professor Anand V. Patwardhan, ICT Mumbai. Dr. Pritesh, Dr. Nitin, Dr. Yagna, okay, moving to the next award. Mrs. Chinnamal Memorial Prize for Best Technical Paper presented in preceding year CHEMCON. And this prize goes to Miss Mouli Ghosh, Ahmedabad University, Miss Snigdha Khutia, Ahmedabad University, and Mr. Sridhar Dalai, Miss Mouli Ghosh and Miss Snigdha Khutia. Are you there? I think absent. Okay, moving to the next award. Kishore K. Das Memorial Prize for Best Home Paper in Associate Membership Examination. The certificate only. So AMIICHE September 2023. The certificate goes to Mr. Darshan Sinha and Pahadasina Gohil. Are you there? And for AMIICHE March 2024, the certificate goes to Mr. Vikas Kumar. Mr. Vikas Kumar. Are you? Please come. Next one is the late Lakshmi Nandakumar Award for a ladies student for the best presentation in the CHEMCON of the year. So, Miss Rakshita KM, BMS CE Bangalore, jointly with Miss Rithya Giridhar, BMS CE Bangalore. Are you there? Miss Rakshita and Miss Rithya. Anybody? Okay, moving to the next award, that is Gauri Datta Award for the best paper presentation in CHEMCON of the year. And one medal and certificate. The award goes to Mr. Mihir Patil, RVCE. Mihir Patil. Okay. Mihir is there. Okay. Next award is Dr. Mithilesh Jha and Dr. Lily Jha Award for the best promising chemical engineering teacher below the age of 50 years. So Jha sir is there. Jha sir, are you there? Jha sir? आई नहीं है. Okay, okay. Next. Sure. So candidate is not right now. He is not there. So we will announce later. Amit Arora is there? No. He is just in the outside. So he will come later. Just keep it here. Next is Ambuja's Young Researchers Award for doing postgraduate students in India after GATE examination. So there are 10 prizes. So I am just announcing one by another. Mr. Kapil Meora, Miss Revati R, ICT Mumbai, Mr. Sharon Joy, ICT Mumbai, Mr. Anirudh Subramania, ICT Mumbai, Mr. Saurabh Kantpal, MNNIT, Allahabad, Mr. Himanshu Yadav, IIT Delhi, Mr. Rohit Bharti, IIT BHU, and Mr. Rishikesh Sharma, IIT Guwahati, and Mr. Kushagra, IIT Guwahati, and Mr. Srijan Acharya, IIT Guwahati. So please come one by one. Mr. Kapil, Miss Revati, Mr. Sharon, Mr. Anirudh, Mr. Saurabh, Mr. Himanshu, Mr. Rahit, Mr. Rishikesh, yes. Mr. Rishikesh, Mr. Kushagra, Kushagra. Mr. Srijan Acharya. Okay. Srijan Acharya. Mr. Saurabh Kantpal. Next, moving to next award. Ombuja's Best Student Chapter Award. 2 prizes are there. First prize goes to IICHE Student Chapter, SSN College of Engineering, Chennai. And second prize goes to IICHE Student Chapter, Sri Venkateswara College of Engineering, Sri Perumbudur, Chennai. First prize. Yes, please. Venkateswara College. Yes. Venkateswara. Please. Sri Venkateswara College of Engineering. They own the second prize. Next one is Pidilite's Best Student Chapter Award. Pidilite's Best Student Chapter Award. And this award goes to IICHE Student Chapter SRICT Ankleshwar. SRICT Ankleshwar. Next award is MP Cherry Memorial Award. MP Cherry Memorial Award goes to Dr. Bablu Alwa. Dr. Bablu Alwa, IISER Bhopal. Dr. Bablu? Okay. MP Cherry Memorial Award, Dr. Bablu Alava. Next award is Dr. H.L. Roy Memorial Lecture, sponsored by Jacob Wolle. And this award goes to Dr. Partho Pratim Maitro. Partho Pratim Maitro, President, Strategy and Initiatives, Reliance Industries. এটা তো ওই সময় দেওয়া হয় না? This is not required to provide here, I think. This one will be during the lecture, right? This one, na? See. Okay, moving to the next award. Best Regional Center Trophy. 3 trophies are there. Category A, Category B, Best and Second Best. Category A, only 1. So in the category A, the Best Regional Center Trophy goes to Northern Regional Center IICHE. Northern Regional Center. Sir, आइए. Big round of applause. In category B, 2 prizes are there. The best of category B goes to Amaravati Regional Center IICHE. And the second best goes to Amethi Regional Center. Second best under category B goes to Amethi Regional Center IICHE. Dr. Kaushik Guha Vishwas of Amethi Regional Center.
कंट्रोलर ऑफ एग्जामिनेशन को बोले वही तो बेचे रही है
কোথায়
उत्कर्ष कंट्रोलर
ও তো দেখতে পাচ্ছি না তো রেজিস্ট্রার বললাম কন্ট্রোলার বললাম তখন সবাইকেই বললাম হ্যাঁ কোথায়
কতজন আছে
এই মেরে এনেছি এই তো ফের লাস্ট
ओ सबको बुलाया उत्कर्ष है ही नहीं ये समझ क्लियर
It is our privilege and honor to offer the fellowship. हाँ ओ अच्छा जादव सर हाँ सर सर प्लीज आइए आपका अवार्ड आप ही दीजिए Padmasri Professor G.D. Jadhav and Dr. Mrs. Vasanti G. Jadhav Award for the most versatile chemical engineering technology students in India. 2 prizes are there, best male and female. So best male prize goes to Mr. Kaustubh Raju Vadekar, ICT Mumbai. And second prize goes to Mr. Lakshay Vasistha. Lakshay Vasistha. सर गर्ल स्टूडेंट कोई नहीं था इसलिए both the prizes goes to the male student. Mr. Lakshay Vasistha BVCE. Yes. This time actually no application was there from the girls. Yes, sir. Certificate, only certificate. Paisa hai. Money will be sent online. Certificate. No, actually that time they came, they returned it to there. Yes. So that's why somewhere it is misplaced. Hey, hello.
misplaced.
Yes, yes. Because they came first time. Lakshya Vasistha. Lakshya Vasistha. Thank you, sir. Anybody is there from AU Chennai? Dr. P. Tamilajakan. So, Chemical Weekly Award for the best paper published in the Institute Journal IC 2023. Okay, nobody is there.
চিরঞ্জীব ভট্টাচার্য হয়ে গেছে এমবি রাওকে বলেছিলেন আসতে
Yes, sir. One. Shivani S. Vedula. Kulur Memorial Award to the best technical paper published in the Journal of the Institute in the issue of the preceding year. Dr. Shivani S. Vedula.
and professor
And, sir, you are Professor G.D. Jadhav. Okay, Professor G.D. Jadhav, sir. Jadhav, sir, is receiving the award of Dr. Shivani S. Vedula. Joint paper, right. Right, sir.
এই
এটা কে ছিল?
লেট লক্ষ্মী
The late Lakshmi Nandakumar Award for a lady student for the best presentation in the CHEMCON of the year 2023. Miss Rakshita came BMSc Bangalore jointly with Miss Rithi Giridhar BMSc Bangalore. Anybody is there from the BMSc Bangalore? No. Jha sir is there, Jha sir? Sir, your award recipient have come? Yes, yes, please, 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 please. Dr. Mithilesh Jha and Dr. Lily Jha Award for the best promising chemical engineering teacher below the age of 50 years. Dr. Amit Arora, NIT Hamirpur. The award goes to Dr. Hamid Arora, NIT Hamidpur. যাও 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 কোনো খুঁজে পাওয়া যাচ্ছে না সেগুলো কোথায় করেছে Okay, so last but not the least, this year we are honored and privileged to offer the fellowship of 4 members, out of which I am just announcing 3 of them, and also requested to come on the dais for receiving the honor from our side. Dr. Kulamani Parida, Distinguished Professor CSIR IMT and Director CNSC and NT Bhubaneswar. Dr. Kulamani Parida. Sir, are you there? Sir, please. Dr. Kulamani Parida, fellow, a big round of applause. Give a big round of applause for Dr. Kulamani Parida. Dr. G. Madhu. Dr. G. Madhu, Professor Emeritus, Cochin University of Science and Technology.
अच्छा मैडम आ गई, एक फोटो ले लीजिए।
हाँ। Just a minute, sir. Just a minute. Dr. G. Madhu, I think, is absent. Next is Mr. Parth.
ये भी लेके चला गया।
Announce to Kuri. Mr. Parthasarathi Chatterjee, Executive Vice President and Head Offshore, L&T Energy and Hydrocarbon. Sir, I would request you, sir, to come on stage.
आइए सर, आप आइए ना, चट्टोपाध्याय जी को बुला लीजिए।
Chattopadhyay, sir, you please come. Just a minute. Chattopadhyay, sir, is coming. Sir, please give this honor. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ja, sir. Now, your part is over, na?
हाँ हो गया।
Okay.
मैं निकलता हूँ।
Okay, thank you, sir.
हो गया। हाँ? So done.
So this is the end of award giving ceremony.
Just wait. We will start CDS.
And right now we will start the CDS lecture. क्या बोलते? So now the CDS lecture will be, first CDS lecture will be given by Sri Parthasarathi Chatterjee, Executive Vice President and Head Offshore L&T Energy Hydrocarbon. So let me allow to say something about himself. It is an honor to introduce Sri Parthasarathi Chatterjee, who has an impeccable record of over 3 decades for taking leadership role at Larsen & Toubro in various capacities. Sri Chatterjee's expertise and skill are evident in domains as diverse as project management, engineering, business strategy, development, sales, refinery, oil and gas industries, and so on. Presently, the EVP and head offshore L&T Energy Hydrocarbon, Sri Chatterjee attained many an accomplishment at L&T as the project engineer, head of marketing and business development, as well as head of international projects from the beginning of his professional career in 1992. He also worked with Reliance Industries as project manager and with Haldia Petrochemicals as project director. Sri Chatterjee's academic credentials are equally impressive. Following his BTech from Jadavpur University, Kolkata, and postgraduate diploma in business administration and management from IIM, Kolkata, Sri Chatterjee went to the University of Michigan to INCAD and to the Harvard Business School for courses in international global studies and organizational leadership. With his brief introduction, may we have the pleasure of presenting the UPL Srimati Sandra R. Saraf CHEMCON Distinguished Speaker Award 2024 to Sri Parthasarathi Chatterjee on the occasion of CHEMCON 2024.
On. Am I audible? Thank you.
चलो नीचे जाइए.
Shall I?
Yes, yes, please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, yeah, it's good afternoon. Good afternoon, the council members of Indian Chemical Engineering Congress, the organizers of CHEMCON, distinguished guest participants, speakers, delegates, and my dear chemical engineers who are studying and soon will be joining the chemical engineering fraternity in the industry or academia. It's really pleasure and privilege to be here in this occasion, and I was told by the organizer that I should talk about role of chemical engineering towards sustainable development and Atmanirbhar Bharat. It's a long title. It's very loaded. Two subjects are to be captured. One is sustainable development and Atmanirbhar Bharat. I was told I have been given about 40 minutes. Is that okay? So I will try to do my best. And while I will be talking about, mainly I will be trying to bridge the industry and the academia. That is where I think we can contribute who are coming from the industry side. If you are talking about sustainable development, there are many facets of sustainable development, social and other factors we will not be considering here now. Today we will be talking about mainly the energy part of it. How the climate change, energy transitions are making positive or negative difference. That's the background I will be touching upon, and I will try to draw some parallels that how the chemical engineering is very important towards achieving those goals which we have set. And what are the things happening in the globally, in the Indian context, and what we are expecting to get it happened in the days to come. Let me start with a bit of cynical statement. I know this is not a good start, but this is the stark reality. Climate change is real. It's happening, is happening across the globe. It's happening irrespective of global south, global north. It's happening with the developing or developed nations. It's happening whether it is rich countries or poor countries. I think that's the stark reality, and most of the cases, the temperature rise is the common phenomenon. Now, let me go forward. This is an important chart which I will take some time to explain, more to lodge the main topic where I wanted to go, but it's very important to appreciate where we are today. The as-is basis, what called here stated policy scenario, steps. What it means that today whatever the policies are existing, the way it's behaving or way it's getting implemented, what are the data today available, where we are. Obviously, if you see the emission in terms of gigaton of carbon dioxide, we are at 38. Needless to say that if we continue this way, it's yet to pick up. Of course, some of the things will be coming down in due course, but it's not enough. So that's what the things are coming, that what have been pledged. Some people talked about 2050, some targets are set for 2070, etc., etc. So all those targets, if met, then we go to what is the next called APS, announced pledges scenario. And if you see, there also we are in the range of 2 degrees. So more than the target of 1.5 degrees. If we have to contain that further, it's coming to net zero as the only solution. Further to that, which is NZE, net zero emission. Now, how we will achieve this, how much time it will take, is something which is a bit complex subjects, because it has policy, it has technology, it has affordability, it has many things involved and intertwined. So next couple of slides I wanted to present that how those complexities are unfolding and what are the important part of chemical engineering in taking it forward. I, as an energy practitioner from the industry, I will mostly touch upon from the energy perspective, and I will come to very clearly that how the energy mix is a kind of a determining factor for this transformation shift. If you see, we are at 2023. Today, coal is still one of the, oil is still there. And what is projecting in today's status that oil will come down? It's a big question mark. We are talking about oil coming down to below 25% in 2050. Gas is actually, in reality, if we know, it's increasing. And if you see, it's more than 50% is talked about the renewables. Now, these are the target sets. If you talk about the good part is that there is a good amount of investment is flowing towards the clean energy. So when some people are talking about that, if you are in the industry of fossil fuel and chemical engineering is very important part of that fossil fuel related industry, whether the relevance of the chemical engineering will get lost. The question is the clean energy means not necessarily renewables, how the efficiency factors are taking part in the even fossil fuel is the first step towards that. And that is where the chemical engineering has a very important role to play, and chemical engineers will take a very pivotal role. And that's the reason if you see the employment is something which is getting projected is very attractive even for chemical engineering during this energy transition as well. So that's the good part I wanted to convey to the young engineers, that it doesn't mean the energy transition means that the importance of the fossil fuel is coming down and the relevance of the chemical engineering is coming to a halt. Now, if this is the path, if this is what we wanted to chart, how we will move globally, how we are moving in India, and what are the things we can do together, that is the second thing I wanted to touch base. Let's come to India story. Our GDP driven, population driven energy requirement is something which is fueling, and all statistics, market studies suggest that economic improvement suggests that oil continue to be the main factors in energy mix, whereas natural gas will be predominantly increasing, coal there will be slightly tapered off, and obviously in India solar and wind energy are increasing substantially. If you see, the one vital factor is our India mission of net zero is 2070. This is the composition considering that our GDP is growing at this rate, by 2050 around 48 trillion. What will be happening? These are the things what is projected. Now, is it really true? How much we are working towards that? What is the reality? That is what I wanted to project in the industry scenario subsequently. So if you talk about today, having the levers now put forward here, this trichotomy is the today's most important debate. Whether it is affordable, whether it is accessible, and how much availability is there. As a developing nation, as a growing economy, as a subsidy-led investment, these are the things which will be determining the pace of the energy transition. If you talk about decarbonization is something which is important, but we are talking about ultra low sulfur fuel, which is a kind of a dream today, as of today. We are still processing very sulfur rich fuel. Emission control is something which will be substantially achieved if we concentrate more and more, and where things are happening is mainly because of the efficiency factors. Even in petrochemicals refinery, the efficiency factor is the main focus. So if you shift, these are the dwelling factors today, how these dwelling factors will be spanning out in future. Today we are talking about more whether it will happen, how it will happen will come to next phase when people are getting the confidence of the outcome. Crude to chemicals, there are many industry leaders here that crude to chemicals is reality and huge amount of investments are happening. There is a transformation happening in all petrochemicals and refineries. Hydrogen, besides the transportability, it's the real. We will talk about even as an L&T how we are starting the hydrogen plant in a pilot scale, and we wanted to modularize it. We have many projects running across India in this domain. So again, now the implementation phase has started, and we are going to see that how fast that investment accelerated. This is known to all, so it's more educative slides to go to the next phase, is that how the targets are set for India. But good part is that many of the targets are getting followed up and many of the things have already been achieved. For example, out of 500, 300, 200 gigawatt is already touched. Now, if you see the policy, fiscal support, dilemma, all these things are moving in a direction where we should reach that target. As Professor Jadhav was telling that why it has to be carbon neutral, why it has to be carbon negative. That's the aspiration we should be. I think that aspiration is real because now what we have started getting the advantage is seen by a wider investors. It's a bankable projects now, and there is a good amount of capital flow happening. Let me go slightly detail as far as the India picture is concerned. Transport sector I would highlight because I think very soon you will see that the EV is something which in much larger scale. I was in last month in China, and it's not only the small vehicles, the big vehicles are almost wherever I was going, and mostly in the East Coast, it's 40 to 60% of the vehicle which I saw in the road are EVs. It may not be the case right now in India, obviously, but it's soon catching up. The infrastructure is getting geared up to support this kind of a transformation. So that's something which we can expect is very in the offing. These are the two sectors where more we will be talking about the process efficiency improvement to lessen the carbon dioxide emissions. Hydrogen is still partly blue, partly gray. Still, the green hydrogen is a distant. That is what we are able to see. Mainly the surplus hydrogen of the refinery is one of the things which are happening very fast way. I think this context, if you see, that there is a kind of a transition happening, and I would urge the young engineers particularly concentrate on this opportunity. It's an evolving field. It's a field where experimentation is possible, allowed, and that is where I think the kick should come from young engineers tomorrow. And that's where the attractiveness should play a vital role in the minds of young engineers. And how I will elaborate next that how chemical engineering takes a center stage in this kind of an atmosphere. Let me go in detail. It's quite a populated slides, but I think if young engineers take away only one of this slide, I think it should be my presence here will be worth. Whether young engineers as a chemical engineering discipline wanted to be technocrat, whether they wanted to be in the policymakers, whether they wanted to join as a scientist, whether they wanted to join in the core of the industry as an application engineers. All bouquet of experience, exposure and offerings are here in the coming years in the name of sustainability, in the area of energy transition for chemical engineers. That's, I think, is the in thing we should celebrate. I would urge all my senior fraternity members to really encourage the young chemical engineers who are about to be coming and joining in the workforce, to encourage this, that this is the picture. If you agree, please give a round of applause for the young engineers to come, welcome. I really I really see a pain when people from chemical engineering are joining from other industry, let's say they call it not brick and mortar industry. I wanted to tell that it's equally cool. It's not that technological advancement, digitalization are not happening in the chemical engineering, core chemical industry. So the technological advancements that giving the same kick in the today's brick and mortar. The AIs are something which will change even the reaction kinetics, reaction mechanism, and chemical engineering and chemistry. So with that, let me move forward to something which is real, again to convince the young minds, the people who are in dilemma, that there are a lot of things happening and it's not one or two industry, it is almost in all sectors. The leading path breakers, the leading industries are present. And these are the beginning. There are going to be lot of disruption, there are going to be lot of industry participating, lot of projects coming, lot of opportunities coming. Having said that, let me tell you, if I am preaching so much, I should say it's slightly touchable, feelable, and understandable that these are the things really happening and how much it's happening, so that you slightly take away the updation as well as try to believe what we are talking about here. Not as a theory, but ESG is something which is, again, I wanted to say that chemical engineering has a pivotal role to play. If you see the green part is how this ESG will come in reality. If you see the orange part, that is where the community should take play, and how the blue part is taking care of the governance part. And how, if you see that the green part, we will ponder over it more, that how chemical engineering has a very crucial role to play. It's very obvious, but I will go into the detail. So the cornerstone of this slide is that this is how Larsen and Toubro, we are practicing the ESG and sustainability. This is our goal. Now, many of you or most of you are aware that now even stakeholder community, we have to declare that what is our goal, which is part of our even IFRS accounting system. So we have taken an oath or declaration that this will be the target for L&T while executing the projects. We are not building plans for ourselves, we are building plans for others. But while making the process of building those things, how we are taking care the water, how we are taking care the carbon emissions are the things also to be focused at. When we were talking about today EVs, if those material of construction of the cars are not taken care as a green, it's only a small part you will be taking care as a carbon dioxide emission while the car is moving. But while the manufacturing of the car, what are the things happening? I just wanted to illustrate through the car. But similarly, when we are making a plant, how much concrete is going, how much water is getting wasted, how much water conservation is happening, how much steel is green steel, how much cement is green cement. Those are the parameters which are also very important when we are talking about the next stage of CO2 emission control. How we are participating, just to give you a facets that how much it's cut across the industry it is happening. Not to boast so much about L&T, what they are doing, but I wanted to urge you to appreciate that you see the span, breadth and depth of where all chemical engineering are relevant in the sphere of sustainability. These are some of the cases actually things have happened. How in the pouring we are changing how the cement to be made green. How the usability is changing the pattern. How the reusable steel making the difference. How the wastage is coming down. How the consumption of diesel is drastically reduced in every activities of the industry. So every step what we are doing, it's not the big step, it's the baby steps. Every step in the process of making it. Because why I am concentrating on these aspects is that when we talk about the CO2 emission, we are talking about effluent, we are talking about big industry, we are only talking about what we see. What we don't see, there are huge amount of scope, what is called step 2, step 3. We have to go into that level. Small example, earlier all this manufacturing at various fabrication yards used to happen not below the gantry. It used to happen with a lot many cranes burning lot of diesel fuels. Now it is happening without any cranes, operating cranes, movable cranes. So what I am trying to excite yourself that every step there is a possibility to reduce the carbon footprint. How much we are thinking into that, that is where the difference will be. Of course, this is something which we have taken a target that we will do about 1.5 to 2 million saplings every year. Now this is why I am bringing it is that this is extremely important not only for the established setup to make a difference. It can be everywhere. In my industry, whether it is energy industry in the onshore or in the middle of water, there are ample of use cases where I can demonstrate that the things are happening, and it is happening because people are thinking, people are creatively stretching themselves, they are innovating that how things can be more green. And that thinking and creative and innovation outcome can come mostly by chemical engineering practices. I will just touch base this, but these slides are available for further reference if somebody wants to deep dive into the technical part of it. Huge amount of recycling is being thought through, which are not part of the project permanent establishment, permanent facility, how it can be reused, whether it is an engineered item, whether it is a non-engineered item. Next phase, I will touch base the Atmanirbhar part. But before that, I wanted to tell you that this is our GDP. But the sad part of it, that how much or how many people are participating in this GDP. And that's also a kind of debate, whether it is really 60% or if you take the productivity or low productivity, it may be even coming down to 40 or below 50% for sure. Now, how to increase this participation in the GDP? We talked about 45 trillion by 2050, actually if the increase of participation happens, then it may be a real or even it may be faster. Why I am talking about that is that there is a good amount of skill set renewal is required. Skill set. So the second part, what is important very much is that today, whether it is service sector, whether it is manufacturing sector, or even which is not, maybe you feel at times agricultural sectors, the productivity, skill sets and technology. These three are the things which will make a difference, and in which I think the chemical engineering has a great part to play. As a part, just to give an example, what are the things happening in the industry? We have set up in the remote village, we have done a kind of a study that where from the workmen come, maybe Bihar, UP, some part of, Orissa. Those are the areas, if you develop skill development, if you show what way skill can be developed, if you give some kind of a subsidy, the kind of extent of people participating in the labor force are incredible. I will give you some examples which are real. Even the women participation, the female participation in GDP, female participation in the productive labor force are incredibly higher. This is one example, many of you know. This is our pride of India. We built it, L&T, Statue of Unity. If you see the height, it is 183 meters. Just to give an idea, Statue of Liberty is 93 meters. So it is double of Statue of Liberty. It is the largest statue in the world, tallest statue in the world. I don't know how many people have visited this place. If you go there, all the cart, the battery operated car, are driven by the women in the nearby tribal areas. All the steel which are used are collected from the various parts of the Gujarat village and recycled. But to the young engineers, this is also cool, because to build this, we had about 1.2 million components. When we took those components to site, it was an impossible puzzle that which one will fit where. We spread across, we ran a drone over it, all parts were RFID coded, and drone was selecting which one to pick up and where to fit. So I just wanted to give you an example of one project can be the bouquet of how many things. It can be USG, it can be emission, it can be participation of the society, it can be a cool. We are in Punjab, so I should talk about something which we are proud here also. This is a project which is public-private partnership it started with. We are very much presence, even operating this plant now, and we are supplying to the grid after completing the projects. And it is not only the projects, you see how the community welfare started along with, how the participation of the labor force, nearby economics are contributed by this. So what we are talking about, Atmanirbhar Bharat, is not really Make in India only. Make in India is a part of Atmanirbhar Bharat. It's not only making it, it is happening how that overall contribution is happening, whether it is people, whether it is technology, whether it is society, whether it is long-term sustainability. There are many other things we talk about. We are not allowed to talk about much in this area because many of the things are part of the confidentiality agreement because of the defense force in India. But as you all know, we are very proud, like most of the Indians or all of the Indians, that we participated in Chandrayaan. The casing and some of the instrumentation and the programming is done by Larsen & Toubro in launching this mission. Other than that, there are many other participation, including the submarine manufacturing we are there for. And I just that we are proud because we L&T making it. Most of our supply chain is from India. Almost the indigenization in this area is 60%. The whole supply chain we have developed within India, of course with the help of Government of India. This is my area, energy sector. Of course, whether it is onshore, on the land, whether it is offshore, whether it is what we call East Coast and West Coast, whether it is shallow water, whether it is deep water, we are there in every areas, and in every areas I see even our clients who are establishing these plants are concerned about, are taking care in the design. They wanted to see how the emissions are controlled, how it is technological advancement have been brought in, and how things are for a long-term sustainability. We are happy to share that we have started manufacturing the first electrolyzer in India. We have done it, this electrolyzer manufactured in last November, and obviously that is pilot way. We will be soon starting it commercially, and the target is to make the modularized hydrogen plant. Just wanted to share with you because these are the technological advancement happening in India. That is Atmanirbhar. This is the plant in Hazira where we are blending with the natural gas about 15% in the furnace, which are very heart of our manufacturing setup in Hazira. This is the electrolyzer we manufacture. If you see, we are coming to the end. End of the day, we connect ourselves to Atmanirbhar Bharat, saying that we are nation builder. Wherever we build something, we should be proud of. We should make our nation proud that that is something which is built in India. And these are the sum of the footprint, what we have made. We feel proud, we feel, all Indians feel proud, and nation feel proud. We extended this beyond. We actually go out now internationally. And wherever we go as a strategic market, we make those nations proud. Whether it is in Saudi Arabia, whether it is in Middle East, other region, whether it is in Mauritius or Southeast Asia, and in all over the world. These are the footprints created by Indians, Indian people, Indian company. That's the another facets I wanted to instigate here, that is the next phase of Atmanirbhar Bharat going to be in the years to come. Beyond India, across the globe, the footprint of India. I'm really wanted to end the slides here. This is one of the priceless statement made 86 years back. This company is now today 86th year running by our founder. So at the core, it is people. And I think what Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers are doing is focusing on that people, creating that future, making the bridge between the industry and academia. making the bridge between the wisdom and the newcomer in enthusiasm and energy. Thank you, ISCHE, for organizing this, inviting me. I really think it's my privilege to share this. I hope I have contributed something. If it is, then my coming here and sharing this is really worth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring speech full of informations and how the energy sector is working together for the development of our country.
Sir, please.
Now, our President sir, Thakas sir, will honor him with a medal and the citation certificate. এটা আমাকে আমি তো Now everybody is requested to proceed for lunch, and after lunch from 2:30 Post-launch session of CHEMCON 2024.
Recording in progress.
So now the time for Dr. H.L. Roy Memorial Lecture, sponsored by Jacob Worley. And the lecture will be delivered by Dr. Parthopratim Moitra, President, Strategy and Initiatives, Reliance Industries. So, sir, I would invite on the dais Are you ready? Presentation? Okay. So let me allow to say something about Dr. Parthopratim Moitra. Dr. Parthopratim Moitra is a formidable name in the hydrocarbon sector, who is at the same time a keen advocate for decarbonization of refining and petrochemicals projects. As the President, Strategy and Initiatives at Reliance Industries, Dr. Moitra is at the head of strategic planning, which entails conceptualizing sustainable growth projects on the one hand and reining the carbon intensity of the refining on the other hand. AB Tech from IIT Bombay, Dr. Moitra pursued his MS from Rice University, USA, and PhD in chemical engineering from the University of Houston, USA. He started his professional career in the USA, beginning with Fluor, Houston, and followed by energy efficiency projects at the ExxonMobil and Chevron refineries, modernization projects at the BP refineries, and recent upgrading project in the Shell refinery. Back home, before joining the Jamnagar refinery of Reliance Industries, which is the largest and the most complex single-site refinery in the world, Dr. Moitra was associated with Mangalore Refinery and Petrochemicals Project and developed a detailed feasibility report for them. At the colossal Jamnagar super site of Reliance, Dr. Moitra was in charge of the conceptualization, optimization and technology selection for the refinery, petrochemicals and gasification, which were developed in 3 phases. He is also credited with the planning of the refinery business model to procure advantage crude and to maximize margins for the Jamnagar hub. Presently, Dr. Moitra is working there on decarbonization of refining and petrochemicals. And in admiration of his versatility as a chemical engineer who has been spearheading the strategic development of an energy conglomerate while championing the cause of global sustainability in the hydrocarbon sector, the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineering is honored to invite Dr. Parthopratim Moitra for delivering Dr. H.L. Roy Memorial Lecture sponsored by Jacob Worley on the occasion of IICHE CHEMCON 2024. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. I hope my talk is bigger than my introduction. So, before I begin my talk, I would like to have, say a personal note. 49 years ago, I graduated with bachelor's in chemical engineering, and I was awarded the H.L. Roy Memorial Award for the best BTech project of 1975. So I feel I have just gone round the world and back to where I was at the beginning. So I am honored and humbled by this award, and my talk is Future of Chemical Engineering. And the reason I need to talk about future of chemical engineering, because chemical engineering in the future will no longer be an extrapolation of the past, but it will be completely different. This says that I am representing myself and not Reliance Industries. The structure of my talk is a little bit on introduction. There are two major transitions happening, and in energy and material, which is the major domain of chemical engineers who are still professional chemical engineers. There are two transitions or transformation happening. One is sustainability, and the other is AI, which is artificial intelligence, and that's going to change the business of chemical engineering. Two things which will become very important in the future. One is electrification and one is hydrogen. And then I'll draw some conclusions. So the two major transformations, global transformation happening in the world, which is changing whatever we have done in the past, is sustainability and AI. And they affect the energy and the material sector. In the energy, it means we need to eliminate the greenhouse gas emissions. There are 6 in number. The principal ones are CO2, next is methane, next is nitrous oxide, and 3 hydrofluorocarbons. But they are all related with fossil. So we have to transition from fossil to clean energy. And it has to be done in the next 2.5 decades. In material, we will have new materials, which I call advanced material. There will be something called transition material and e-chemicals, which we will explain a little later. But in general, the material is changing from linear, that is produce, use, and throw away, to circular, which is reduce, recycle, and then reuse. And AI is making, the chemical plants of today have become extremely complex. And hence we have to train computers to understand what is going on. And so we have to train computers so as to they can make inference for what's going to happen in the future and take appropriate steps, which we will call it intelligent automation. So, in summary, it's a paradigm shift in chemical engineering from two global transformations. And that is why I'm saying the future of chemical engineering will not be the same as what it has been for the past century. Energy transition can be explained in quantitative terms by just this slide. So let's talk about the world, which is on the left, and India on the right. The world wants to do net zero in 2050. If net zero happens, the fossil energy, you don't have to look at the numbers, but fossil energy will come down by 1/4, oil will come down by 1/4, gas will come down by half, and coal will come down by 1/9. Something has to replace that energy because humans cannot survive without energy. So clean energy will take its place. Number one in clean energy is renewable power, followed much later by hydrogen, followed by CCS. Bio is a niche area, and then nuclear. Now, if you add the numbers, they may come more than 100, which is not possible. So CCS, 8%, is actually part of the fossil energy. So though the fossil energy is 23%, 8% is carbon abated fossil energy. Let's talk about India. We have a lag of roughly 2 decades versus the world. And so in 2050, we won't be at net zero, but we will be halfway through it. So the fossil energy will go down, everything will go down with the exception of gas or natural gas. Clean energy will almost triple, and again, renewable power will play a major role. So if you look at India, and for the future chemical engineers, it has to be focus on renewable power, bio, gas, and nuclear energy. So what is the energy of the future which substitutes fossil energy? Renewable power can come from 5 sources: solar, wind, hydro, geothermal, and tidal, of which solar is number 1 and wind is number 2. The most gratifying thing about renewable power is it has reached cost parity with fossil power. Now, because of intermittency of renewable power, we require renewable power to be coupled with stored power. That can come from battery or pumped hydro. And the battery can be lithium ion, in future sodium ion, and flow batteries. Low carbon hydrogen, in order to distinguish from today's unsustainable high carbon hydrogen, come in different colors: blue, green, and turquoise. CCUS is carbon capture, U is utilization, which is limited because the carbon emissions are very, very large, and S is to store underground for long term. What is long term? It's roughly half a millennia or 500 years, which is the lifetime of CO2 in atmosphere. Blue hydrogen is produced via CCS. Bio, not very important in the world, but very, very important in India, can be either fuel or feed. And as a fuel, you can make it densified or torrefied biofuel, or CBG, that is compressed biogas. As feed, it can be SAF, that is sustainable aviation fuel, renewable diesel, and renewable naphtha. Nuclear is having a resurgence, and we have to look, chemical engineers have to look that if we can get a modular reactor, let's say 200 or 250 megawatts modular reactor, it can supply both the high temperature heat and the power required in most chemical plants. So that is something which we will have to look for the future. And there is a modular reactor under development. It's a pebble bed, helium cooled, which can supply both high temperature heat and renewable power. In summary, the electrons will be the primary thing to supply energy of the future. It won't be molecules that we dig from underground. Let's talk about material transition. Advanced materials are engineering polymers, which are equal to metals in properties. Performance polymers are those which exceed metals in properties, and in general, they have max durability and strength. Circularity is very, very important for the future material transition. Today, we have mechanical recycling and chemical recycling of plastics. Mechanical is number one, but in future, chemical recycling will be the mode of major recycling. And chemical recycling can be of three types: pyrolysis, depolymerization, or solvolysis, which is solvent treating. In pyrolysis, we make cracker feed. In depolymerization, we make monomers. And solvent treating, we recycle polymers, again back to polymers. Bio can be feed, or it can be bioprocessing or bioproduct. Feed can be first generation, second generation, third generation, or fourth generation. First generation is food, which is unacceptable in India. Second generation is waste. Third generation is to grow energy crops in wastelands or grow algae. And fourth generation is what is called synthetic photosynthesis. Whatever you do, the biomass gets converted either to alcohol and acid, and they will be the chemical intermediates of the future. And for the bio products, it needs to be biodegradable or compostable. Biodegradable, they disappear in the soil, and compostable, they make new topsoil. And future is what are called transition material and e-chemicals. What are they? Transition materials are batteries, because batteries are going to be ubiquitous in the future as energy storage device. We require chemicals for electrodes and electrolyte. We require chemicals for membranes and separators, which can be gas diffusion or the other electron diffusion or anion diffusion or proton diffusion. And the solar PV, which is extremely pure, you cannot keep it out in the sun unless you encapsulate. So another big material demand will be encapsulant. That is just like our medicine is in a capsule, the solar PV will be in a capsule. And we also require chemicals for silicon purification, that is chlorosilane. For e-chemicals, the primary requisite is we have to start with CO2. And so CO2 to H2 will produce syngas. Today we talk about water gas shift, but tomorrow we will talk about reverse water gas shift to make syngas. And once you have syngas, as the name suggests, synthesis gas, so it can synthesize e-fuels or e-chemicals, and that is beyond net zero. Materials of tomorrow will be durable, recyclable, with minimum or basically zero carbon footprint. Let's just touch on AI, which is the second revolution which is happening in the world. Now, the evolution of automation started with Industrial Internet of Things, or IoT, that is to collect data. It went to DCS, APC, and RTO. APC is Advanced Process Control. RTO is Real-Time Optimization. Then the data became very big, so it formed data lakes and cloud computing for advanced analytics, and we have come to what is called digital twin. That means the plant, but on the computer. I mean, the complexity of the plant on the computer. In future, we will go beyond digital twin with what is called AI. Because it is important for large data analysis. Plant generates large data, but we have to train the computer in AI. So training is extremely, extremely important. And there are 4 pathways to training AI. ML is machine learning. Neural is mimicking the brain, our brain connectivity. Causal is having what I call first principles of science and engineering in order to understand cause and effect, and the now famous GPT, or generative pre-trained transformer, which basically understands language, and with a query, it comes out with an answer which is plausible. Now, in chemical plant operations of tomorrow, AI will be used for safe and reliable operation, for heuristic maintenance, beyond predictive maintenance, for max efficiency and minimum emissions. But in general, AI will support peak plant performance, and AI is absolutely necessary to manage chemical plant complexity. Let's talk about 2 things which are very important in the future. One is electrification. In the past, energy meant fossil fuel. In the future, it will mean renewable power. In the past, there were steam turbine drivers. They are history. It will be all electric motors. In the past, you had steam heaters. It will all become history. We will have only electric heaters. We do have fuel-fired heaters in the chemical plants. They will also turn into electric heaters, which means impedance heating, microwave, or plasma heating. In the past, in a plant, we had multiple steam level, low pressure, medium pressure. All of this will vanish, and we will convert waste heat to usable heat via heat pump and vapor compression. The plant of tomorrow will not be recognizable as the plant of today. Reaction, we always have worked on thermochemistry. Increase temperature, add catalyst, put pressure. Tomorrow it will be driven by electrons driving chemistry, or photons driving chemistry or light, or enzymes or microbes driving chemistry. In the past, we had a lot of conventional catalyst. It's a huge business, $16 billion in the world. Tomorrow, it will be electro and photocatalysis. Separation, we always learned distillation. But tomorrow, it's going to be membrane diffusion or centrifugal separation. In other words, chemical engineering of tomorrow needs to be electrified. Let's talk about hydrogen. Hydrogen today is gray hydrogen, which comes from SMR or ATR, and it makes hydrogen, but it also makes 10 ton of hydrogen, 10 ton of carbon dioxide for a ton of hydrogen. Completely unsustainable. Brown, which is like coal or coke gasification, that is even more unjustified because it produces 17 ton of CO2 per ton of hydrogen. So we have to go towards blue, which adds a CCS at the back of conventional hydrogen, or green, that is water electrolysis with renewable power, or what is under development, and it is closely followed in the world, is turquoise hydrogen, which is CH4 pyrolysis. Why do you do reforming to produce carbon into CO2 if you can make carbon into carbon? So we'll talk about that in just a minute. Electrolyzers can be alkaline or PEM, and under development are SOE, that is solid oxide electrolyzer, or AEM, that is anion exchange membrane. As you can see, membranes play a very important role in the future. And the important problem with green hydrogen is it is still around 3 times to 3.5 times more expensive than fossil hydrogen. And hence, the main goal is how do we minimize cost via innovation. It is a completely virgin field for chemical engineers to innovate and accelerate reduction of hydrogen cost. Turquoise talks about carbon valorization. It can be carbon black, which is used in tires, acetylene, which can be converted to PVC, graphite, which is used in electrodes, or carbon nanotubes, which can substitute carbon fibers. And they are the strengthening fibers of tomorrow's material. But the big question which the world is wrestling with is whether do we split water or H2O to make hydrogen, or split CH4 to make hydrogen. But whatever it is, hydrogen, which is roughly 97% of this universe, will play a very big role in the feed and fuel of tomorrow. Now, after talking all this, you might ask, what changes in chemical engineering? So, this is the last slide. Past is not a good guide for future. Don't look at chemical engineering textbooks of decade ago, 30 years ago. It will have a lot of things on fossil energy, and we are seeing the sunset of fossil energy. We are seeing the sunrise of clean energy, and how electrons will drive future energy. Now we have to, in reaction, so in chemical engineering there is reaction, kinetics, thermodynamics, and transport. So in reaction, we talk a lot about thermochemistry. Tomorrow, even at the undergraduate level, we have to pay emphasis to electrochemistry. Next, we come to thermodynamics. We talk a lot about laws of thermodynamics, which is great. We talk about enthalpy, but tomorrow we have to talk about level of heat or exergy. And we have to, even at an undergraduate level, understand how do we do electric heating. In transport, fluid mechanics with steam turbines is history. It will all be motors or variations of that. Motors or compressors. And in separation, we always talked about distillation, which is great, but in future, we will have to talk about diffusion science and how things diffuse. And it won't be at the postgraduate level, but in the undergraduate level, and how centrifuges will help in separating molecules. Let's talk about Vikasit Bharat, which is our national goal to become a developed India in 2047. The main thing to become a Vikasit Bharat is to manage the energy transition successfully. If we succeed in that, we will become Vikasit Bharat, because this is the age of energy innovation. We have to, therefore, as a future of chemical engineering, reimagine the chemical engineering curriculum and chemical engineering research, both academic and industrial research. And thank you very much for your very patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your nice and very informative deliberation, and how easily we can understand the matter, although the matter is not so easy. But still, we can get some light about the energy transition, material transition about. So thank you once again, sir. So now I would invite our President, sir, to felicitate him. Citation. And CHEMCON Distinguished Speaker Award, Professor K.K. Pant, Director IIT Roorkee. Hey. Shall I start?
So very good afternoon to all of you. and I thank the organizers for providing me the opportunity to deliver and on the name of the Bharat Ratna awardee and also known as father of the nanotechnology, who has a pioneer contribution in material chemistry and solid state chemistry. Having said that, I'll just focus on something on which is related to already the glimpse which have been given by my predecessors, two speakers, and especially Professor Maitra. Very nicely he has given the picture. So I'll just try to cover what is to be done from the academician and what is the role of young engineers for the future in terms of sustainability. The table which has been shown before is just a summary of that is here, which simply talks about what is the $10 trillion Indian economy we are expecting by 2030, and from now, which is just $4 trillion. What we look in terms of the 40% of the primary energy requirement which is coming from the fossil-derived feedstocks, and which is around $90 billion per year. And now we are talking how to get rid of 50% dependency from the fossil-derived feedstocks. We are also talking in terms of the per capita energy consumption, which is to be enhanced to 1.8 TOE from 0.6, so 3 times. That is a challenge for the Viksit Bharat 2047, and this is the role of the all branches of science and engineering, including the chemical engineers. You see the data when we talk about the energy use, which is doubled in the last 20 years and likely to grow in line with the rising income levels and growing aspirations of the middle class, and that is which is very, very important for all the Indians to get or to bring India among the top 3 developed nations. So there is a lot of requirement, there are a lot of challenges to be addressed, and this is what we need to reinvent the energy basket and provide the energy for the growth, including the concept of the climate, resilience and sustainability with the concept of the goals of Sustainable Development Goal. The challenges are here, which you see, all the points which is discussed. The most important point which you see here, that how can we get rid of the carbon, because we are talking the carbon neutrality and we have still or we depend still on the fossil derived feedstock. So if you look at on the top, that is where we are talking the 36,000 million ton of the carbon dioxide storage devices which is required. We have to look at also 10,700 million tons of the carbon dioxide which is coming from the fossil derived feedstocks. We also need, when you talk about our 2030 market, how this carbon capture and utilization concept will be successful, and 1/3 of this carbon dioxide, which is around 3 gigaton, 3.3 gigaton, and how to get rid of 1/3 of this carbon dioxide by 2030, and by 2050 we are saying that almost 50% of the carbon dioxide, and then finally 2070 the concept of the net zero. And for that, when you talk about the strategic pathways, could be the involvement of the R&D by industry and academia, life cycle assessment, that is very important, techno-economical analysis, very important, and finally understand the science and technology for the scale up, which require the other branches of science and engineering and collaborations with several organizations. So we are looking forward towards a net zero or carbon free future. You see how the hydrogen to carbon ratio is changing from 1700 to 2020, and what we are looking for the 2050, a kind of hydrogen only, that is infinity hydrogen to carbon ratio. So this is what we have to achieve. And you see that when you talk about the bottom of this slide, right, where you are talking about the power, the hydrogen which is required in terms of the green hydrogen, which will be used for heat, power, fuel and chemicals, and how to get this green hydrogen which is being taken into the account by every, right, industry, government, policymakers or scientific bodies to discuss this and achieve a kind of green hydrogen for the future. Maybe that how much green, that is a challenge, and we have to define this also. So you see that when you talk about this carbon capture and utilization, I am not in favor of storage, because for storage you need the space and you don't know how this CO2 which is being stored will diffuse out. So the most important thing would be you utilize this carbon, and that carbon dioxide should be utilized within the in situ utilization or within the sector itself. So that is where you are talking about reduce the carbon intensity of its economy by less than 45%, and that is the base of 2005. When you talk about this, you have to look at the options which are given at the bottom side, option 1 and option 2. You have the option 1 when you can talk in terms of discontinuing the use of the fossil fuel, which is the most important, everybody is talking for, but 90% of the fossil, that is the crude oil, is being imported as of today. How much percent of this fossil fuel can be reduced, that is important. And at the same time, you have to switch to the use of a kind of renewable fuels. Already we are talking that by 2030, there should be 500 gigawatt of the energy from the renewable sources out of this 1000 gigawatt. So it means that's very important. If we can do that and switch to use of the complete bio-based economy, that is required. The second option could be you continue with the fossil-derived feedstock or a part of this, and at the same time capture the carbon dioxide and convert it into some product which could be a kind of methanol, dimethyl ether, olefin, or partly you can capture and store also. That is also carbon capture, storage and utilization. But most important would be the utilization of this carbon dioxide. So you see that this is what the future where we are talking about the net zero scenario. The industry, transport sector, agricultural, power and several other sectors which would require this million tons of the carbon dioxide equivalent capture and conversion converted into the useful product. So when you talk about the moving towards the carbon dioxide or a green hydrogen economy, you have to integrate these two. This is very important because carbon dioxide conversion will require hydrogen, and hydrogen production, the cost of carbon dioxide utilization, product formation would depend on how are you producing the hydrogen and at what cost. So that is again a big challenge. So you see the data which has also been discussed in terms of table earlier. So 95% of the hydrogen today is produced from the fossil-derived feedstock. And if you look at that, gives around 27 kg of the carbon dioxide per kg of the hydrogen. And if you look at all the other kind of average by data of the 2022, the hydrogen production which is now based on the improved technology, 12 to 13 kg of carbon dioxide per kg of the hydrogen. So this is the challenge and scenario for the future when you talk about, if you compare it with the different sources and other part of the, that is the data from the other part of the country, that is very, very challenging. So by developing the technology, this 12 to 13 could be reduced to 5 to 8 kg CO2 per kg hydrogen, and higher capture rates if you involve, that can further bring it to a level of 0.8 to 6 kg carbon dioxide per kg of the hydrogen. But these are all at the R&D level and to be taken forward to the subsequent level. If you look at the global data, like Europe, the green hydrogen through electrolysis and again using the renewable power, which is fast growing, is now almost zero kg carbon dioxide per kg of hydrogen. That is through electrolysis, water splitting, and these would be a trend in future. Japan defines around 3.4 kg CO2 per kg. And similarly, if you look at US data, that is 0.45 kg per kg of hydrogen. and that is where they talk about the $3 per kg of the carbon credit. Indian data is roughly 2 kg CO2 to produce 1 kg of hydrogen as decided by the MNRE guideline. But these are all what we say that 2 kg is not a good number. We have to bring this number to a lower side. But even now, if this 2 kg carbon dioxide, right, per kg of hydrogen through the renewable sources, I think it's a good number and manageable. So we need to work in this direction, how to get the hydrogen by novel processes, but not more than 2 kg of carbon dioxide, which you see 12 to 13 kg of carbon dioxide. Generally, the natural gas steam reforming, that gives you around 13.5 kg carbon dioxide per kg of the hydrogen. So that is where we need to find out that how to reduce this number. Either you go some alternative process like direct decomposition of natural gas that can give you the hydrogen with carbon capture. Carbon is in solid form, and then that carbon can be utilized for different purpose, what Dr. Mehta was also talking. So you need to integrate the process. When you talk about the sustainability, when you talk about the novel process for the future, we need to integrate the hydrogen and carbon dioxide. So hydrogen, the make, so you need to find out the increased low cost hydrogen production. You have to look in terms of the MOU, like more efficient hydrogen transmission system, which is a big challenge, and then use of hydrogen, like low cost value added application for the hydrogen usage. So this is, and more important would be the storage of hydrogen, that is, which is required that the carbon cylinders, liquid hydrogen, gaseous hydrogen. So there are different methods, but challenges are still there to find out the methods which are economical for hydrogen production. So this is what, right, the future would be in terms of the production of hydrogen through electrochemical reaction, because thermochemical will still persist. I am little bit not directly going in towards this electrochemical or photochemical, but the future definitely would be a photochemical. What would be that era? Maybe 10 years now or 15 years now. But subsequently what I say, that we need to phase out the thermochemical processes also, because these are in one way consumes that energy, high temperature process, high pressure process. Photochemical reactions are definitely low temperature process, but the conversion levels are not at par with thermochemical process. So the existence of the photochemical process would be only if we have high conversion and high selectivity. Selectivity can be achieved, but conversion is still a challenge. We cannot sustain our productivity with the conversion level of 1 to 5%. Stacking would be a big challenge, and that is where all branches I am talking, STEM would be very, very important, where we have to take the advantage of science, engineering, technology, and management along with mathematics, and finally look at the sustainability level, which is market readiness level as well as the community acceptance level. Both things would be very, very important, and this is what you have to find out, that how these two processes can be integrated. The second approach could be, which is also coming up in a big way, and Nitin Gadkari ji always talks about this compressed biogas and then use it for the commercial or vehicular application. So biomass can be converted to hydrogen also. So just like similar to the coal gasification. So if we have the techniques like the biomass gasification followed by the water gas reaction, and then capture the carbon dioxide, utilize it for some other purpose, so that can give you the green hydrogen. And that is also one of the promising research area which can be taken to the subsequent levels, and we can have the green hydrogen from the biomass. And lot of R&D is already being done in this area also. So this is what you see, hydrogen mobility, right? Hydrogen in different sectors. So hydrogen blended CNG is coming in picture, hydrogen based IC engines are coming in picture, fuel cells are coming. So already lot of hydrogen based buses are being, right, tested on trial basis. And if you look at Europe, right, already these buses are on the market. Now rails are also being run, and in fact for aeroplane also we need to work in these directions, and I think already the R&Ds are tested, and we need to take it to the next level for commercialization. So biomass to hydrogen, as I was talking, so there are a lot of opportunity, and India has around 200 million ton of this surplus biomass in different decentralized areas. The important thing is that how to collect this biomass, transform it some kind of say torrefied biomass, say called biocoal, and then you can transfer it directly to the industry. And that is where the, like lot of power industries, they require this kind of concept, and that is. And the technology is for biomass to syngas, so that is gasification route, and then followed by the water gas reaction, you can convert along with the carbon dioxide, which can be utilized for official purpose, so that is. There are several compressed biogas plants are also coming up, and these can be also, I think, the promising area, and you can have this compressed biogas, you can separate the carbon dioxide, and you can have the CNG, bio-CNG from there, and if you want to hydrogen, you crack it, and that is again a green hydrogen. So these are the promising areas where I think the scale-up studies are required at this point, and pilot scale studies, and then finally to a commercial scale studies, and that could be, and if you have this around 150 to 175 rupees of this per kg hydrogen can be produced by these kind of technology. Already this TA has been done for this, and this can be, there is a need to take it to the next level by the chemical engineers. So lot of things are being done in terms of the research on bioenergy to green hydrogen, and these are something where you have to find out the wetland areas where these energy crops can be cultivated. So this is where one of the areas, the lot of carbon taxing, which is nowadays very, very important, CO2 pricing. So if you have a kind of reforestation, you can capture the carbon dioxide by using that. And that is where the lot of research is required to generate the third to fourth generation, which is called microalgae or carbon negative crops, and that will have much more importance in terms of production of these energy crops or bioenergy, which can be used for the future. Just some data based on this, right, whatever the analysis. So if you talk about the cost analysis, this is very important. So 1 kg if you talk green hydrogen, it will generally, right, 9 liters of the water consumption. So this is where we need to work, right, because water is precious and you have to reuse it again for the commercial purpose. So, and around 45 to 55 kilowatt hour of the electricity that is required. And roughly if you talk about in terms of this 2.5 to 3 point, right, that is per kilowatt hour of renewable energy, this is a challenge in fact. People talk about the electrochemical reaction for hydrogen, or right, the cost is coming 500 rupees per kg of the hydrogen. Even if you want to bring to a level of 350, you have to talk in terms of what is the cost of electricity, what is the cost of electrolyte. These are the challenge which we need to address if you want to get hydrogen at a cost of 150 to 200 rupees per kg, and that is where we need to work on this. Then the transmission, distribution, interstate, right, the transmission system charges, these are again the lot of policies are to be made when you look at the hydrogen, then electrolyzers cost. So these are the challenge where the young engineers or researchers or scientists have to work to find out the cost of green hydrogen and blue hydrogen to a level. So if you look at the Indian landscape, right, to increase the production of low carbon green hydrogen, you need to work on both sides, water electrolysis and the waste to hydrogen. So you can talk about the municipal solid waste and convert it into refuse derived fuel and then convert it into hydrogen, and at the same time the electrolysis of water at a reasonable price. So lot of these kind of, right, research is being done. Water splitting could be economical, right? Professor Yadav group is also working on this. So that is where we talk about the green hydrogen, what kind of reactor system would be required, and that is where lot of R&D is to be done in this direction. So this is one of the areas, right, when you talk about CO2 hydrogenation, because hydrogen and CO2, the process is to be integrated. So you have the CO2 source, gas processing and boosting station, CO2 capture, and then pure CO2 you hydrogenate, and you can convert the CO2 to methanol and dimethyl ether, olefin. So these are the areas where lot of R&D is required. It can be photochemically, it can be thermochemically, it can be electrochemically. Finally, the economy analysis of the process is to be done, and then you can have. So already there are R&D is going on in this direction where carbon dioxide is being converted to methanol and dimethyl ether. One of the project with Thermex and Department of Science and Technology we are doing all together. And we did this work on coal to methanol, that is coal gasification, which was 40% Indian as coal, and 1 TPD plant is running successfully at Thermex Pune based on this. So these are the lot of, right, areas where the young researchers have to work in future, and there are different opportunities, CO2 hydrogenation, you can have the syngas, right, CO syngas, formates, methane, and these are where the, I think, some areas where we need to work together. And you see that, right, the catalytic routes which are very important, the product diversity, scalability and integration, environmental impact, economic viability, process coupling, all these things are very important for the research, and that is where the role of chemical engineer for the future in terms of sustainability becomes very, very important. So these are the different products which can be made from carbon dioxide. If you have to get the hydrogen at a reasonable price, you can get methanol, ethanol, water gas shift, already you know, Fischer-Tropsch synthesis, aromatics. So there is a huge opportunity to work in this direction for converting the CO2 into value-added chemical. And if this can be done, that is there are on the right hand side you see the climate benefits or CO2 conversion into product. So you have series of the product, and that is where you see that you have 0 to 1, 1 to 5 gigaton and more than 5 gigaton per year of that is in terms of the fuels, chemical intermediates and polymers, all these can be converted, CO2 can be converted. And this is where we have to convert this carbon dioxide along with hydrogen, which is at a lower cost, and see the promising opportunity for the future, that is the carbon dioxide utilization. These are a couple of challenges, all of you know, right? As a catalyst, what is to be done? You have to understand as a reactor design, what is to be done in order to produce the CO2 at a reasonable or conversion of CO2 at a reasonable, because the thermodynamically CO2 is very rigid, so conversion may not be right very high, 18 to 20% even at high temperature, high pressure process we get, and chemically, electrochemically, thermochemically it is just 1%. Lot of lab scale studies are done. Good thing is that selectivity you can reach to a level of 95%. The challenge is that how to increase the scales, and that is what you have to do a lot of research, and that is where the young researchers have to work in this direction. So time is up. Similarly, the cement industry, you see the data. This is a big challenge. If you look at 1 ton of this cement, and you are producing around 0.8 tons of the carbon dioxide, huge amount of carbon dioxide. So unless we find out the ways for converting this CO2 into value-added chemical for the cement industry are at the verge of risk. So that is where we need to find out the different process, that how the CO2 can be converted into value-added product. And there are a couple of things. You see that CO2 utilization, you can convert to carbonate, bicarbonate, dicarbonate, and different kind of fine chemicals from this, and that is where the research is being done in this area. This is what the kind of work which is being done. You have the carbon dioxide, you convert it into electrochemically, capture it, and CO plus hydrogen, you can convert it into syngas via electrochemical reaction. So these are the areas where the lot of R&D is to be done. The objective is to investigate the economical way to produce the olefins, alcohols, and that is which is very important, the CO2 to olefin. CO2 to SAF is another area where a lot of research is being done. So like this CO2 to olefin, so this is also new area for R&D, and a lot of catalytic work is being done on this. You have the different catalysts already, these are being on trial basis by different R&D labs. We are also working, and you can convert CO2 olefin. So both routes should be tested simultaneously, thermochemical as well as photochemical and photoelectrochemical. The challenges are there. I will just very quickly, because time is up, so very quickly I will just show you what are the challenges what you look at in terms of this. So catalytic driven routes, right, when you talk about the CO2 based activation fuels, so Fischer-Tropsch reaction, methanol synthesis, electrochemical CO2 reduction, photocatalytic CO2 reduction, and plasma based CO2 catalytic. So this again is very important area which is also to be studied, catalytic conversion through plasma routes. So non-thermal plasma routes are available where you can have the better selectivity for the conversion, and a lot of catalysts are to be developed for these processes. So this is what, I am not going in details of the chemistry, but these are the challenges which you see the right hand side of this, right? The rapid charge carrier recombination rates, because photochemical reaction or photoelectrochemical reaction faces all the challenges. Then lower light absorption, lower catalytic efficiency, poor product selectivity. So material synthesis will play a big role for this, how to control the band gap. So semiconducting material device design. So just a chemical engineer cannot do this job. We need to take the help of the other branches of science and engineering also, and that's why the multidisciplinary research is very important in this area. So you see that the opportunities are there. You can understand, right, CO2 activation process, lot of DFT calculation, lot of theoretical AI based calculations are being done. So these are very important. Key intermediates, how to get these intermediates and how to minimize the formation of intermediates, catalyst design, modeling as a tool for designing, deeper understanding and deactivation of the catalyst, solvation, all these are very important. So this is where now academia and industry, they have to come together. The CO2 and water management, very important. Membrane development is very, very important. Diffusion layer properties are very important. And system level optimization, and that is the lab scale in a flow cell to a commercial scale through electrochemical reduction of CO2, which would be a promising for the future, and that is lot of R&D is required in this direction. And then catalytic reactor design is also a big challenge for the future, because the traditional batch or semi-batch will not work for this. We need to find out what kind of photocatalytic reactors would be good, or which will have the energy sources alternatively also some the solar assisted, and that is the slurry photoreactor, fixed bed photoreactor, membrane photoreactor, Professor Mehta was also talking. So these are the areas, niche areas, where the R&D would be required for future, and lot of opportunity are there, because the solubility of CO2 is an issue. So how to reduce the diffusion resistances, how to reduce the gas diffusion layer thickness, and all these things are very, very important and promising for the future. Then scaling would be a challenge. So we need to look at all these things in terms of electrochemical reaction. I'm not discussing everything in detail, but the impact is very important, because energy efficiency of any process is very important. How to improve the energy efficiency, how to improve the productivity, then OPEX, then product concentration, product suppression, because unit operations are to be reduced, because every unit operation takes the cost and energy. So we need to work in this direction, how to optimize the energy consumption in the process, and that is a big challenge for every chemical engineer and all the researchers in order to work in these areas. So this is what the trend people talk in terms of different companies are already working in this area, The big typos like dioxins, the fixing CO2, renewable carbon dioxide, so many Siemens Energy. So they have already a couple of technologies which are coming up in market, and we have to work faster if you want to work really on the Make in India concept or self-reliant in energy independent, so India. So that is where we need to work in this direction. So cost and all these things are very important. Already a lot of discussions have been done in this area. Thermocatalysis, photocatalysis and electrocatalysis. So you see that photocatalysis and electrocatalysis would be promising in terms of energy and cost wise in future compared to the thermochemical. So we need to work on the second and third directions for the future, but existing one still will be a kind of thermochemical catalytic process, because the productivity is very high in that compared to the other two. So we need to work in all these areas for the future. So finally, when you see as a chemical engineer, the role is in multi-direction nowadays, We are not just a chemical engineer, we are doing a multidisciplinary research. So machine learning in carbon neutrality is very, very important. High throughput DFT and molecular simulation calculation already being done, We need to expedite in these areas. Dynamic charge monitoring like in situ catalytic techniques, all these are available now in every lab. Central facilities are available and provided by the government of India. We need to work. The scalability is very, very important. So life cycle assessment, techno-economical analysis, scale-up studies are to be done, and that is where we need to do lot of the managerial things also, economy analysis also. And finally, most important thing which has become is multidisciplinary research. So just a chemical engineer which is working in all directions of the branch, and that's why it is called seamless branch. But now we have to join hands with the other engineers also in order to make the technology transformable. That is very important for the future, and you see that the deep understanding on these every area, reactor transport model, new material synthesis, advancing matrix, material synthesis, wide search, all these are very, very important. So semiconducting materials are coming up again in a big way. Material science will play a big role if you really want to develop the indigenous technologies and at a lower cost, and lot of R&D is required in this direction. And I stop myself here, and the most conclusive points which are just before conclusion are, we need to understand all these facts if you really want to work on a sustainable, low carbon and climate adaptive future. That is, the renewable energy sources would play a big role, solar, wind, tide, water, or maybe nuclear energy for the future. And we need to look forward, how to join hands together, join hands with other organizations, join hands with the industrial collaborations and the international collaboration, and find out the way by which we can reduce the carbon dioxide emission in total, because we always believe that it's a global solution. So how to get rid of the carbon, right, and how to convert this carbon into the useful product would be very, very important and challenging for the future. So I stop myself here. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you very much, sir. So I'd request our president and both the vice president to come on the dais. And sir, please come for that. So before the felicitation, I just read out the citation. It is an honor to introduce Professor K.K. Pant, a distinguished academic who is also globally renowned for his pioneering research on catalysis and reaction engineering, especially on coal to methane conversion, e-waste and plastic management, hydrogen generation, CO2 capture and conversion, biomass valorization and so on. Previously, beside being HAG professor at IIT Delhi, he was also the Dean of Faculty. Professor Pant holds esteemed position, Chair Professor. He is also the adjunct faculty at University of Saskatchewan, Canada, and honorary faculty at University of Queensland, Australia. With over 3 decades of his experience in academic and research field, Professor Pant has published more than 270 research articles with over 17,440 citations and an impressive H index of 69 and I-10 index 230. He also has several patents to his credit. All the while, with the academic and research pursuits, Professor Pant has been associated with over 50 major projects and consultancies worth more than 1.2 industries and other government organizations. With this brief introduction, may we have the pleasure of presenting the Solenis Bharat Ratna Professor C.N.A. Rao Medal and CHEMCON Distinguished Speaker Award 2024 to Professor K.K. Pant on the occasion of CHEMCON 2024 at NIT Jalandhar.
Distinguished Speaker Award, and I would invite Professor Shishir Sinha, Director General, CPET. Professor Shishir Sinha, Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, Indorama, Dhunseri, CHEMCON Distinguished Speaker Award 2024 presented to Professor Shishir Sinha, Director General, Central Institute of Petrochemicals Engineering and Technology, Chennai, and Professor and Head Department of Chemical Engineering, IIT Roorkee. It is an honor to introduce Professor Shishir Sinha, a distinguished academic who has made invaluable contribution in the research of polymer synthesis, membrane separation, water treatment, ion exchanger, and so on. Presently at the helm of Central Institute of Petrochemicals Engineering and Technology and heading the Department of Chemical Engineering at IIT Roorkee, he was the director of Kamala Nehru. 4 साल पहले okay. Kamala Nehru Institute of Technology, Sultanpur, Uttar Pradesh, previously. Professor Sinha's research has been focused on the vast domain of blended polymer composites, polymer surface modification, nanocomposites, fire retardant composites, ion exchangers, effluent treatment, and textile wastewater, etc. During 25 years of his rich academic and industrial research experience, Professor Sinha has successfully completed over 25 high-impact projects and consultancies, valued around rupees 176 million. He has 4 granted patents and 5 published patents to his credit. Journals and authored 11 books as well as several book chapters. Professor Sinha has also developed 6 popular online courses in the field of chemical engineering. Another of his accomplishments was initiating a unique movement based on the slogan of from no plastics to no plastics and plastic waste management to plastic wealth management. Professor Sinha holds fellowship of several prestigious institutions around the globe, including IICHE, Institute of Engineers, International Society for Energy, Environment and Sustainability, Indian Desalination Association, Indian Chemical Society, as well as Royal Society of Chemistry. With this brief introduction, may we have the pleasure of presenting the Indorama Dhunseri CHEMCON Distinguished Speaker Award 2024 to Professor Shishir Sinha on the occasion of CHEMCON 2024. Sir, please.
Namaskar, good afternoon. So my first slide is a very surprising slide. Everybody talks about the plastic waste management. I am talking about the plastic wealth management. And by this way, I'll talk about a successful journey towards Atmanirbhar. Now, I am saying the Atmanirbhar because we proved in CPET, we proved this technology thing, that how we can make a negative impact to a positive one. Now, before we start the journey, I'd like to give a brief statistical data. It is not the real engineering data. It is survey. I was the part of this particular committee, the PricewaterhouseCoopers. That is the future of India, the winning leap. Now, see, everybody talks about several trillion economy in Indian context, right? So it started journey from 2014, and Bharat Sarkar has projected up to 2034 that where we would like to stand. So based on that particular projection, they are emphasizing that one should have, or our country should have, 10.4 trillion economy. Now, how we can achieve this thing? So we chalked out 10 different sectors. One is the healthcare, manufacturing, education, retail, agriculture, power. And you see that how we are increasing or enhancing our, like if you take the example of healthcare, we are expecting from 66 years, which was there in 2014, to 80 years. Similarly, the education, agriculture, and apart from this, 4 more sectors: the financial services, digital connectivity, physical connectivity, urbanization. So all these 10 sectors where the government of India tends to focus, there we are projecting this much of economy. Now you'll be surprised that why I am talking about this. The reason is that we are looking for 2 different markers: the Viksit Bharat 2047 and the net zero emission by 2070. Again, this will be a very surprising thing that a man who is working in an institute of plastic, why he is talking about. The reason is quite obvious. Everybody talks about that the banned plastic, especially in the scientific world, people are talking about the banned plastic and other thing. They never thought about that there are several other factors which we need to look into. Now, before we go into that particular journey, this is another figure, and that is the figure which we crafted at Department of Chemical and Petrochemical Chemicals at Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizer, that what Indian chemical and petrochemical industry stands for. That is, it is 2023. It was having a business of turnover of 215 billion USD, which we are anticipating that it will come to 300 billion USD in 2025, and then 500 billion USD by the year 2030. So these are, you can say, several other markers. Now, if this figure is visible to you, you can see the growth of Indian petrochemical sector or Indian chemical and petrochemical sector. And trust me, these are the authentic data. It is not the hue and cry data, because we carried out a survey with the help of FICCI, and then we get. Now this, you see that what is our projection, and especially I am concentrating towards the corner point, that is India is the third largest consumer of polymers in the world. Right. So the thing is that apart from this, the several other allied factors like export of chemical, because right now when we are going for the Viksit Bharat 2047, we are looking for some applied research, not the fundamental research, so that we can overcome the problem of import over the period of time. So we are the fourth largest producer of agrochemical in the world, thanks to different chemical companies. Then we are also producing 16% of world production of dye stuff and other thing. Apart from this, this sector is growing day by day. Then I would like to put forward several facts. Now facts related to the third largest, as we are the third largest consumer of polymers. Now if you see, people are talking about that the plastic should be substituted. Somebody was asking me during, pre-lunch session, that one should ban the plastic because it creates a lot of hue and cry. Yes, it should be. But they must answer several questions. Now, before we answer those questions, let us give you a clue that 18.2 trillion pounds of plastic has been produced worldwide since 1950. Now, here you see, now if you take the things in a very positive manner, now all the things or all statistical data, you will surprise that a lot of avenues is vested in the sector. Now, once I gave you previously that we are anticipating this much growth over the period of time, almost 10 years down the line. Now in the United States, whenever we used to attend the meeting of the standards and when we used to attend the meeting of any kind of a waste management, everywhere the United States people, they used to cry that India is producing such kind of a huge plastic and other thing. And in some other word you can say that that was the genesis of the single-use plastic banning. Anyway, the United States, the per capita consumption is 115 kilogram. Europe 90 to 100, because they never share the exact data. The China again 19 to 100. But in Indian context, 15 kilogram. So people can't say that we are the largest populated country because China is at par with this. But the China's consumption is much, much higher than compared to India. And if we see the global average, that is 28. So the positive approach is that a lot of opportunities are there in that particular sector. At least as on date, the 13 kilogram per person or per capita is still opportunities are there. Again, think about the banning in plastic. Now, the journey again started way back in 1933 when the polyethylene, the plastic bag, was invented. And then on the same year, the inventor of the this plastic bag, he said this thing that one day will come when people will intend to ban all those things. So this is the journey when from 1979 they are controlling 80% of bag market in Europe. Then a lot of things, and people started crying about the paper and other thing. Then they proved that they are superior than paper and other things. A lot of things were happening over the period of time. Then the tooling, the Sten Gustav Tooling, he was the inventor of those plastic bags. His son told to BBC that to my dad, the idea that people would simply throw these away would be extreme things. Still the things are there. Now, when we talk about the plastic waste management, then definitely we must define what is waste? So waste is anything that has been discarded as no longer useful or required, or the waste isn't waste until we waste it. So the waste definition is variable. If I am handling a plastic waste management center, for your waste is my raw material, right? So that is why we created this concept that's plastic, not it is the plastic waste, but it is the plastic wealth management. And for this concept, we established 4 plastic wealth management center in different part of the country. And recently, Honorable Prime Minister has inaugurated 1 plastic PWMC at Varanasi. Now, indeed, everybody knows about that. The plastic waste is a problem. People were crying every day. A lot of NGOs and other things, they were talking about that. They are growing the environmental concern, improper disposal, and all those things. There are a lot of you in cry. But there are 2 facts. One is that India is capable enough to recycle 60% of its plastic waste being generated. Right? Please listen my word, India is capable, though we are not doing it. Second thing is that 100% plastic can be recycled. There are technologies available where we can recycle plastic 100%. Only thing is that we are failing in the logistic approach, right? Now see, we are far ahead, and trust me, these are authentic data that 60% we are having the capacity, whereas the world average is 22%. So those developed countries, those who are teaching a lesson to us, they must listen this thing. Sometimes now people have started talking about two things. One is the plastic in ocean, and second one is the microplastic. So the main creator for all those things are these 10 segments, and all of you are aware, and by banning of single-use plastic, you people have observed that the whole scenario has changed. Like cotton bud, Johnson buds, the plastic is replaced by some sort of a plastic coated thing, right? Similarly, spoon, a paper cup, straws, and all those things. As a chemical engineer, have you analyzed that how much plastic is embedded on that thing? How to solve the one problem, how we are creating the another problem? So there is a thing that we need to redefine the plastic in a new word, that is redesigning. So when we are using the LDP or HDP based straw, with the paper coated straw, then we are in the process of redesigning. We must be responsible, because later part of my lecture will attribute that we are equally responsible, because what plastic is harming, I'm keeping these bottles. We are using these bottles. Why? These are PET bottles. Even 75% people, they don't know that how many different kind of plastics being used to produce these bottles. Trust me. Right? Now, second thing is that why we are using as a drinking water substitute. The reason is quite obvious, that it doesn't harm you. Unless otherwise, you are having a regulated use. I'll come to that point later. Then reposition. Then resist the temptation, because sometimes we are tempted. And tempting, I'm just quoting one thing. I visited one of a senior secretary in Delhi, his house, and his wife told me, भैया मैं तो घर में ही reuse कर लेती हूँ. कैसे? मटर लाए, हिंदी समझते ना सब लोग, मटर लाए, उसमें छीला और उसको कर दिया. मैडम आपने सबसे बड़ी समस्या क्रिएट कर दी. वन इज बायोडिग्रेडेबल, अनदर इज नॉन बायोडिग्रेडेबल. सो द सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन प्रॉब्लम वहीं खत्म हो गई. सो दैट इज द थिंग दैट people are having the temptation towards the media, that okay, we must resist ourselves from the plastic, but the thing is that how to use this thing. Then restructuring. People are talking about the depolymerization, and so many people, they talk about so many engineering things, but they fail to do the thing when it comes to the practical approach, because they are unable to do the rethinking. So again the question arises, can we live without a plastic? There is thing, yes or no? Some people say that it is yes, but think about few questions. Can you imagine that how many different type of a plastic products we are using every day? Any guess? Yadav sir, any guess? See, we carried out a survey of 10,000 people, for the common people, like me. So, every day, a common people on an average uses 1,149 different type of a plastic product. If you start your day by toothbrushing, toothbrush is having 2 different type of a plastic. Then the paste, then the tube, till we go to the bed. And if you see that Honorable Prime Minister, he is also wearing the plastic jacket. So are we in a position to get a substitute of all those 1,149? It is not 1,148 or not 1,150. It is 1,149. Like previously people were using the glasses, right now polycarbonate. So everywhere you will find that plastic is gradually invading our day-to-day life. Now, what is... Yes, I am saying, sir, even what the coat I am wearing, it is having 50% polyester. Right? So the thing is that we can't substitute the things. We have to live. Then what is the availability? Every day people used to come to my office, sir, why we are using these PET bottles? Instead, we can use the glass bottle. Yeah, very good. You can use. It gives you a lot of employment and other thing. But gentlemen, can you tell me that if you are going to produce 1 million glass bottle to substitute this 1 million PET bottle, how much quantum of energy you require? I always give the example of Firozabad, the glass city. If you go there, you will find that the temperature of the Firozabad city near the furnaces is almost 5 to 10 degrees Celsius compared to the average temperature or atmospheric temperature. So do we are in a position to carry out the analysis? Or if we are supplementing this plastic bag, sir, why we are not using this paper bag? Okay, gentlemen, how much trees you need to plant every year? Don't forget that our population is growing day by day. So the thing is that, what is the availability of the substitute? Think about it. Then 3 E's, always I am emphasizing, and I am having one of the close disagreement with one of my known Padma Vibhushan, Anil Prakash Joshi ji. He always says that instead of 3 E's, you put 4 E's. The E's are energy, environment, and economics. Right? Everybody talks about that by this plastic waste and other things we can generate like this. We produce this thing, you please test it. But the thing is that, do we have any holistic approach? They used to come, sir, we made this table and this is a substitute of the plastic or plastic waste. We are utilizing 30%, 40%, some statistical figure without knowing any kind of a thing, right? But they failed to give the answer that what will happen if it completes the shelf life of that particular table or a chair. Even they don't know that how to utilize. Even the normal people say that this is a PET bottle. I am saying that it's composed of 3 different plastics. One is the PET, this and this one. Rather than people are emphasizing the fact that we should recycle this PET instead of forgetting the fact that this label is more dangerous compared to this PET. This is the multi-layer packaging. Now, so we must adopt, or we should think about the holistic approach. People are talking about the PLA. Nowadays, it has been the buzzword that PLA is the biopolymer. See, as of now, and I am predicting 10 years down the line, that it has been made popular. Usually, it does not compose under the normal garden environment. you need to have an industrial composter. Now, this line is a very catchy line. The reason is that some of the country, I mean, last month we attended one meeting of ISO at US. They were talking about the normal temperature, atmospheric temperature. For them, the 25 degrees Celsius temperature is quite high. For us, it is a very normal temperature. So the thing is that if we talk about the normal garden environment, then definitely it is, and still the study is incomplete that what is going to happen if the glass made by the PLA is decomposed in the soil environment. So if you are having an industrial composter, then definitely you should look that how we can collect or we can develop a logistic for other plastics. Now, usually the biocomposting is a slow process, and 90 days as prescribed by the CPCB. It occupies the earth space and a very less cost effective. So still the things are going on, and also we are also doing the research. Now, the question is that if we think about no, in that case, what is the solution? The solution vested in this particular slide, that you need to reduce, reuse with the help of rethinking, not that you put the matar chilka in that particular, then recycle, recovery, and forget about the landfill. So the thing is that recovery is very important, and I know that some of the societies in the Pune and some of the societies in Indore, they are doing that. If you are not doing the source segregation, they will not collect the waste from your household. Unless otherwise, and you have to do on your own. Oh, sorry, just give me 5 minutes. Thereafter, unless otherwise, see, when we used to go to Videsh, then what we used to do, purchase a chocolate, take it, eat it, put the wrapper in the pocket of the coat. Nobody was watching, nobody used to watch you. When you see the dustbin, only then you dispose. And if you come out from the T3 or Chhatrapati Shivaji terminal, shisha niche kiya, bahar fek diya. The mindset need to be changed. So the thing is that we cannot afford the substitute, because see, economical aspect is everywhere. We need to go for the holistic approach. Then we started the muhim that is called from no plastic to KNOW plastic, so that we can generate and we can emerge in a world that is called the no plastic waste. So when we talk about the solution, is this the solution what we are looking for? No, absolutely no. But trust me, 60% when I am talking about the plastic is being recycled, the sizable chunk is attributed to this particular solution. So we need to fix our priorities, that what different kind of the priorities we are looking for. We have enlisted this thing, and the government, especially the Department of Chemical and Petrochemical, they are working that how the sorting best practices should be there, the processing and treatment, source segregation, collection, and all those things in association with the MOEFCC. I need not to talk about the myths, but the thing is that the waste collection, that is a very improper in Indian context. Now, I'll like to narrate a small story. The story is that in 2018, the previous Minister for Chemical and Fertilizer, late Anant Kumar ji, he promised in Lok Sabha that we will establish one e-waste management center at Bangalore, and all the responsibility vested with CPET. But the problem was that we were fined to solve the problem of waste collection. This year only we developed a protocol. Now here need not to talk that there are different avenues through which we can go for the recycling, different type of a recycling, and people are minting money just like anything with the help of these recycling things. And even the CPET, they They are also making the self-sustainability with the help of these solutions like waste separation, recycling, disposal, controlled incineration, pyrolysis. Our three research wings, they are doing the research in the byproduct formation, biodegradation, and photocatalytic. If we talk about the biodegradation analysis of plastic, no doubt CPET is pioneer. So by this way, there are certain commercial trends, because time is limited, so I'm not giving you the detail. But you can visualize that we are squeezing the sizes of all those things, like deodorant, refill. If you go to the hotel, you will find that they are refilling the things instead of providing the bottles and other things, hand sanitizers and other things. There are several people are attempting, and we are also doing the things in our laboratories, that we are promoting this edible packaging. Once the tagline is that once you can eat the cone with ice cream, then you should develop certain things which can be eatable. And this is very popular, edible packaging nowadays, and sooner or later we will develop and we will transfer the first technology to the industry. So the meat packaging is very common. This is the bioplastic based meat packaging, mushroom based packaging materials. Now it will be unfair if I'll not talk about my organization. We are pioneer in the field of compostable, biocompostable, and biopolymer. No one can in the country can match us, because we are having 26 NABL accredited labs, and it is the largest battery of CPCB recognized lab in the country. And what we see, that none of the IITs is having the calibration lab. We do have 3 calibration labs established. And one of the pioneer body in the development of the standard for recycled plastics. So if somebody is having any kind of a recycling thing, that particular thing need to come to us. We have established 4 plastic waste management center: Varanasi, Sanand, Bangalore, and Bhagalpur. The Varanasi PWMC is inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister. Now the best part is that why the PM has given main emphasis or impetus towards this thing, that we are imparting the skill training to the person. I gave you the example that almost 75% people, they don't know that how many different kind of the plastic they're having in this particular water bottle. So how to segregate it, how to collect it, because if I bail it just like this, then it will create a problem to the future processing. So we are fulfilling the requirement of EPR in collaboration with the CPCB, and we are creating the public and industrial awareness about the plastic wealth management. Because I told you the tagline that somebody's waste is a raw material for my plastic PWMC. We have developed the cutting edge technology for the e-waste recycling, and the new center is coming up in Bangalore for the e-waste recycling. And we have developed and successfully transferred the biopolymer based coating. So we are having 3 research wings, one at Bhubaneswar, Chennai, and Bangalore. Bangalore is a state-of-art center, and if you have time, then you can see, where we are performing all kind of activities from under the one-stop solution concept, including the socio-economic importance to the technology transfer, to the development of the technology, to development of new material, and all those things. These are our focused area where we segregated in 2 major aspects: the material research and product manufacturing and research. We are having the wide spectrum of all those things. These are the thrust area. If someone is interested, like in agriculture, automotive, packaging, they can see in our stall. We are pioneer in the toys, because you see that government of India has banned the toy import recently, almost a couple of years ago. So we established a toy testing laboratory at Lucknow and Aurangabad. Apart from this, we are in the process of designing. And see, when we enter into this particular sector, we found out that it is one of the most complex sector. You can easily design a refinery, but you can't design a toy, because the choice, right from a 6-day kid to the 60-year person, the things are entirely different. You need to look n number of things, like should not be toxic, it should not be hazardous, it should not be, and how to dispose all those toys. So we are also in link with some of the toy banks, so that we can develop. And also we are having the country's best 3D printing facility at Chennai, so we are also involved in that particular thing. And we are harnessing the startup and entrepreneurship. For this, we established 3 Innovex labs, one at Chennai, Bhubaneswar, and Bangalore. So at last, we are supporting the various startups, providing the consulting services, testing services. And we are also engaged, and we are going to sign an MOU with HMEL for creating the awareness message to all citizens that plastic is not waste. It is the littering who make it waste. So do not litter and keep your environment clean. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sinha, for your nice lecture on particularly how you are explaining about the holistic scenario of plastics, waste plastics, and plastic recycling. Thank you once again. So I would invite Chattopadhyay sir to come up for felicitating the Professor Sinha. President sir, you are common.
A great lecture by Professor Sinha. I'm also from the plastics of this, but I will quote Professor Wayne Wargo of Yale University. Professor Yadav, please. So he said he is an environmental professor, and all his days he was doing research on the environment, how to protect the environment, etc. So he said, he told his, in a class of boys that you are using plastics every day. Come to me one day without using a plastics and I will take you for a dinner. So now he retired, he did not get that opportunity. But he said, and I am giving you this opportunity to this hall here, and I am also saying, if you can live without plastics in one single day, come here, report to me, and the dinner will be given by Professor Yadav. Thank you.
Sir, one important just information. Sir, so this award is also sponsored by IVL Dhunseri Petrochem. So that is also from one side petrochemical industries. So that's why Sinha sir said lot of things pro-plastic. Thank you.
I want to make a comment.
So
Okay,
on behalf of IICHE, we also thanks to IVL Dhunseri for constituting this CDS award.
Avijit, your topi is also plastic. Just wait it. I want to tell you something. I have been saying this all along. You will find it also on YouTube. I say banning SUP, single-use plastic, was the stupidest idea ever entertained by any government. Okay? So I said, you want to reduce the plastic pollution. You cannot live without plastic. You charge, have a refundable deposit, whether it is a straw or a PET or the polythene bag for milk or anything, 20 rupees. I can assure you that within 5 minutes, all these plastic bottles will disappear from here. And then, no. Then the recyclability, because 80% of the money is lost or spent on segregation into various or PET or rubber or PVC, those technologies always exist, whether HCl, ammonia, anything, it is known. But you get hydrocarbons also. So plastic ban is not a solution. Reusability, recycle, if we have to encourage people to recycle. So only way is that you put a high deposit, 20 rupees, promote digital economy. You are lazy, you don't go out. Somebody else comes from outside, collects the bag, refunds your money, takes 5% commission. It will create jobs also, digital economy. And we will not have the pollution which we see. Who has created this problem? We have only created the problem. Plastic was introduced as a substitute for paper because paper was denuding the forest. So you have rightly said that unfortunately these things are politicized across the world. You see US 125 kg. And we are not even 15 and we want to go to 30. We were competing with China. China is already crossed 100. Right? Yeah. So I think plastic is here to stay. Only thing, recycle, 5 hours, not just 3. First is refuse. And also, you said this glass bottle. Glass bottle, 1600 degrees Celsius temperature. SOx, NOx, all obnoxious gases are, and it breaks. That is, so it is not a solution. Glass is not a solution to plastic.
Even paper is not even Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
They are doing the bamboo fibers. But that is good for United States. For Indian context, you cannot even...
And we are 1.44 billion people. And in 2050 will be 1.67 billion. So our energy requirements are going to be very high. So I think we should educate people, like you are educating CPET through CPET.
No, see, that is why HMEL, they are Prabhudas ji has come forward.
I know.
And we are just starting that particular thing to everywhere. See, technologically, that I told that 100% plastic you can recycle it.
Yeah.
Is that how to get that 100%?
So, no. That is the only way deposit.
Yes.
So if you want a straw also, because normally what they say, I tell you, 50 micron. Are you moving with a gauge to find out whether it is 50 micron or 49 micron? And so the authorities make more money. The municipality wala, police wala. So where there is a ban is not a solution. Wherever there is a liquor ban, more liquor is sold in those states. Remember that. Correct? Thank you, Biswani Chattopadhyay ji.
नहीं अभी लास्ट
और एक लेक्चर करके ही चाय देंगे। हाँ
गुरुजी को बिठाओ, बैठे हैं सर, गुरुजी बैठे हुए हैं।
Next lecture is Professor Venkateswara Rao and Srimati Anjali Devi, Malapati Endowment Lecture Award on Green Energy and Environment for sustainable development, and this award will be awarded to Professor, already we have awarded it to Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, the Pro Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University, and President, West Bengal CHAC, Kolkata.
Sir, please come on the dais. Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya.
Sir, on this side.
So this award is constituted last year by our Professor M.V. Rao ji. That time he was in the council. So this is, I think, second year, and both the year he is present physically here. So, and being a constituted awardee, he is also present here. So I just request Professor Bhattacharya ji, please sit till the time PPT gets loaded.
Oh, sorry to
Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, I think I am audible. So good afternoon, everybody. So first of all, I want to thank the organizer and the executive council member of the IICHE. And I want to also convey my thanks to the distinguished guest, including the eminent academicians and the industrialists who are present here, and my dear students. So here I am going to talk about the advanced environment-friendly technologies for the wastewater treatment leading to sustainable development. So here basically I want to highlight some of the major research area on which we are working at Jadavpur University, particularly in my lab, and particularly with the focus on the sustainable development. So basically the content is that we are working, my lab is the Membrane Research Laboratory, Jadavpur University, and we are working on particularly zero liquid discharge concept with the objective to attain the circular economy in many cases, particularly with reference to the pulp and paper industry, dairy industry, as well as the pharmaceutical industry, effluent, particularly we are focusing on the effluent, and green and sustainable technology for the environmental remediation. So the major area on which, just a minute. So basically, the major areas on which we are working is the recovery of whey protein isolates, the separation of alpha-lactalbumin and the beta-lactoglobulin. Basically, the lots of whey are being discharged. In Kolkata it is, in West Bengal it is the casein whey, sometimes it may be the cheese whey. So basically lots of whey are being generated in the dairy industry, and how to treat those particular whey by recovery of the whey protein concentrate, or particularly through the fractionation of the whey proteins. The major whey proteins are alpha-lactalbumin and the beta-lactoglobulin, and we are focusing on the fractionation of the alpha-lactalbumin and beta-lactoglobulin, as well as the isolation of the lactose and the conversion of lactose to basically the galactose. The Australian project in collaboration with the University of Melbourne, which we have carried out very successfully with the implementation of that particular ZLD, the zero liquid discharge concept. So everything in the way we have utilized and isolated and reused for that particular purpose. So basically also in a Korean project, we have used the photomembrane reactor. That's also a very innovative concept. My specialization is basically the membrane technology, and we have used the membrane for the advanced different application. So in the first one, for the conversion of lactose to galacto-oligosaccharides, GOS, we have used the enzymatic membrane reactor. In this particular case, in the Indo-Korean project, we have used basically the photomembrane reactor. Basically, the purpose is to carry out the photocatalytic reaction as well as the separation of the ingredients. So that was basically the separation, and the reaction can be just achieved in a single piece of equipment. Also, we have carried out the application of bacterial consortia in bioremediation of contaminants. We have carried out this particular project very recently, and it's also ongoing. Biogenic synthesis of nanoparticles and their applications. So this is also a very innovative concept. Lots of research, and now we are doing at the Membrane Research Laboratory. Multifunctional nanomaterials and nanocomposites for environment-friendly and cost-effective water treatment. So this is a multi-institutional project in collaboration with IIT Kharagpur, IICT Hyderabad, IIT Guwahati, which we are carrying, and a substantial portion of that project are being implemented in my lab, the Membrane Research Laboratory, where basically we are actually preparing the nanocomposites and which we are impregnating on the membrane surface, particularly for the water treatment. So that is a very innovative concepts. So I'm coming to the next slide. So this is the, again, I told you that we have already implemented the zero discharge concept with respect to pulp and paper, as well as particularly the dairy industry. Also, we have carried out the remediation of hexavalent chromium, a toxic component in the ternary effluent. That is also with regard to some project, the funded project. Also, we have carried out the dye removal and recovery from the textile effluent using the membrane technology. So that this is also a part of the project work. And one PhD students and several master degree students are working on that particular subject. This already I have told you. And the treatment of oily wastewater. This is particularly in collaboration with the Indo-Norwegian project. That was a part of the Indo-Norwegian project, where basically we have treated the produce water. In Norway, the oily wastewater was a very big issue. So basically how to tackle that oily wastewater and how to recover that oil from that wastewater. So that was basically our focal theme in that particular project. All are basically related to the sustainable development. All these particular activities are related towards the sustainable development. And that particular project was mentioned in the DST website also. We have received special recognition accolade from the DST for that particular project. And if you just go through the DST website, you can find the mention about that particular project and the appreciation about that particular project. Apart from this, we have carried out several other things also, like extraction of stevia from the stevia leaves. Also, another very important project was basically the separation of helium from the hot spring emanated gas. That particular project was in collaboration with Shah Institute of Nuclear Physics. So, as well as the Variable Energy Cyclotron Center, which is situated in Kolkata, VECC, and SINP. So, helium is a very important gas which is particularly required for defense purpose or different defense research, particularly in that particular respect. So, how to separate the helium from hot spring emanated gas using the helium permeated membrane, the helium permeation membrane. So on that particular, we have worked in collaboration with SINP. So these are some of the works which I have highlighted here. So next I'm going to, so this is the Membrane Research Laboratory, which is the ISO 9001 certified laboratory. So this is some pictures. So this is the sustainable development. So I don't want to elaborate much on the sustainable development because lots of people, particularly just before me, the use of, that is quite innovative topic where the use of plastic particularly, we are talking a lot of things about the plastic waste management. In fact, in our lab also we have done some works particularly on the plastic waste management, that is the conversion of plastic to fuel. So in that particular respect we have carried out some work, but I'm not going to present that particular work here. So basically, this is the concept of the sustainable development that in 1980, in the first International Union for the Conservation of Nature, that is in the IUCN, published the World Conservation Strategy, in which the term sustainable development was first used. So basically, a particular development is sustainable if it meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet its own needs. Sustainable development is a socio-economical process characterized by the fulfillment of the human needs while maintaining the quality of the natural environment indefinitely. So these are some of the important aspects which I don't want to highlight in much more detail. It is specifically mentioned here. The zero liquid discharge, as the name suggests, it is basically, as I told you, it is just basically the recycling of the liquid as well as the solid, basically. So the first part is basically the pointer is not working here so much. It is. No, it's not working, I think. So basically the pointer is not working. The first part is basically the fresh water, it is the recovery of the liquid, basically the water. And the second part is the solid, the chemical and other particular things. Those are being reused and recycled back into the process. So those are the important things. So that is the basic theme of this zero liquid discharge. Next. Sorry. ये चल रहा है, ठीक है? Pointer होने से थोड़ा अच्छा है, ये ठीक है. So this is basically the characteristics of the wastewater generated in the dairies, so in the dairy industry. So basically the dairy industry effluents is highly polluting in terms of the BOD, COD, as well as the total dissolved solid or TSS, the total suspended polluting effluent. So the most important part is here, the recovery of the valuable proteins and carbohydrates, the reduction of BOD, COD, the local PCB, abundant waste stream that SCT drains. So these are basically the objective, and the last part is basically the conversion of the lactose to lactic acid, bioethanol, or the nutraceuticals like GOS. We have basically focused on the conversion of lactose to GOS, that is a nutraceutical, which is a prebiotic. So these are the two major components of the whey protein. So initially our focus was basically to isolate this particular whey protein and to fractionate this particular whey proteins, which is very difficult to fractionate, because if we use the membrane process, there must be some difference in molecular weight. If we use the membrane process by sieving mechanism, so basically there must be some difference in molecular weight, but the molecular weight of alpha-lactalbumin is around 14.2 kilodalton, and that of beta-lactoglobulin is about 18.3 kilodalton. So there is hardly any difference in molecular weight. So hardly there is any difference in size of that particular molecule, and it's very difficult to separate these two components by simple molecular sieving mechanism. So that's quite difficult, and based on that we have to adopt some different strategy. So that is basically the difference in isoelectric point of the two proteins, and that is the ion exchange membrane chromatography which comes into the picture. So that I'll tell you later. So this is basically the schematic diagram which we have used. So this is the way. So this is the feed clarification step. Then the ultrafiltration with 5 kD, so that is operated in the diafiltration mode. So this is the lactose separation which can be converted into the desired product like the GOS, the galacto-oligosaccharides or something like that. So this is then the UF by 30 kD or 50 kD membrane, from where basically, so this is basically the WPI, the whey protein isolate. So here we are basically separating the BSA, lactoferrin or immunoglobulin, which are basically the trace components, the trace proteins which are there in the whey. And finally, this is the mixture of alpha-lactalbumin and beta-lactoglobulin which are coming here, and which we are concentrating it to get a mixture of alpha-lactalbumin and beta-lactoglobulin, which you cannot separate by conventional membrane separation. So for that, basically, we need to use the ion exchange membrane chromatography which we have used. I'll just discuss it later. And from where we are getting the pure beta-lactoglobulin, and from here we are getting the pure alpha-lactalbumin, which are having their own market demand. So this is another flow sheet of this particular implementation. So this is the raw casein whey. then centrifugation, then microfiltration, from where basically we are separating the fats. This is the 100 kD ultrafiltration, from where we are separating the immunoglobulin. So then 50 kD just ultrafiltration, from where we are separating the BSA. And then ultimately the 5 kD ultrafiltration, from where we are separating the alpha LA and beta LG, that is the alpha lactalbumin and the beta lactoglobulin. And then finally we are using the 200 Dalton. 200 Dalton basically, it's the nanofiltration range. 200 Dalton, if it is the molecular cutoff, it falls into the regime of the nanofiltration, from where we are separating lactose. And this lactose, we can convert it by different routes to actually a mixture of lactose, glucose, galactose. So these are the different routes. Ultimately, we can get the GOS with the maximum the purity. So that slide I'll show you later basically. And there are other recoverables like different bacterial strain, which are very microbial consortium. Aspergillus origi, Aspergillus niger, lactic acid bacteria we can recover, production of intracellular, extracellular enzyme, and finally the production of biopreservatives, namely bactericin, prebiotic GOS, everything we can prepare from the dairy waste. So basically it's a complete implementation of the circular economy, that is the zero discharge concept. So this is the basically ion exchange membrane chromatography which we have used for the separation of alpha lactalbumin and the beta lactoglobulin. Basically they cannot be separated by simple molecular sieving mechanism. So basically here we have used a particular concept that if the solution if the solution pH is set at the isoelectric point of the protein, the net charge on the protein molecule will be 0. If the solution pH is greater than the isoelectric point, the net charge on the molecule will be negative. And if the solution pH is less than the isoelectric point, the net charge will be positive. So basically we are setting the solution pH at 4.8, which is in between the isoelectric point of the beta LG, that is the beta lactoglobulin, which is 5.2, and that of alpha lactalbumin, the isoelectric point is 4.5. So at this particular pH, the alpha lactalbumin will be basically negatively charged and the beta LG will remain the positively charged, and we are using a indigenously manufactured membrane where we have basically just immobilized the quaternary ammonium ion. So basically we are using that particular membrane. So in that particular membrane, what is happening is that if we just treat the mixture of alpha LA and beta LG through that particular membrane, the negatively charged alpha LA will replace the chloride ion and gets attached to the quaternary ammonium ion. So it is getting bounded on the membrane surface, and on the permeate side, that is, we are getting the pure beta LG. So in this way we can separate, and after adjusting the pH to 3.5 or something like that, at that particular moment the alpha LA will become positively charged, it will get detached from the membrane surface, and ultimately we'll get the pure alpha LA. So this particular paper we have published in the Journal of Membrane Science. It is having very good citation. Around 200 or even more than citation is there. Exact number I can't recall right at this moment. So it's a very cited paper which I have published on the Journal of Membrane Science about the separation of alpha lactalbumin and the beta lactoglobulin. So this is a work towards the sustainability. And after that, we have basically worked how to convert the separated lactose into the GOS. So basically, it's a very difficult thing to convert the lactose to GOS because there are lots of other difficulties. So the problem associated with the enzymatic conversion of lactose to GOS, it is the optimization of the reaction temperature, the inhibitory effect of the monosaccharides like glucose, galactose, minimization of the enzyme cost by reusing the enzyme because we need to reuse the enzyme. The enzyme which needs to be used is the beta-galactosidase, which can be recovered as an extracellular enzyme from the lactic acid bacteria. That can be recovered as an extracellular enzyme from the lactic acid bacteria. Loss of enzyme activity during the enzyme immobilization on the membrane surface, optimization of the water activities, degradation of the GOS product by hydrolysis. So these are the lot of difficulties in the conversion. that is while carrying out the trans-galactosylation reaction through which the lactose can be converted to GOS. So basically we have achieved it through different, we have studied the different mechanism. So this is the bulk process, the lactose solution. This is the beta-galactosidase concentration. pH is 2 to 8. We have basically varied the pH. Temperature is 30 to 60 degrees centigrade. We are getting a mixture. And ultimately, we are getting the separation by nanofiltration. But this scheme is not very much effective because the three components are existing simultaneously. And since if we cannot separate the product immediately, so it's an irreversible reaction, the GOS degradation will occur. So this scheme is not very much effective. The scheme 1, scheme 2 is much more better. It is a continuous process. So here basically these are the enzyme. So basically we are separating the glucose galactose, and finally we are using an ultrafiltration membrane to separate the enzyme which we are recycle back. We are just sending it, we are recycling it back to the reactor, and finally we are getting the product. This scheme is also not very much efficient. This is also the third scheme. Here basically we are immobilize the enzyme on the membrane surface, and this is the enzyme entrampment, basically immobilized enzyme on other suspended substrate. So this is also not very much effective, but this is the most effective one. This also we have published in the Journal of Membrane Science. Here basically we have used the nanofiltration membrane on which we have immobilized the beta-galactosidase enzyme. So basically we are directly separating the GOS and we are getting a mixture of glucose and galactose. Basically we are separating the monosaccharides and ultimately we are getting the GOS. And in this particular configuration we can get the highest yield, that is the highest conversion also from lactose to GOS. So this is some of the facts which I want to present here. But the major problem in the protein separation in the membrane technology is basically the fouling and the concentration polarization. It is not with respect to only the protein separation, it is with respect to everything. Whenever we are using the membrane separation for the wastewater treatment or for the potable water use, whatever it may be, the fouling or concentration is the major problem, and that can be eliminated by enhancing just 5 minutes. So, but just by enhancing the shear on the membrane surface, so basically the shear enhanced membrane module. So in that particular direction, we have worked quite a lot by introducing the rotating disc membrane module, something like this. So we have worked on it. So this is basically the rotating disc, the double shaft. Here also lots of publications, and some students have got the PhD awarded on this particular module, a new innovative design. This is basically the diagram through which we have explained how the membrane rotation can help in reducing the effect of concentration polarization and can enhance the membrane life. So these are some of the figures which I don't want to discuss in detail. And this is another one which we have actually, this is particular patented design. This is the multi-shaft. Here this is the membrane and one side is basically blocked. So basically this is rotating in this particular direction. So this is anti-clockwise rotation. So during the operation it is rotating in this particular direction, the anti-clockwise. But while cleaning, it is rotating in the clockwise direction. So basically the normal run and the cleaning run can be carried out simultaneously in a single piece of equipment, because in ultrafiltration generally the major problem is that we cannot backflush the membrane, because in ultrafiltration we are using the asymmetric membrane, and in the asymmetric membrane we cannot backflush it because of the possible skin detachment. So basically in ultrafiltration membrane it cannot be done, but in this particular configuration we can backflush. Basically the opposite rotation can clear the fouling layer, the fouling or the deposited layer, and can reduce the concentration polarization. So this particular equipment is also patented. So this is basically the CFD simulation of that particular equipment. I am not going through in detail. So this is multi-shaft SBM. So this is another advancement over the multi-shaft, the spinning basket model. It is a multi-shaft. The two shafts are there. They are operating simultaneously in a particular, one is going in this particular direction and another one is going in this particular direction, the opposite direction. So this is much more advantageous in that particular sense. So we are also going through the green synthesis of the nanoparticle. This is green synthesis. We are basically carrying out a lot of work. Basically, we are using the paper leaf, the plant leaves basically as a reducing agent. So we are basically working on it. And there are several others, the bioremediation and the circular economy application of the microbial consortia, inspired sustainable water treatment approach. So this is also a part of a project work, which I don't want to highlight because of the lack of time. The time is already over. And finally, basically, this is the multi-institutional project, the synthesis of nanomaterial, the magnesium, aluminum, titanium composite oxide with exceptionally high heavy metal adsorption capacity and multifunctional properties, basically. This basically the polymeric membrane on which we have applied a coating of the nano composite, and also we have implemented this on the ceramic membrane also. The ceramic tubular membrane, and we have installed a pilot plan at a Ramakrishna mission, the Narendrapur Ramakrishna mission, which is a very well-known schools at Kolkata. It is situated in the southern part of the Kolkata, in the southern fringes of the Kolkata. There we have installed this particular just equipment, the pilot plant, and we have through which the arsenic concentration from a very high level to a very low level. Around 98% arsenic removal is possible. So the rejection rate with respect to arsenic, it was around 97 to 98%. So this is, I'm not going through in detail. So with this is the two published paper, very recent publication, the exceptional arsenic removal using the novel mesoporous titanium ternary composite oxide nanoparticle prepared via self-assembly templing method. So this is published in Separation and Purification Technology, and this is published in Journal of Membrane Science, the mesoporous magnesium, aluminum, titanium composite oxide incorporated mixed matrix ultrafiltration membrane with superior multi-heavy metal removal capacity, anti-fouling and antimicrobial property. So anti-fouling and antimicrobial property, if a particular membrane possesses, then obviously the life of the membrane as well as the effect of the concentration polarization and the fouling can be reduced to a great extent. So this is the two very important paper, very recent papers which I am showing you. One is, the first one is 2023, the second one is at 2024 paper. So with this, I want to conclude because there is no more time. So with this, I want to conclude. Thank you very much, and thanks a lot for the
Thank you, sir. So definitely it was a nice presentation about the advanced separation process and how it is being utilized for separating the value-added components. So I would invite MP Rao sir, please come on dais. And where is President sir? So, Madam and Pokles, आइए. For tea time. After that, one panel discussion is there. So after tea break, we will have the panel discussion.
is the central authority who is who is kind of balancing the act between industry and academia. Am I right, sir? Sir, I'm not correct, please. Sir?
All academicians are already connected to the industry.
Yeah. So, okay.
Industries are connected to the academia. You can tell better.
That is on the lighter side. So,
Whether not best, it's a balance.
today's topic is chemical engineering towards sustainable development and Atmanirbhar Bharat. I would request each panelist to speak for 2-3 minutes on this subject, and then I'll take over with the questions. सर आप शुरू कीजिए है क्या आपके पास नहीं नहीं ऐसे ही जस्ट एवरीबॉडी
Okay, okay. Hello.
टेम्पो है
Hello. Chemical engineering for sustainability. and
सस्टेनेबल
Atmanirbhar-
डेवलपमेंट एंड आत्मनिर्भर भारत
Yeah. So, I have famously quoted long time ago, that was 16th of February 2001, when I was the president of this Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers in Bhubaneswar. I had made the very interesting comment, which became talk of the town, and that was God is a chemical engineer. And there was a reason. You can see that, you can search Google and you find that. Why did I say that? Because chemical engineering is such a versatile profession, which is the principles of which are applied from atom to atmosphere. Any system, it is a sort of systems engineering approach. Red processes. So whether it is physical, chemical, biological, even nuclear, these are all red processes. And our job, take any piece of equipment with boundaries, is to increase the rate, reduce the volume, reduce the processing time, and thereby reduce the waste. So that will lead to sustainability. And in future, we will not have crude oil. By 2054, crude oil will be exhausted, either because the cost of crude oil will be so much that maybe it is $200 a barrel, or the alternatives which are there, some of these we discussed in today's lectures, become so cheap, they compete, and therefore people will not go and try to extract crude oil from oil reservoirs. That is going to happen. Secondly, we are talking about carbon neutrality. My personal belief is carbon neutrality is not the solution. Carbon negative energy solutions is going to happen. That is, we will not have any fuel which will use. So it will be carbon-free fuel. Personally, I also say in many places, carbon should not be used as a fuel, because that is the main reason for this greenhouse gases. So carbon dioxide will be our feedstock. So carbon dioxide, whether it is going to methanol, dimethyl ether, formic acid, ethylene, anything, you name it, all these chemicals based on carbon dioxide. And once you convert carbon dioxide into syngas, it opens up all the things, Fischer-Tropsch synthesis and whatever you name. So that means we are taking carbon dioxide. Still, argument's sake, by 2050, because we are talking about net zero. India says 2070, China says 2060. Remember, our emissions now, India's emissions in 36.8 gigatons, billion tons of carbon dioxide, which is emitted now. India's contribution is 2.622 billion tons, and we want to make it zero by 2070. So that means we have to have technologies. So chemical engineering is not going to die. Chemical engineering will be required to convert all these waste into value, wealth. So be that plastic, like Professor Shishir Sinha talked about plastic waste. Plastic should not be considered as a waste, but plastic should be considered as a resource. So depolymerization, where chemolysis, methanolysis, solvolysis, aminolysis, aminolysis, name it, everything will be used. So depolymerization. So it's normally in plastic industry, they talk upcycling, downcycling, recycling. Okay, that is going to happen. So nothing is to be taken as a waste. So the waste to wealth technologies are again all chemical engineering problems. And since, and no biotechnology can exist without chemical engineering. No biotechnology can exist without chemical engineering. Whatever you do, you are microbes at work or enzymes at work. Once again, we are also doing things which are closer to nature. So chemical engineering is guided by natural phenomena. Chemical engineering based on nature. Whatever nature does, we try to do it. Okay? So sustainability is inbuilt in the definition of chemical engineering. Chemical engineering is distinct from other engineering things. Why? Because chemical engineers can do anybody else's job, be that physicists, chemists, biologists, nuclear scientists, polymer scientists, name it. But they cannot do the job of chemical engineering. Electrical engineering will fail at chemical engineering, but we can do electrical engineers' jobs, right? So I think chemical engineering will be the central theme, central discipline, because chemical engineering is cross-disciplinary. Remember, chemical industry was the first international industry, first transdisciplinary. So chemical engineering will not die. Only thing is the scale of operation on which we use it. So now you see, for example, we had big reactors. Now we are talking about micro reactors and nano reactors. We go to the human body. Human body is the best example of chemical engineering. So I don't think chemical engineering will die. Chemical engineering will be the main, discipline required for sustainable development. But chemical engineering being versatile, they will adopt tricks of the trade of others also. It's not that. So there are chemical engineers who are highly mathematical. There are chemical engineers who are highly experimental. There are somebody work in between. They have converted themselves into something else. So I think Atmanirbhar Bharat requires India must be self-sustaining. India must have its own energy sources. So I have been telling our government, because I am associated with some banners, that we should be an energy exporting country. Our objective is what? By 2030 we should reduce our carbon dioxide emissions by 45% and the renewable energy will be 50%. My personal belief is, why only 500 gigawatt? We will talk about 900 gigawatt. In 2050, world's energy requirement supposed to be 49,000 terawatt hours. My personal belief is India should aim for 10,000 terawatt hours by then, and you will have solar energy, wind energy, hydrogen, geothermal, nuclear, all those things. Where some of these statistics were given by Mr. Maitra. Okay, so I think chemical engineering will be required in all these processes, and sustainability, whether we talk about fission, fusion or whatever, chemical engineering will be there. And so Atmanirbhar Bharat, where we want to have something like $30 trillion economy. Some fellows are saying $50 trillion, $55 trillion. Will it be done without manufacturing? No, manufacturing sector should be 25% growth, cumulative GDP, and service sector 70%. In everywhere chemical engineering will be required. On a lighter note, even Geo, Mukesh is student of ICT. Okay, I started my career with his batch. I can tell you that Geo is run by chemical engineers. Geo, all these top guys, whether it is Kamal Nanavati or all those guys, they are all chemical engineers. So they are versatile. So chemical engineering is a very versatile discipline. So boys and girls, those who are chemical engineers here, remain in chemical engineering. Don't run away and become something else. That is not going to help the country. Okay? Thank you.
So very good evening to all of you. And thank you, Mr. Chattopadhyay ji, for providing me the opportunity to speak here. So as I always tell, right, to the students, faculty, and the entire society whom I do communicate, the basic needs of life, if you look at, right, it is food, energy and water. And this becomes a nexus, right? And in every sector, when you talk about whether you are going to look in terms of the sustainable agricultural, sustainable food, sustainable water development, sustainable water management, and sustainable energy. Already so many debates have been done, so many talks have been given. It is the role of chemical engineer which has to initiate, right, the entire activity for this. A clean potable water, providing the potable water to every citizen of the globe is our responsibility. We have to look forward how to provide the nutritious food with high productivity, managing the soil, managing the environment, what kind of fertilizers you are developing, what kind of pesticides you are giving, and how efficiently the water dripping irrigation systems you are developing through the use of artificial intelligence, through the use of drones technology. Again, it is a thought process by a chemical engineer. When you talk about the healthcare science, artificial intelligence along with healthcare product development, there is a need of chemical engineer. You have to work jointly with some computer guy, with some artificial intelligence expert, so that the products for the healthcare can be developed. And it is entirely, when you look at the medical science, bioscience, it originates from, again, the chemical engineering. When you talk about energy, we are talking low carbon products, we are talking low energy, we are talking about the efficiency development of the MSME sectors, industrial sectors, because efficiency improvement of the existing process itself is a kind of energy generation. It is the role of chemical engineer when you talk about the energy sectors, the usage of these thermal power plants, how can you manage the efficiency of these thermal power plants, how can you miniaturize these power plant systems, how can you reduce the gas emissions from that. This is the role of chemical engineering. We are talking now IoT, right? Industry 4.0 and Industry 5.0. How this will come, how the industries are coming forward. The chemical engineer has to come forward, because all these kind of devices, semiconducting devices, sensors design and development, chemical engineers are doing the job. Material science, connected with the, right, what we talk about the nanotechnology, now people talk quantum systems, quantum dots, which are being developed by a material science and a chemical engineer. So I think that when we talk about the things like microelectronics, your mobile systems, how efficiently you are giving a kind of developing a chips, the material for the chips, the fine lines which you develop a kind of nanomaterials, this is a chemical engineer. So wherever you find the role of chemical engineers for a Viksit Bharat, you have to understand what you are going to achieve in a Viksit Bharat. In Viksit Bharat, it is related to food, energy and water nexus, and you have to learn how can you make society happy with your knowledge. That is very important. You have to connect yourself with the society. So your engineering knowledge should able to solve the societal problems. Whether you are a chemical engineer or a mechanical or electronics or a kind of computer science, we need to look forward a kind of amalgamation or a kind of multidisciplinary approach. Need not to work in isolation, because I would like to see more startups from the young generation. The younger generations are the backbone, and chemical engineer, which is a seamless branch, always told, you learn every branch of science engineering there, and you have to come forward that how startups can come forward. You can develop the startups, connect with the industry, and finally bring those startups to a next level where from you can make the products development, and that is the need of the hour when we talk about self-reliant India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and this is a chemical engineer. This is the team of chemical engineers. This is a team of engineers in total, where always there is a need of a chemical engineer, and we have to develop this kind of Viksit Bharat. We have to look forward all the sustainable development goals, which are 17 goals developed by UNDP, and you see that every sector of that 17 goals is towards, when you talk about sustainability, it is related to elimination of the poverty, rural development, smart urbanization, smart system, miniaturization of the reactors for the future, where it is the role of chemical engineer. So we need to understand how the chemical engineers can join with other teams and find out the solution which is sustainable, which is a solution for the Viksit Bharat 2047. Because the $10 trillion economy which we are talking by 2030, it is the job of the young leaders, young engineers, budding stars, not only the engineers, along with the economists, along with the management. So business, that is B2B model, which is required for the future, and the chemical engineer is versatile, and they need to work with all branches and find out a solution. So with this, I think, would I say that the chemical engineers, that is the role model for the future, and if chemical engineers are determined, if they want to develop the products, if they want to develop a kind of chips for AI, materials, semiconducting materials, quantum, which are the, again, the future, right, what you call the products, the material science, there is a chemical engineering, and the fundamentals of chemical engineering would be very, very important, whether it is heat transfer, mass transfer, energy, and process development, process intensification, artificial intelligence, exergy analysis. So we need to develop for every sector these kind of, either it is through computational tool or through a kind of experimental. We need to work together and find out that how the efficiency of the existing system can be improved, how the energy sources can be designed and developed efficiently, how the water management can be done effectively, and how the problems related to the pollution of water can be managed, how environment can be protected. Everywhere there is a need of chemical engineer. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Pan sir. Professor Sinha, I would request you to say something.
Thank you, sir. And to echo the point by Professor Yadav, I used to say during my class that chemical engineers or chemical engineering is mother of all disciplines. And when I am saying this, I used to quote a couple of examples. I don't know how many of you heard about the book by Maharshi Agastya Samhita. He wrote about the electricity generation through the chemical process. Apart from this, the Nagarjun, he wrote the Rasendra Mangal and Ras Ratnakar, a very famous book, where they are echoing everything related to the chemical engineering or chemistry or metallurgy. All those things are interrelated. So in 2011, I visited University of Minnesota, where I found adjacent to the chemical engineering block was some medicine department, and I went there and I saw a photograph of or a sketch of a beard sadhu, and then when I came closer to that particular sadhu portrait, it was mentioned it is the Sushrut, the father of surgery. So when I inquired about this, and my father was doctor, so I asked that, who was Sushrut? So practically, he was not much aware about the fact that who was Sushrut. But you see that he has written so many books, but especially one book was used by the disciples of Napoleon Bonaparte. And what happened after the death of Napoleon Bonaparte, the followers or disciples of Napoleon, they were in search of that, how he died. Then fortunately they got one hair, and because one of his follower, he kept this hair. And the method for analyzing the hair, especially the toxicity of all those things, it is duly mentioned in that particular Sushrut Samhita. And they analyzed that it is because of the arsenic. So this is the fact that why you are saying. And if we go to the Hindu mythology, everywhere you will find that the chemistry and the chemical engineering plays a very vital role. I don't want to discuss all those things. But the thing is that without, when I quote these two examples of Agastya Samhita and Ras Ratnakar, if anybody go to that particular thing, everything is mentioned, whatever we are using day-to-day life. Now, as a chemical engineering perspective, we can give some more catchy words like optimization, energy, economics, and everything. But one very small thing which I read, which can be, you can say, generalized, that sometimes the problems are also created by the chemical engineers, but before creating the problem, they know the solution. And that is the very important thing, and that is why the chemical engineering is successful, and that is why we say that it is a sustainable thing. When we talk about the Atmanirbhar Bharat, so Atmanirbhar Bharat, you see that the Bharat Sarkar has already chalked out the plan for at least 2070, when there are so many things need to be populated over the period of next 46 years. In those years, not enough opportunities are there, especially if we see that there are several sectors, whether you see the health sector, no pharmaceutical industry can survive without the help of chemical engineers. If you go for any kind of, you say the hospitality sector, if you go to the hotel and everywhere you will find the role of chemical engineers are there. Even if we produce the waste, then the sustainable technology is used to be provided by the chemical engineers like ETP and other things. So the thing is that whenever we are echoing, we are focusing towards the Atmanirbhar Bharat, then definitely we need to look this aspect that we need to nurture that particular thing. There are so many problems, there are so many issues, they are unaddressed as of now. And I always used to emphasize that we must look into the holistic approach, that what next and how we can achieve. And third point is that what if particular thing, if something went wrong, that need to be addressed. If we find the solution of this particular thing, definitely the branch will nurture and we can achieve the sustainable development and we can achieve the Atmanirbhar Bharat concept. We need to look, and I just like to give one example. Those who visit the European country or US, especially in the chilly and windy part, you'll find that if you purchase a chocolate and if you bring here in Indian context, it will easily melt it out, because they crafted the things as per their own convenience. The similar thing is needed over here. The chemical engineers should look into the problems, because India is known for its jugaad technology. So it's not joke. The jugaad technology gives an opportunity to go inside that particular thing so that we can go, or in other medical term you can say that it gives an opportunity to go for an autopsy. So the thing is that we must utilize this particular capability so that we can achieve the things more easily, more efficiently, under the edge of the energy, environment, economics. And I said in my lecture that one of my close known, Anil Prakash Joshi ji, he always say that you need to look into the ecology. So once we go for this optimization, definitely we can reach the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Moitra, please.
Yeah, I think the focus is on two objectives. One is sustainable development, which means you provide energy and you provide materials without emissions. Now, for that, you require chemical engineering, because in the past, it used to be all fossil, which has a carbon footprint attached to it. And we are going to something with zero carbon footprint. And so chemical engineers are required for sustainable development. Second is Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now, what does Atmanirbhar Bharat means? That means we are self-sufficient in energy and self-sufficient in materials. And again, we have to grow them, which requires chemical engineer, because people who haven't defected to IT or something, they are mainly working in energy and materials. And again, we require chemical engineers. So I think there is a role for everyone, but there is a role for chemical engineer as well, because we are 24, 25, 23 years away from 2047 goal, and this is a huge challenge, and I think it is the chemical engineers who will be expected to solve these challenges. That's all.
Thank you. I think all the speakers have spoken about their insight on this subject of sustainable development through chemical engineering. So my question to Dr. Yadav is, China produces around 120,000, in excess of 120,000 chemical compounds, but India is still at 80,000. What is those steps the industry, the government, the academia should take so that we could reach this kind of advancement? All the products should be available in this country so that we can be self-reliant.
You know, it's a very good question. You know, China has a different model. I used to go to China every year during summer for almost 5 years. And one of the programs the Chinese has is so-called 1000. Meaning of that 1000 is that they would bring back 1000 best of their brains from abroad back into China, give the same salary and facilities so that they develop the technologies for their country. And so we were 17 members international. I was the only one from India. And our job was to see whether these guys have lived up to the expectation, because they were given all facilities. And they were supposed to develop technology for their nation. China also does something which is their cost calculations are different from what we do. They are, overheads, steam or air, whatever common utilities, the government does it for them. So their industries produce goods which sometimes, our raw materials are more expensive than their goods. That is one of the reasons why we are not able to compete with them. Secondly, they always set their goals on a higher production. So in chemical engineering we call something called the scale, economy of scale, and the so-called 0.68 index by which your capacity is raised. You learn it in chemical engineering economics. So their philosophy is that if you produce more and also aim for the international market, your cost of production will go down, and then you will capture the market, and another strategy is that you wipe out the local industry, so then you are dependent on them. So then slowly they can increase the price because you become used to it. Like for example, 80% of API, active pharmaceutical ingredients, which come in India, they are from China. They are from Chinese made. So when we say we will ban Chinese goods, Chinese import, we cannot ban them. Our drug industry will be wiped out. You can ban some apps because that's a different ball game. But you cannot ban goods, material goods, chemicals which are coming here. Since China has that model and the government is helping, our government's policy should be what? Our government policy should be such that we always, encourage our industrialists. In our country, political leaders are more engaged in blaming the industry rather than encouraging them and calling them chores, which is very unfortunate according to me. We have to respect our industries because they are going to create the primary job. Then primary job is their secondary, tertiary, quaternary, all those jobs are generated through primary jobs. So government policy must be industry friendly. The so-called PLI scheme, production linked incentive, that must be widened. It is not just only one few pharmaceuticals and all, it has to be widened and must be given to other industries. Our objective should be that we export and we earn the foreign exchange. China's model is that they are living on the foreign exchange, so they have penetrated everywhere in the world, name it. the African countries or the Latin American countries, everywhere they are there, because that is the policy of the government. So our policy, industry policy must be redefined, must be given incentive to our industries. It's not that it is not giving subsidy, and nothing should be free. At the same time,
I feel, sir, the Chinese industry policy, more than their creativeness, it is the flawed policy of United States.
well,
In 70s and 80s, what they did,
they gave
was
everything.
to China,
Yeah.
and then China prospered.
Yeah.
Maybe that is the policy of US which has
No,
given
no,
them this.
actually, no. Another interesting part I tell you, China, you know, the so-called intellectual property rights, China has, violated them. They invariably copy and they start the technology. In fact, I tell you, chemical abstracts, which we used to get, it was 20 lakh rupees a year, because I know that. So expensive. In China, they will buy only one set, make copies and distribute to all their universities for the entire thing. So their model is totally different. And also they were most populous country. Now we are overtaken. So our policy must be industry friendly, and chemical engineering should be promoted. Our government should also say that chemical engineering is an important branch. You see that anywhere, chemical engineering is not even mentioned, which is sad.
Professor Sinha, you wanted to say something?
Actually, I would like to add some more point to Professor Yadav's statement, that almost 3 years back, our ministry has carried out one survey, and 75% of the specialty chemicals are being imported from China. So we carried out, and I was the chairman of that particular committee, and ministry has assigned 26 specialty chemicals for which we need to look for some promotional factor so that they can be manufactured over here. That is called the disability factor. So when we analyze, and my colleague is here, he is also the member of that committee, Chinese government, they are giving 18 different type of subsidy which we can't, like superstar subsidy, special economic zone subsidy, and all those things. So 18 different kind of a thing. So whenever any kind of a thing landed at say Mumbai or somewhere, almost the price is half. So whatever you want to impose under the certain agreement, you can't impose certain things. So apart from this, rightly said by Professor Yadav, that we must develop our own technology, we must develop our own system. But unfortunately, when we approach to the different R&D organization and others, they fail to produce some sort of applied research-based technology. So that is why one thing. Second thing is that, rightly said by you, sir, but the thing is that these subsidies or these incentives, they are such a high proportion that sometimes you cannot afford to produce that particular thing in Indian context. So, and simultaneously, under the PLI scheme, we can't propose these kind of a thing because of certain agreement. So this is one of the major factor. Apart from this, the point discussed by Professor Yadav, that the Chinese chemicals, they are much at lower price compared to the Indian context.
Thank you, sir. I have a question for Professor Pan. We are going towards renewable energy, but renewable energy has the biggest problem of storage. So do you think that chemical engineers have a role in developing a storage system where we can use the renewable energy for your...
Thank you for your question. Yeah, I think there are plenty of opportunity for chemical engineer to work on this renewable energy system. Like we, right at IIT Roorkee also, we are working on this, say, chemical engineers and electrical engineers, where the production of this hydrogen and connecting it directly with the grid. So it's a kind of, right, we are looking forward the lab scale 100 kilowatt, grid and converting into 1 megawatt. So this is a kind of project which has been supported by one of the funding agency. The idea is that role of chemical engineering is when you look at the entire system and design and development, the chemical plays a big role, right? Because we are training them towards a kind of process intensification, which is very, very important, and control systems, right? When you look at how the chemical engineers are working for this controlled system design, instrumentation, this is a part of chemical engineer. And then when you talk about the transformation of this, the efficiency of this entire device plays a very important role. So just like coal gasification, the efficiency is just 30%. Yeah. So, and there are ways by which the efficiency can be improved, right? People are talking in terms of now gasified design, right? From bubbling fluidized bed to fluidized bed, and people talk, compare with the this ablating or entrant bed gasifier. This is the goal of a chemical engineer. How can they design, suppose coal gasification, what kind of particle size, how heat and mass transfer can be taken better in that. So there are a lot of, right, this. Then the second thing is that when you talk about solar energy now, right? So now solar energy without material development you cannot do. Now people talk in terms of photovoltaic devices, right? People talk in terms of semiconducting devices there. So how the efficiency from 15%, because when you talk about this perovskite-based material, it is being developed by the chemical engineers and material science. So the efficiency of this perovskite cells is expected to be 30%, because otherwise the silicon cells which are now has the efficiency is 15%. So there is a need of the chemical engineer connecting with the electrical and electronics also, where the engineering is to be done. So lot of things when you talk about the micro managements and design of these kind of nanostructures, say corrugating systems now, we talk in terms of now these microchannel reactors. Microchannel reactors, if designed efficiently, they will be highly efficient. And same thing when you talk about fuel cell development. So people are working, the chemical engineers are working in the area of different kind of fuel cells, right? Which will be used for production of hydrogen, so biomass to hydrogen through electrochemical reaction. And then finally transferring into the grid. Now the important thing when you talk about design and scale up, without chemical engineer you cannot do that. So there is a huge role of chemical engineer, but as I said, the industry and academia, these engineers have to go to industry. They have to take their internship into the industry. Unfortunately, what is happening, everybody wants to sit on the computer lab, wants to develop the computational work, but how they will learn how a pump works, that's important. So there is an intense need that our young chemical engineers should visit the industry, spend time, not only the students, but the faculty should also go there, invest time, understand the problem of the industry and bring it to the academic section, do the research on that and make a kind of solution for the problem. And this will build a kind of I think the relationship between industry and academia. It's already now building up, but we can make it more and more stronger because trust is very important. Another thing is within the time frame the research is to be conceptualized, because industry doesn't want to have to spend more time. Right? They can invest money, but they can't wait for the time, because that's what the question is coming, because China has already technology available. They have the methanol which they are selling at a rate of 22 rupees per liter. We are producing at 25 rupees per liter. Why industry will buy that? So we need to address those challenges. And that is very important, that we have to bridge the gap between industry and academia. And I think there is a strong relevant role of chemical engineer for the sustainable energy, I will say, not the renewable energy, because sustainable energy is important, not the renewable energy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So I think we should a little bit take turns toward the industry. And Dr. Maitra, why Indian industrialists go to a foreign process licenser? Why can't they depend on Indian engineers to develop a process? Why is it so that even my industry also, we go to a foreign process licenser? I know that what Reliance does. So why do we do this?
Actually, when industry wants to build a plant, we are looking at two things. One is the technology, and one is the finances or the cost. And we cannot fail in the technology because we are going to invest a lot of money in that. and the plant has to run right the first time. Hence, we want to, so there are lots of risk for an industry, and we want to minimize various risks. And we want to actually eliminate technology risk. So you tell me, if there is an Indian technology risk-free, we will go for it. If there are others giving that, we go for it. It's as simple as that.
Sir, but in China, they also haven't done a basic engineering in 70s and 80s. The basic engineering started when they imported European or Western equipments, and they did the back engineering, reverse engineering we call it. And then they established themselves. Today, you go to any detail engineering consultants in China, they give the same process, whatever the Western processes are, and they are selling those processes. I'll tell you one example in the polyester industry. Zimmer was a very big name, if you remember. Today, Zimmer is not in existence because the technology was copied, reverse engineers, and now Chinese state engineering companies are selling the same technology at much cheaper price.
Let me talk about Zimmer. Zimmer had a very, very good polyester technology. We are familiar with it. China has copied it, but whatever they have copied, technology never remains constant. It evolves. And the Zimmer has been taken over, I forget the name of the company.
Technic.
It's not...
Technic now.
Yeah. It is taken over by Technip. And the Technip developments are much better than whatever China has copied. So if today we want to put a polyester technology, we will go to Technip rather than China. But you show me an Indian company who gives us equivalent to Technip technology. And now that is also changing, because with the IT revolution, India, unlike China, became the back office capital of the world. But now India is attracting a lot of GCC, which is Global Capability Center. Every major company in whatever fields, including field of chemicals, field of energy, they are setting up big GCCs in India. I'm told there is now GCCs in India have crossed over 2,000 in India. Bengaluru is the capital of GCCs in India. And with these GCCs, they are developing new technologies. They are not putting GCCs in good old China. Why are they not putting it in China? Because we are honest and we don't copy. And with this GCC, advanced R&D is being done in India. That is going to change, because this is a time of transition. This is a time of innovation. You have to innovate. You can't just say, I have this 10 years ago. What we have 10 years past is not a good guide for how we go ahead in the future.
Thank you. So China is a different story. I keep going to China though. They have grown so big and their scale is so big. I will give you a small example, sir. PTA, Reliance also produces PTA. So in one of the fabrication shops, when we visited, we saw a few reactors kept there in the shop. And we asked them, what are these? They said that this reactor is for 1 million ton, This reactor is for 1.2 million ton. This is for 1.5 million ton. I mean, reactors are available on the shop floor. It is unbelievable. I mean, here it takes 4 years to fabricate a reactor. So that is the scale. Probably will take years to reach there. Anyway, so that is a long story. I will request now Professor Yadav to give some idea when the Indian research and development will look, and give some contribution to the world.
Very good question. If our industries collaborate with academia, because mind my word, academia, they trust in their capabilities, where academia develops IPR and that is shared by with the industry, which support them. And that is one of the things in the so-called Anusandhan National Research Foundation, ANRF, which the government is talking about, where 60% of the fund has to come from industry, and no industry is going to give you free money unless they see that there is some reward for them. So these days, these young professors, assistant professors, associate professors, they are worried what will happen to their research. On the contrary, it is survival of the fittest. They should be ready to take the challenge. Not all projects will be successful. There is always a law which is maybe 10% are successful, but they will give us a bigger reward, provided our industries believe in the capabilities of the academia. Provided our academia believe that they can take up the challenge and just deliver the thing, because deliverable is the thing where we fail. And therefore, industry does not want to go to academia. They think they can do it on their own. That is what is happening in India. But within next 10 years, believe me, within a decade, things will change. Indian industry will go to academia, they will support research centers, they will create centers of excellence. And one of the ways, where I say the CSR, which is 2%, now it should be made 3%, that 1% should be given to higher education and academia to develop technology, where the industry partners, and in that 1% extra, 0.2% should be given for internship. I call this scheme as SIR, Students Internship Responsibility, where industry is responsible for giving training to the students. They must develop that ability, and that is why it is. So it is all policy, I am telling you. Everything boils down to policy. If the policy is right, we are talking about, sadly, our former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, passed away yesterday. He is given credit for liberalization of the economy. Till that time, how horrible things were there. So we have to liberalize ourselves in having a very good attitude towards academia, research scientists and laboratories, and then only we can do it within a decade. I'm sure about it.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, question.
All right, let me ask, okay, we want to go into a new business. The new business is solar photovoltaic, all right? Now, Reliance wants to build solar photovoltaic so that it can plaster the whole of India with those shining solar PV modules. Now, we looked all over the world, and we looked even deeper in good old India. Now you tell me, is there anyone who can give us the technology of solar photovoltaics? And remember, we are not going to wait for 5 years for someone to develop. And guess, and we didn't want to go to China. We want to get solar photovoltaic technology. We don't want to go to China, and we want something which is possible. And we want not today's technology, but technology which is expected to come in the future. Now, you look at academia, you look at the patents. How many solar photovoltaic patents are there in India? So how can we go there and get that? So guess where we ultimately had to go? Where the sun doesn't shine for 6 months a year. Norway. And that is Norway. We have got the technology from Norway, and we are building a gigafactory to produce solar photovoltaics. It's very simple. We are spending $2.5 billion for solar photovoltaic. It's going to start in the next quarter, the plant. But you give me solar photovoltaic technology, we will be more than happy to take it if it is possible.
I think we have no time also. I will just end it up. The responsibility is on the shoulders of academia and industry as well. I will just take a...
Because we seem to be repeating the same things, right? India, we have been importing technologies for a long, long time. But we have not been building capabilities within India. And everybody seems to be passing the buck from the industry to the politics.
Incorrect. I just said, and you may not have listened to it, what are these GCCs doing?
Yes, that is
what are they doing?
What are the GCCs doing?
They are developing technology in India for the world. But for the world.
Really?
But it is being developed by Indian scientists, Indian engineers, and Indian technologists.
The only thing is that what he is saying that the GCC, the engineers are of Indian, but the name is taken by ExxonMobil or somebody else.
I work for Infosys. Infosys started with offshore development centers.
Right.
So GCCs seem to be just a repeat of the same thing. What are we doing different? Where are the capabilities being built? And why is the industry not taking responsibility for it?
Day and night. And
I hear about these GCCs too. I'm very proud about India, but where are we lacking?
Yeah, I think I would also like to add...
We have to take the next step, right? So where are we failing? Maybe I need to ask each one of you, where are we failing?
This is one thing which is missing, I think, between industry and the academia. Of course, all the solutions may not be available immediately. So now what is being done, I think Government of India has already taken the initiative. All the projects now which are being done by the academia, there is one industrial partner in that. And it is now 1+1 or 2+2 type scheme, one industry, one academia, India as well as abroad also. So we are not leaving ourselves only within the country, but also across the globe there is an international partnership among the universities, among the industries also. So this is, I think, which has already been started. All the projects which are now ongoing, these are with the support of, there is not a kind of support, it is a cash support also. Like it is 25 crore plus 25 crore, we are running the project at IIT Roorkee itself. We have done the one project on coal to methanol, right, with complete carbon dioxide capture, and now converting this methanol to DME and olefin. So there are the ways. Now NTPC is also working together, BHEL is also working. I think if we start like this, the time will come, maybe 5 years or 10 years onwards, what we are envisaging, India will sign and industries will come automatically to the academia. So first thing is the building the trust, which is missing, I think, as of today. But I am sure that if our young engineers, budding engineers are giving the output, our young academicians and the industries who are working within the country, they have the trust, I think the solution will come. This is what I feel. Thank you very much.
I am Praveen Saxena, Promoter Director of Bhumista, a MSME company. I think that you replied that the technology which is the total technology. Okay, that is where for sustainable development means whatever is the existing to improve upon and give it. I think that for that the industry, we are not making the impact. And what he was really mentioned that the company, I think that Pansab has covered very good, that a team, other departments and all that, but still, we are not making the impact, the industry, to take this, whatever is developed by this academics, research lab is acceptable, that is number one. And Yadav Sahab, okay, he has given it, okay, it should be shared by the industry, the expenses. Okay, it's a total development, Yadav Sahab, and the fruit will be given to the country, Bharat. So why not, like education says, we have paid lot of time for education, the education says and all that. This type of the says should be given and give the industry, because when I take some technology, I put my economics, my funds at a stake. Okay, so I think that should be seen that way, and really to motivate the industry that whatever you are investing, whatever you are giving will certainly not lost to you.
I'm telling you something very simple, very simple. You know that people are told to make solar energy, right? Whatever you consume, you cannot exceed that. I'm saying, supposing I'm capable of making 1 megawatt, argument's sake, but my requirement is only half megawatt. I'm not, that other half megawatt is wasted, that industry is not given any money. I'm saying, let them produce even 2 megawatt, we will buy it, because that way government can, does not have to spend any money on that, and the private players can give that energy to the nation. Right now it is policy. So we are lacking at policy, not innovation or anything. What he says, where is the encouragement is this, you trust your citizens, now we have 1 crore households which will make solar energy, right? With some incentive. This should be the incentive. Make whatever, suppose Reliance wants to make 10 megawatt plant on their Jamnagar. Let them make it, let that energy be given to the government at some decided rate. It should not be free, only whatever that is wrong policy, what I am saying. So it is ultimately it is the policy which takes the nation to the next level. Whether it is 91 liberalization or 2024 problems, we have to have a good policy, including hydrogen, green hydrogen, because I chair that committee, I am telling you that.
So, sir, I am strongly echoing his point. There are two things. One is that the industry should come forward to nurture the technology. No doubt there are so many brains are available. Only thing is that we need to nurture. Apart from this, there is a responsibility from the academia side. They should come out from the business of publishing the fake papers. They should come out for dormant patent publications and other thing, which is very common nowadays, because if anybody wishes to submit the thesis, only thing is being asked that how many publications do you have? Second thing is how many patents you have. These patents are not having even a single value. No doubt the things are available, but the thing is that we need to, so it's if we come out from this, here the one administrator, I'm also echoing this particular point, that the brain is available, the technology can be developed over the period of time with the help of the industry. Sir, trust me, there was a scheme called Imprint, and it was a gross failure because none of the industry come forward to even 25% sharing with respect to the monetary aspect. So the thing is that unless otherwise the academia build their own respect with respect to the technology development, which is useful or which can be useful for the industry, the faith cannot be built. First thing, because see, if we see the past, there are so many things. The publication, when I started my career at IIT Roorkee, so people said that if you publish 4 papers, then you will become the associate professor. If you publish this. So at least these are the brain who are serving there in those industry, whether it is Norway, United States, there. Why we are nurturing them over here? Why we are not providing the things? So industry should come forward. Simultaneously, academia should sense its responsibility that they should not go for this kind of academic crime, which I say. And I may be little blunt. I'm sorry for that.
Thank you, Professor Sinha. I think we had a great discussion, very engaging one. I will give you a small ending comments on this. 1,000 years back, maybe, in the Rome, there was a big marble slab was lying, and the king was asking all these sculptors that please do something to this marble slab. It was 6 meter long and 1.5 meter by 1.5 meter square. It's a big one. Nobody was doing anything. He called Leonardo da Vinci. Da Vinci said, no, I can't do it. This is a useless stone. I can't sculpture. But finally, he called Michelangelo. After 500 years, it was lying there. When Michelangelo came and he sculpted the best naked man statue, today it is David. It is there in Florence. You can all go and see. Yes.
Before the conclusion,
Yeah.
you want to share something?
Yes, please. Yeah, engaging.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the dignitaries over the dais. I'm literally a very small person, or I'm a very little one with respect to you. But during this, my name is Dr. Ranjana Das, and I'm Associate Professor of Jadavpur University, Chemical Engineering Department. And during this panel discussion, I've heard all the comments from all the dignitaries. There are lots of problems you are talking about, okay. But you are also thinking about the solution. One person was sitting over there. He is so much concerned about India, why India is just not developing anything, why we are just considering the technology of the Western countries or from the outside, abroad, why we are depending on the foreign technologies, why we are not relying on us. So the answer is not so easy, okay. The answer is not so easy. Some person is also sitting over here who just gave the last comment, and he just commented that academia is responsible for that. Now I am asking you one question, sir. From which institute you passed? From which institute?
My institute.
Okay,
HBTI.
so it is HBTI Kanpur. So is it not an institute? You have learned from there. So you should respect your institute first. Okay, you learn from there, now you are going to the industry and you are using your concept to the industry. You are applying your concept. Okay, so whenever you are just considering this, you are just blaming that we are doing the paper, fake papers. You use that term. I highly object that term. Because some of the papers we have also learned, those papers were published by China, some authors of the China. When we are trying to reproduce that result in our lab, we totally failed. The observation was totally wrong. Now, how you can answer this? The fake papers, they are not publishing. We are publishing the fake papers. Now, I am giving you the question. UGC get the guideline without any publication. You can now get the PhD degree. Now, who is responsible for making this policy? Initially, there was 3 publications. From our generation, when I got the PhD, 3 publication was mandatory. No patent was there, the 3 concepts. Now the UGC have made the policy that no paper is required for PhD degree. Now who is responsible for that? So the answer is not so easy. The answer is that we Indians are not responsible at all. We are lacking of the responsibility. Whenever you are thinking of a role of chemical engineer, why the point is not that the role of all individuals. A chemical engineer cannot do anything unless and until it is all the individual are just contributing or they are relying on you. You are just giving so many concepts over here. But whenever you are thinking of a child who is just sitting at the home and the AC is running and he is just playing outside garden. So the concept from there, the responsibility should be there. He is just telling why we are failing. We are failing because of our lacking of willingness. We don't want to take the responsibility on our head. We are just only failing because we are lacking of the responsibility. If we just think, no, just a minute, just a minute, just a minute. Yes, we are running late. We are running late. I know.
Okay.
No, I'm not blaming anyone. I'm not blaming anyone.
1 second.
No. Why he is telling me why we are failing. We are failing because of our responsibility.
Ranjana, okay. Okay.
No, they're sitting over there. We are from academy, and they're just blaming us.
Nobody is blaming anybody.
We are giving the fake papers.
Ranjana, it's an open house. It's an open discussion. Nobody is blaming anyone. We are just trying to.
The paper is highly objectionable, sir.
Okay.
I was telling all the discussion was very nice. All the discussion were very nice, but that I object.
Okay,
that
your objection well taken. Your objection well
okay,
taken.
that
But
publication. This is an open house. So you are telling something. I have also the right to tell you something.
You have summarized. You told your thing. Kindly take your seat, please. Kindly.
Yes,
take it.
they are senior. That's why I'm sharing.
Okay.
Don't please don't get excited.
I'm just not excited. I'm telling you that only that responsibility. We are just blaming each other, but we are not concerned about our responsibility.
So today's discussion is to
we
bring
should
out those
consider
things.
about our responsibility.
Today's discussions was to bring out all those things. What is
So
happening?
since it is an open house, that's why I'm telling.
No, just a minute. I'm Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya. Actually, it's the matter of academic honesty. Actually, everywhere the people are losing the honesty. It's basically the trend of the present generation or the present era. You can tell, but this academic integrity or the academic honesty is very, very important, and definitely we have to gain the trust of the industry. That is the most important. Basically, we have to just get the trust of the industry so that the industry should come out to the academic institutes so that they can collaborate with us and they can just rest that particular trust upon us so that they can allow us to develop the technology. Because in fact, I have just a lot of project. I have done a lot of project in collaboration with the different industries, and I've developed some patents also, basically, but they are not continuing with that particular technology. So basically, it's a matter of mutual trust. So that is the most important part, I think, the academic integrity and the honesty.
And that was the
Thank you.
interest of I don't think that she has listened my voice carefully, right? She might be somewhere in her mind. Only thing is that, and I never thought, listen carefully. I never tell that this is the academic integrity of Indian context is at stake. It is academia, I am telling you. First thing. Second thing is that if you are so powerful in the academics, just tell me how many technologies been translated into the industry. First thing. Right? Why the industry is not coming to you? Remember. Just now, second thing is that this is the problem of entire country, I am telling you. Listen carefully, madam. Now, second thing is that you know that what is my background. You know where I am working. I am a professor of chemical engineering at IIT Roorkee. Listen carefully. And I have done my PhD from Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. Have you heard the name of Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur? Listen carefully. I heard, right? So the thing is that I learned a lot. I see a lot. I evaluated the thesis from Jadavpur University, madam, clearly. Just listen carefully. So the thing is that this is the question of entire academic community. What I see, that the academic people or PhD scholars, they are just running behind for the publication of the paper. And what you taught about the UGC, just come out from the UGC paraphernalia. There are so many quality journals, right? There are so many things. There are so many, simultaneously, you see that why UGC had imposed this particular thing that you need to publish in that particular thing, because the people were intended to publish in those fake journals, those who are either published in Meerut or somewhere else. So madam, better before speaking, you need to carry out some analysis. And that is why UGC, and that is why some other academic institutes or institutions of national importance, they impose the things that you must, even, I am telling you, it is not for the universities like Jadavpur University, it is for the institution of national importance. Sir. IITs, even they are intent Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 ranking journals. Because the publication in the Q4 ranked journal is quite easy compared to the Q1 ranked journals. I hope that you heard about the Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, right? There are so many Q4 ranked journals where you can easily publish. There are so many journals, even if you submit the paper in the morning and you will get the acceptance in the evening. And then simultaneously people will come forward, sir, we have published this journal. This is a SCI or a global SCI index journal. Right? So, madam, before speaking, one should get, and before challenging, one should get, see, I don't know how you are teaching. I'm sorry for that.
Actually, I want to make a small comment. Please, no, this is not, no dialogue. Sorry.
This is I'm not
between you two, please.
We are ending the session now.
I'm not blaming.
We can have a discussion.
You can talk to him
We can
separately.
have the discussion privately.
You can talk to him separately. No, this is not acceptable. No, this is not acceptable. Please. It is not between you and him. There is no, see, listen to me, please. Please,
See,
it is a panel discussion.
I think,
Okay.
sir, I have a one point to make. I think we can discuss this during the dinner, right?
No,
Because we are running short of
Listen,
that time.
We are running short of time. And you know, that is not personal attack on anybody, but I am telling you, where to publish is decided by the professor. No academic council tells you that. So it is the individual who decides where to publish, how to publish, and work on that. You can publish in a stupid journal, a predatory journal, open access, paying money, and so that is why UGC removed that. But it does not mean you don't have standard. The standard is decided by the individual. Academic council, you can appoint your own friend as a referee and get the degree also. In the same university where high-class research is produced and low-class research is also produced. So let us not go into that. That is what he did not mean that. But what he said is that there are so many papers in biology particularly, so many papers are retracted, including a Nobel laureate's paper. Do you know that? So let us be careful about it. It's not personal
It's a
attack.
general thing. It's not anything to do with any
let
particular.
me tell you, right, for promotions and all these things, these publications in quality journals are very important because your work is being, once it is cited, it is being read by others also. It gives the guidance to the young researchers also what is being done. So just technology transfer is not important. Publication, filing patent, because this gives you a global recognition, and that is very important. And academicians have to do that role, right? And all academicians have to do the publications, filing patent, IPRs, right? And now startups, right? Because connecting with the industry is an integral part. All the academicians are doing exceptionally good. I congratulate to all the academicians, all the industries, they are doing their role. That's why India is signing, our GDP is increasing, and overall what we are thinking in terms of $10 trillion, this will happen only when the industries are giving the right kind of right direction, and it is the industry and academia interaction. Both have to work together, both are doing positively, both are doing in an isolation zone and need to come together.
You know, I will tell you one comment. I tell my colleagues, because I was Vice Chancellor for 10.5 years. You know what I used to tell my colleagues? 3P. patent, publish and prosper. Industry will automatically come to you. And the other thing I used to tell, which most of the people lack, is another 3P. Patience, perseverance and pardon. You must have immense patience. You must persevere with that idea because success doesn't come overnight. And you must pardon people who attack you. So we pardon you. Thank you very much.
Thank you everybody. We had a great discussion, great engaging session. I thank Dr. Yadav, Professor Pant, Professor Sinha and Dr. Moitro. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much all the panelists for a very engaging panel discussion. Okay, so it's a really good panel discussion. So culture program will start from 7:15, and before that the members of IICG are requested to assemble at IT Park ground floor just outside this auditorium, and left side road if you take, you will get a IT Park. There is a volunteer, they can guide you. So please assemble there. We will shortly start our annual general body meeting of Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers. So all the members are requested to assemble IT Park ground floor.
गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं, गुरुदेव। गौतम जी थोड़ी सी रिपीट। गौतम जी मधुवन की लताओं में गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं, गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं। गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं, गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं। इन काली घटाओं में गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं। थोड़ा वॉल्यूम बढ़ा दो, वॉल्यूम। थोड़ा अफेक्ट। गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं, गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं। थोड़ा अफेक्ट बढ़ा दो। इन काली घटाओं में गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं। चेक साउंड चेक। तिरछे हैं कड़े उनके सर पे मुकुट विरजे। थोड़ी सी रिपीट बढ़ा दो, थोड़ी रिपीट। अतरों पे ले मुरली गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं। थोड़ी सी डिले, थोड़ी सी। गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं, गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं। चेक माइक चेक। इन काली घटाओं में गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं।
पे मुकुट विरजे अधरों पे लिए मुरली गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखो
ये रूप वाली छाव, ये आकाश पर तारों का जाल, जैसे सूफी का तसव्वुर, जैसे आशिक का ख्याल. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening and welcome to this evening of musical symposium. After a day full of fruitful discussions and technical deliberation, it indeed fills our heart with immense pleasure to see you here at the celebration of Sufi melodies.
I once again extend my heartiest welcome to our respected dignitaries, wonderful faculty members, and amazing delegates and dear students. We welcome you to a night where melody meets spirituality, where the divine threads of Sufi music connects our soul to the higher realm.
Yes, tonight we gather to immerse ourselves into the timeless tunes and poetry of love, devotion, and mysticism. पर इससे पहले कि हम सूफी इश्क में मलंग हो, सौरभ, क्या तुम हमें बताओगे कि सूफी संगीत इतना खास क्यों है?
Well, Yashvi, to me, Sufi music is special because it isn't just music. It's an experience, a journey, a calling to the divine that transcends language, religion, and boundaries. It's a kind of magic that stays with you long after the last note fades away.
बिल्कुल, जिस रूहानियत को छू न सके उसका भी एहसास दे जाए, तड़पते भक्त को ईश्वर और शायर को ख्वाब दे जाए, यही तो है सूफी संगीत का जादू. And speaking of magic, tonight we have an extraordinary artist amongst us who will take us on a mesmerizing journey. But let me ask you this, are you ready to let your heart dance and your soul sway to the whispers of her Sufi songs?
Now for those guessing who is she is the one who needs no introduction. For those who have heard her can never forget the sweet melodies of her voice. Began associated with the arts of living for more than 25 years, she is a renowned singer from Jalandhar region.
We are excited to welcome the soulful Sufi singer, the one and only Seema Mehta ji. Seema ji is loved and highly acclaimed in the musical world for her mesmerizing renditions. Seema ji, we are delighted to have you among us tonight.
Now I request Professor Shailendra Bajpai and Dr. Neetu Divya ma'am to please come up on the stage to present a token of love to Seema ji. Indeed, your presence adds 10 folds of colors to this evening. Ma'am, can you please?
Please give a huge round of applause for her. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Seema ji, now the stage is all yours. Everyone, get ready to lose yourself into the melodies of devotion and love. Let the music begin and let the magic unfold.
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन. आज की इस सांध्य वेला के मैं आप सबका बहुत बहुत आपके प्रांगण में स्वागत करती हूँ. मैं सीमा मेहता अपनी टीम के साथ सबका बहुत बहुत स्वागत. आज इस सूफियाना शाम में हम सब मिलके कुछ साथ चलेंगे. तो चलिए ज़्यादा टाइम ना लेते हुए एक शुरुआत करते हैं सूफी महफिल की प्रभु के नाम से। मेरे साहिबा मैं तेरी हूँ किया, मेरे साहिबा मैं तेरी हूँ किया, मेरे साहिबा सब साथ में गाएंगे। मैं तेरी मनो ना विसारी मैनू मेरे साहिबा, 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 हर गल्लों ते मैं टुकी हाँ, हर गल्लों ते मैं मेरे साहिबा मैं तेरी हो मुकिया, मेरे साहिबा मैं तेरी हो मुकिया। मीठी मीठी ताली बजाते हुए औगुनहार को
तू नजर मेहर दीपाल जे तू जे तू नजर मेहर दीपाल चढ़ चौबारे में सुती चढ़ चौबारे में सुती मेरे साहिबा मैं तेरी हो मुखिया मेरे साहिबा मैं तेरी हो मनोना विसारी मैनू मेरे साहिबा मनोना विसारी मैनू मेरे साहिबा हर गल्लों वे मैं टुकी हर गल्लों वे मैं टुकी मेरे साहिबा मैं तेरी हो मुखिया 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 मेरे साहिबा मैं तेरी हो थैंक यू सो मच। अच्छा, जब भी शुरुआत करते हैं तो कुछ प्रभु का नाम। अच्छा, सूफी जगत की जब बात करें तो बहुत से हमारे पंजाबी सूफी संत महान संत रहे हैं। ऐसे में अगर बाबा बुल्ले शाह उनकी बात की जाए तो उनके नाम से कौन परिचित नहीं। पंजाब के बहुत महान सूफी कवि रहे हैं। उनकी जो साखियां हैं उनको कलाम कहा जाता है। बहुत सी कविताओं की रचना की उन्होंने। उनकी एक सुंदर रचना जिसमें उन्होंने आत्मा और परमात्मा के मिलन की बात की है। जब आत्मा परमात्मा से मिलती है, इस रचना में उसी की बात है कि मैंने तो उसको पा लिया, मुझे सब अब बधाई दो। चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं। सभी ताली के साथ सभी गाएंगे भी। वर पाया ये रांझा माही, मैं वर पाया रांझा माही। आओ नी सयो सयो ने, आओ नी सयो। आज ता रोज मुबारक चढ़िया, रांझा साडे वेड़े वड़िया। आज ता रोज मुबारक चढ़िया, रांझा साडे वेड़े वड़िया। आज ता रोज मुबारक चढ़िया, रांझा साडे वेड़े वड़िया। आज ता रोज मुबारक चढ़िया, रांझा साडे वेड़े वड़िया। हाथ खूंडी मोड़ कंबल तरिया हो, चाका वाली शक्ल बनाई, मैं वर पाया रांझा माही, मैं वर पाया रांझा माही। आओ नी सयो सयो नी, आओ नी सयो। ताली बजाते हुए मुस्कुराते हुए, with a great smile. सौदा कीता पीता जहर प्याला पीता, सौदा कीता पीता जहर प्याला पीता। भुल्ले शाइक सौदा कीता पीता जहर प्याला पीता। सौदा कीता पीता जहर प्याला पीता। ना कुचला टोटा लेता, दर्द दुखांदी गठड़ी चाई, मैं वर पाया रांझा माही, मैं वर पाया रांझा माही। आओ नी सयोरल देवो नी बधाई, आओ नी सयोरल देवो नी बधाई, मैं वर पाया रांझा माही, मैं वर पाया रांझा माही। आओ नी सयोरल देवो नी बधाई, आओ नी सयोरल देवो नी बधाई, मैं वर पाया रांझा माही, मैं वर सेयो आवनी सेयो थैंक यू सो मच। हाँ जी, कैसे हैं सब? अच्छा, हाथ ऊपर करके बताएंगे अच्छा लग रहा है या नहीं लग रहा। जिस जिसको अच्छा लग रहा है वो हाथ खड़ा करेगा। अच्छा, क्या आप सब हमारे साथ गा रहे हैं? गा रहे हैं साथ में सभी? यस और नो? यस। तो एक ना हिमाचल का फोक सॉन्ग मुझे याद आ रहा है। बहुत फेमस सॉन्ग है हिमाचल में, पहाड़ी गीत। उसको मिलके गाएं क्या सभी? चले शिमला की सैर करने, चंबा की सैर करने। चलना चाहते हैं सब क्या? यस और नो? सभी साथ में गाएंगे? सबको आते हैं? हम ऐसे सॉन्ग्स लेंगे जो सभी मिलके साथ में गा सकते हैं। शिमले तेरा है चंबा कितनी मेरी शिमले तेरा है चंबा कितनी मायनी मेरी आपको गाना है चंबा कितने चंबा कितनी शिमले निवसना कसौली निवसना शिमले निवसना कसौली निवसना शिमले निवसना कसौली निवसना शिमले निवसना कसौली निवसना चंबे जाना जरूर है चंबे जाना जरूर हल्की हल्की ताली के साथ चंबा कितने चंबा कितने दूर दूर दराजे लाया दूर दराजे लाया मोहब्बता दूर दराजे लाया मोहब्बता दूर दराजे अखियां तो होया कसूर है अखियां तो होया कसूर चंबा कितनी प्रेमिका कह रही है, प्रेमिका कह रही है मुझे और कुछ नहीं चाहिए, मुझे तो बस अपने प्रेमी के पास जाना है। ओ मेरी अखियां तनूर है, ओ मेरी अखियां तनूर, आए नी मेरे शिमले तेरा है, चंबा कितने की दूर, चंबा कितने की दूर, शिमले निवसना कसौली निवसना, शिमले निवसना कसौली निवसना, शिमले निवसना कसौली निवसना, शिमले निवसना कसौली निवसना, चंबे जाना जरूर है, चंबे जाना जरूर, आए नी मेरे शिमले तेरा है, चंबा कितने की दूर, चंबा कितने की दूर, चंबे जाना जरूर, चंबे जाना Thank you so much. Thank you. हाँ जी, कैसे हैं सब? थोड़ी देर बाद पूछती रहोगी। अच्छा, एक बहुत ना सुंदर गजल, सुफियाना शाम है, उसमें एक बहुत प्यारी सी मेरी फेवरेट गजल है, वो मिलके गाते हैं। सब ताली के साथ 100% गाएंगे। सबने सुनी हुई है ये, जो भी हम यहाँ पे सॉन्ग्स गा रहे हैं सभी के सुने हुए हैं। तेरा चेहरा कितना सुहाना लगता है, ताली बजाते हुए तेरा चेहरा कितना सुहाना लगता है, ताली के साथ तेरे आगे चांद पुराना लगता है, तेरा चेहरा कितना सुहाना लगता है, तेरा चेहरा कितना सुहाना लगता तिरछे तिरछे तीर नजर के लगते हैं, तिरछे तिरछे तीर नजर के लगते हैं, सीधा सीधा दिल पे निशाना लगता है, सीधा सीधा दिल पे निशाना लगता है। तेरे आगे चाँद पुराना लगता है, तेरा चेहरा कितना सुहाना लगता है। का क्या है पल दो पल में लगती है, आग का क्या है पल दो पल में लगती है, बुझते बुझते एक समाना लगता है, बुझते बुझते एक समाना लगता है। तेरे आगे चांद पुराना लगता है, तेरा चेहरा कितना सुहाना लगता है, तेरा चेहरा कितना सुहाना लगता है, तेरा चेहरा कितना सुहाना लगता है, कितना सुहाना लगता है, कितना सुहाना लगता है। थैंक यू सो मच। हाँ जी, कैसे हैं सब? थोड़ी देर बाद मैं पूछती रहूंगी। इधर वाले बढ़िया, साथ में गा रहे हैं क्या? अच्छा लग रहा है? हाँ जी जाना जी, हाँ जी। तो 100% मुस्कुराते हुए, हाँ हम पंजाब में बैठे हैं। पंजाब में तो सभी साथ में गाते हैं, झूमते नाचते हैं। सब गाएंगे, पंजाब के टप्पे फेमस हैं। कोठे पे आ माया, कोठे पे आ माया, चन पव चन न चढ़े सन तेरी है लो माया, चन पव चढ़े न चढ़े सन तेरी लो माया, चन पव चढ़े न चढ़े सन तेरी है लो माया, 100% ताली के साथ झूमते हुए कोई कतनी अमरो माया, कोई कतनी अरो माया, कोई कतनी अरो माया, कोई कतनी अरो माया। एक सुन तू लगदा दूजा फेर भी तो माया। एक सोना तू लगदा दूजा फेर भी तो माया। 100% ताली के साथ झूमते हुए दो कारा बजाराया, पीछे वाले दो कारा बजाराया, चिड़क नदी में सोनी अखा करे नदी दाराया। चिड़क नदी में सोनी अखा करे नदी दाराया। 100% ताली के साथ पंजाब के ये बहुत फेमस टप्पे हैं। लाल सूट न पाया करो, लाल सूट न पाया करो, लाल सूट न पाया करो, लाल सूट न पाया करो। नजर न लग जावे करो बार न जाया करो, करो बार जाया करो। कोई जोड़ा तकियां दा, कोई ताली बजाते हुए, कोई जोड़ा तकियां दा, कोई जोड़ा तकियां दा। एक माया आप सोना दूजा सोना तकियां दा। आप सोना दूजा सोना ए अखियां दा। 100% ताली के साथ मुस्कुराते हुए पानी छन्ने विचों चां पीता, पानी छन्ने विचों चां पीता, पानी छन्ने विचों चां पीता, पानी छन्ने विचों चां पीता। तेरे विच रब दिसदा तैनू सजदा ही तां कीता। रब दिसदा तैनू सजदा ही तां कीता। ओ तेरे विचों रब दिसदा तैनू सजदा ही तां कीता। तेरे विचों रब दिसदा तैनू सजदा ही तां कीता। तेरे विच रब दिसदा तैनू सजदा ही तां कीता। तेरे विच रब दिसदा तैनू सजदा ही तां कीता। तेरे विच रब दिसदा तैनू सजदा ही तां कीता। तेरे विच रब दिसदा तैनू सजदा ही तां कीता। थैंक यू सो मच। आर यू एंजॉयिंग? अच्छा लग रहा है सबको साथ में? 100% ताली के साथ वेलकम सर, बहुत बहुत स्वागत। माने या ना माने दिल तारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या। तू माने या ना ताली के साथ असां ते तैनू रब मन्या। तू माने या ना मान दिल तारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या। तू माने या ना माने दिल तारा। ताली बजाते हुए गाएंगे। दस होर केड़ा रब दा दवारा, हो दस होर केड़ा रब दा दवारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या। तू माने या ना मान दिल तारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या। ताली बजाते हुए अपने तन की खाक उड़ाई तब ये इश्क की मंजिल पाए। अपने तन की खाक उड़ाई सब गाएं साथ में। मंजिल पाए अपने तन की खाक उड़ाई तब ये इश्क की मंजिल पाए। अपने सुखा बोले एक तारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या तू माने या ना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या तू माने या ना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या। ताली बजाते हुए मुस्कुराते हुए झूमने का मन हो तो झूम सकते हैं। माने जाना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या तू माने जाना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या। तुझ बिन जीना भी क्या जीना तेरी चौखट मेरा मदीना तुझ बिन जीना भी क्या जीना तेरी चौखट मेरा मदीना हो तुझ बिन जीना क्या जीना तुझ बिन जीना तुझ बिन जीना क्या जीना तुझ बिन जीना तुझ बिन जीना भी क्या जीना तेरी चौखट मेरा मदीना तुझ बिन जीना भी क्या जीना तेरी चौखट मेरा मदीना। कहीं और न सजदा गवारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या तू माने या ना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या तू माने या ना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या। तू माने या ना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या तू माने या ना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या। हंसते हंसते हर गम सहना राज़ी तेरी रज़ा में रहना हंसते हंसते हर गम सहना राज़ी तेरी रज़ा में रहना हंसते हंसते हर गम सहना राज़ी तेरी रज़ा में रहना हंसते हंसते हर गम सहना ताली बजाते हुए राज़ी तेरी रज़ा में रहना हो तूने मुझको है हंसना सिखाया असां ते तैनू रब मन्या तू माने या ना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या तू माने या ना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या तू माने या ना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या। दस होर केड़ा रब दा दवारा दस होर केड़ा रब दा दवारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या तू माने या ना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या तू माने या ना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या तू माने या ना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या तू माने या ना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्या असां ते तैनू रब मन्या असां ते तैनू रब मन्या असां ते तैनू रब मन्या। Thank you so much. हाँ जी, कैसे हैं सब? बढ़िया, वाह वाह। 1 नूर की मंगना मैं रब खोलूं, एक खैर मंगा तेरे बंदे, पल माने सुख भी हजारा, घड़ी वेखी न कोई अलम दे, बदर हमेशा मौला रखे, ढोला तैते नजरे करम दे।
1, 2, 3, 4.
नित्य खैर मंगा, नित्य खैर मंगा, नित्य खैर मंगा सोने मैं तेरी दुआ ना कोई और मंगदी। खैर मंगा सोने मैं तेरी दुआ ना कोई और मंगदी। नित्य खैर मंगा सोने मैं तेरी दुआ ना कोई और मंगदी। तेरे पैरां च फकीर होवे मेरी, तेरे पैरां च फकीर होवे मेरी दुआ ना कोई और मंगदी। ताली बजाते तेरी दुआ ना कोई और मंगदी। नित खैर मंगा सोने मैं तेरी दुआ ना कोई और तेरे प्यार दिता जदों दा सहारा है, तेरे प्यार दिता जदों दा सहारा है, तेरे प्यार दिता जदों दा सहारा है, तेरे प्यार दिता जदों दा सहारा है। माया भुल गया मैनू जग सारा वे, माया भुल गया मैनू जग सारा वे। खुशी ए हो मैनू, खुशी ए हो मैनू, खुशी ए हो मैनू सजना व तेरी दुआ ना कोई और मंगदी। ताली बजाते हुए, झूमते हुए, मुस्कुराते हुए, दुआ ना कोई और मंगदी। तू मिलिया ते मिल के खुदाई वे, तू मिलिया ते मिल के खुदाई वे, तू मिलिया ते मिल के खुदाई वे, तू मिलिया ते मिल के खुदाई वे। हाथ जोड़िया ता पाई न जुदाई वे, हाथ जोड़िया ता पावे न जुदाई वे। मरी जावांगी जे हक में तो फेरी दुआ ना कोई और मंगदी। नित्य खैर मंगा सोने मैं तेरी दुआ ना कोई और मंगदी। नित्य खैर मंगा सोने मैं तेरी दुआ ना कोई और मंगदी। नित्य खैर मंगा सोने मैं तेरी दुआ ना कोई और मंगदी।
बजाते हुए खैरा दम दम मंगा डोला तेरिया खैरा दम दम मंगा डोला तेरिया शाला लग जन सावा तेनू मेरिया हमें ते मरे के भी हमें ते मरे के भी हमें ते मरे के भी रहना मैया तेरी दुआ ना कोई और मंगदी दुआ ना कोई और मंगदी नित खैर मंगा सोने मैं तेरी दुआ ना कोई और मंगदी नित खैर मंगा सोने मैं तेरी दुआ ना कोई और मंगदी आ जावे माही तेरा रस्ता उड़ीक दिया 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 आजा तेरा रस्ता उड़ीक दिया आजा तेरा रस्ता उड़ीक दिया आजा वे माही तेरा रस्ता उड़ीक दिया आजा वे माही तेरा रस्ता उड़ीक दिया ताली बजाते हुए तेरे वजो चन्ना साडा लगदा ना जीवे 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 जिते जाके बह गयो जिते जाके बह गयो ओते तेरा की आजा तेरा रस्ता उड़ीक दिया आजा वे माही तेरा रस्ता उड़ीक दिया आजा वे माही तेरा रस्ता उड़ीक दिया जदों दा तू रुस गया साडे नालों टोलना 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 भुल गया कावानू बनेरे उत्ते बोलना आजा वे माही तेरा रस्ता उड़ीक दिया 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 आजा तेरा रस्ता उड़ीक दिया आजा तेरा रस्ता उड़ीक दिया आजा वे माही 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 तेरा रस्ता उड़ीक दिया Thank you so much. Thank you.
सबको अच्छा लग रहा है क्या? ये सुनो, एंजॉय कर रहे हैं ना सब? अच्छा, क्या साथ में गा रहे हैं कि हम ही गा रहे हैं सब? आप सब गा रहे हैं साथ में? तो अमीर खुसरो जी का एक कलाम है बहुत सुंदर। सुफियाना शाम चल रही है आज, बहुत सुंदर है। मिलके गाएं सब साथ में, पीछे वाले नाची के नाचे। अच्छा 100% अगर नाचने का मन हो ना तो आगे आके नाच भी सकते हैं। यू आर अलाउड टू डांस, है ना सर? झूम सकते हैं ना आज? जो भी झूमना चाहते हैं आगे आके झूम सकते हैं। खुसरो बाजी प्रेम की, मैं तो खेलूं पी के संग। खुसरो बाजी प्रेम की, मैं तो खेलूं पी के जीत गई तो पिया मोरे, हारी तो पी के संग।
1 2 3 4
ताली बजाते हुए चाप तिलक सब छीनी रे नैना मिलाएंगे।
चाप तिलक सब छीनी रे नैना मिलाएंगे।
चाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मुझसे नैना मिलाएंगे।
चाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मुझसे नैना मिलाएंगे।
नैना मिलाएंगे, नैना में आएंगे, नैना मिलाएंगे, नैनों में आएंगे। नैना मिलाएंगे, नैना में आएंगे, नैना मिलाएंगे, नैनों में आएंगे। बात कसब कर दी रे मुझसे नैना मिलाएंगे।
चाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मुझसे नैना मिलाएंगे।
चाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मुझसे नैना मिलाएंगे। वारी वारी जाऊं मैं तोरे रंग रजवा।
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 मैं तोरे रंग रजवा।
तोरे रंग रजवा।
मैं तोरे रंग रजवा।
तोरे रंग रजवा।
अपनी सी रंग दे मुझसे नैना मिलाएंगे।
चाप तिलक सब
ताली बजाते हुए झूमते हुए चाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मुझसे नैना मिलाएंगे।
चाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मुझसे नैना मिलाएंगे।
गोरी गोरी पैया पे हरी हरी चूड़ियाँ,
गोरी गोरी पैया पे हरी हरी चूड़ियाँ,
गोरी गोरी पैया हरी हरी चूड़ियाँ,
गोरी गोरी पैया पे हरी हरी चूड़ियाँ,
हरी हरी चूड़ियाँ,
हरी हरी चूड़ियाँ,
जी हरी हरी चूड़ियाँ,
हरी हरी चूड़ियाँ,
पैया पकड़े धर ले मेरे मुझसे
मिलाई के
छाप तिलक सब
मेरे मोटे नैना मिलाई के चाप
तिलक सब मेरे मुझसे नैना मिलाई के। बहुत सुंदर लाइन से आ गई। प्रेम भटिका मधुआ पिलाएंगे, प्रेम
भटिका मधुआ पिलाएंगे,
प्रेम भटिका मधुआ बचाते हुए 100% मुस्कुराते हुए थैंक यू सो मच। अच्छा, सेकेंड लास्ट, चाहे तो इसमें झूम सकते हैं, झूमना चाहते हैं यस और नो, आगे आ सकते हैं, बैठे बैठे भी झूम सकते हैं, आगे आके भी झूम सकते हैं। पंजाब का बहुत प्यारा सा कलाम है जी, बहुत फेमस।
ओ लाल मेरी पत रखियो बला झूले लाल जिंदड़ी दा सेवन दा सिंदड़ी दा सेवन दा सखी शाबाश कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर कली का पहला नंबर दमादम मस्त कलंदर कली का पहला नंबर। हो लाल मेरी पकड़ रखियो वाला झूले लाल लाल मेरी पकड़ रखियो वाला झूले लाल सिंदड़ी दा सेवन दा सिंदड़ी दा सेवन दा सखी शाबाश कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर कली का पहला नंबर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दम बंदे अंदर। ओ लाल मेरी लाल मेरी ताली बजाते हैं। चार चौराग तेरे बरन हमेशा 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 पंजन में तारन आया बला झूले लाल पंजना में वारन पंजना में वारन आया बला झूले लाल सिंदड़ी दा सेवन दा सिंदड़ी दा सेवन दा सखी शाबाश कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली का पहला नंबर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दम दम दे अंदर। ओ लाल मेरी लाल मेरी ताली बजाते हैं। चार चौराग तेरे बरन हमेशा चार चौराग तेरे बरन हमेशा जनम जनम तेरी नौबत बाजे 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 नाल बजे खड़ी लाल बला झूले लाल नाल बजे नाल बजे खड़ी लाल बला झूले लाल सिंदड़ी दा सेवन दा सिंदड़ी दा सेवन दा सखी शाबाश कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली का पहला नंबर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दम बंदे अंदर। ओ लाल मेरी लाल मेरी मान बचड़े बिनाए पीरा मान बचड़े बिनाए पीरा
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू। हाँ जी, अच्छा कैसे हैं सब? बहुत बढ़िया ना? देखो टाइम हो गया है काफी, है ना? भूख लगी होगी सबको, लग रही है ना? नहीं लगी? चलिए ऐसे करते हैं, अब लास्ट करते हैं। सर लास्ट करें सर। चलिए सब कैसे हैं? हमने प्रभु के नाम से शुरुआत की थी, तो चलिए आज सब अपने बचपन को याद करते हैं। लास्ट में एक प्रेयर मिलके गाते हैं। कहते हैं जो प्रार्थना होती है वो मिलके ही गाई जाती है। सभी एक प्रार्थना गाएंगे क्या लास्ट में? मालिक तेरे बंदे ऐसे हो हमारे सब गाएंगे, सबको आती है ताकि हंसते हुए निकले दम। मालिक तेरे बंदे ऐसे हो हमारे पर चले और बदी से पड़े ताकि हंसते हुए निकले दम। मालिक तेरे बंदे ताली बजाते बड़ा कमजोर है आदमी, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू। एक जोरदार ताली आपके लिए, आपने इतना सुंदर हमारा साथ दिया, हमें इतनी देर झेला। अच्छा, एक जोरदार ताली प्रिंस जी के लिए, जोरदार ताली। कलाकार के लिए ताली बहुत मायने रखती है। जोरदार ताली प्रिंस जी कीबोर्ड पे हैं और फ्लूट पे हैं धीरज। धीरज के लिए जोरदार ताली। लाडी जी ऑक्टोपैड पे जोरदार ताली, अरे जोरदार ताली लाडी जी के लिए। पवन जी ढोलक पे जोरदार ताली पवन जी के लिए। और विशाल जी तबले पे, इनके लिए जोरदार ताली। प्रियंका बिरा बहुत सुंदर साथ दे रही थी, प्रियंका के लिए बहुत जोरदार ताली। हमारे चोपड़ा साउंड से यश चोपड़ा जी, गौतम चोपड़ा जी, उनके लिए जोरदार ताली। बहुत अच्छी साउंड चलाते हैं चोपड़ा साउंड, जोरदार ताली चोपड़ा जी के लिए। और चोपड़ा जी की पूरी टीम के लिए जोरदार ताली। और जिन्होंने हमारा वेलकम किया उनके लिए जोरदार ताली। मेरे प्यारे से बेटे के लिए। पल भर की भी तन्हाई तुम्हें नसीब ना हो, आप सबके लिए। पल भर की भी तन्हाई तुम्हें नसीब ना हो, कोई भी गम तुम्हारे करीब ना हो, रब तुम्हारी जिंदगी में इतनी खुशियां दे। अरे वो भगवान तुम्हारी जिंदगी में इतनी खुशियां दे कि तुमसे बढ़कर कोई खुश नसीब ना हो, कि तुमसे बढ़कर कोई खुश नसीब ना हो। थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू।
एक बार फिर से मैम और उनके पूरे ग्रुप के लिए जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं। Thank you so much, ma'am, for gracing us with your soulful performance. Your music was a spiritual journey and it deeply touches everyone's present over here. So we are truly grateful for the beauty and the devotion you brought to the event. And I'm again thanking you for bringing so much mesmerizing voice to this stage and everyone and making our evening beautiful and mesmerizing with your melodious voice. Thank you so much, ma'am.
ये देखिए सर की एक स्पेशल फरमाइश है, एक लास्ट। मैं आप सबके लिए ये डेडिकेट करती हूँ ये सॉन्ग। कहते हैं ना जीवन जो है कल का हमें पता नहीं क्या होने वाला है, क्या होगा। ऐसा ही सॉन्ग है जिसमें बताया गया है कि कल न जाने क्या हो जाए, इस पल को जी ले भाई, इस पल में रह ले। हाँ, कहते हैं ना लिव इन प्रेजेंट मोमेंट। पता नहीं आने वाला पल, आने वाला कल क्या होगा, कल हम मिल पाएंगे, कहाँ मिलेंगे, कैसे मिलेंगे, उसी को इस सॉन्ग में दर्शाया गया है। तो एक लास्ट सॉन्ग स्पेशल सर की फरमाइश पे। 100% ताली के साथ। ताल मिले नदी के जल में
नदी मिले सागर में, सागर मिले कौन से जल में, कोई जानना हो। ताली बजाते हुए नदी के जल में, नदी मिले सागर में, सागर मिले कौन से जल में, कोई जानना तुम्हारे ताल मिले नदी के जल में, नदी मिले सागर में, सागर मिले कौन से जल में, कोई जानना तुम्हारे ताल मिले नदी के जल में, नदी मिले सागर में, सागर मिले कौन से जल में, कोई जानना तुम्हारे ताल मिले नदी के जल में। ताली के साथ सूरज को धरती पर से, धरती को चंद्रमा, धरती को चंद्रमा, सूरज को धरती पर से, धरती को चंद्रमा, धरती को चंद्रमा, पानी में सीप जैसे प्यासी हर आत्मा, प्यासी हर आत्मा मितवारे, पानी में सीप जैसे प्यासी हर आत्मा, नींद छुपी किस बादल में, कोई जानना उधर ताल मिले नदी के जल में, नदी मिले सागर में, सागर मिले कौन से जल में, कोई जानना उधर ताल मिले नदी के जल में। ताली बजाते हुए साथ देंगे सब। अनजाने झूठों करके पहचाने गीत है, पहचाने गीत है, सबके साथ में पहचाने गीत है, पहचाने गीत है, तक जो भी गाने थे जन्मों की नीत है, जन्मों की नीत है, मितवारे तक जो भी गाने थे जन्मों की नीत है, क्या होगा काम सफर में, कोई जानना उधर ताल मिले नदी के जल में, नदी मिले सागर में, सागर मिले कौन से जल में, कोई जानना उधर ताल सब सागर के जल में, नदी मिले सागर में, सागर मिले कौन से जल में, कोई जानना उधर ताल मिले नदी के जल में, नदी मिले सागर में, सागर मिले कौन से जल में, कोई जानना उधर ताल मिले नदी के जल में, नदी मिले सागर में, सागर मिले कौन से जल में, कोई जानना उधर ताल मिले नदी के जल में, नदी मिले सागर में, सागर मिले कौन से जल में, कोई जानना, कोई जानना, कोई जानना। थैंक यू सो मच। मिलते हैं ब्रेक के बाद। चलिए सभी मिलके खाना खाते हैं, सबको बहुत भूख लगी है। थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच। नेक्स्ट टाइम हम आने वाले हैं आपके पास सर, ठीक है? थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू।
There is an announcement, please. All the senior delegates are requested to have their lunch in Student Activity Center, ground floor. to have their dinner at Snackers. And all the participants and other delegates are requested to visit BH2, Boys Hostel 2, to have their dinners. Student Activity Center instead of Snack.